Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettucehead Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Most Wanted. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was 2 a.m. and Izuku Midoriya was hopping rooftops as he usually did at this time, but today was different. Today marked the anniversary of his mother, Inko Midoriya's death, which he knew was a murder. 9 years ago, Inko had been killed by Izuku's father, Hisashi Midoriya, because she had given BRH to a child without a quirk. Izuku was quirkless, and his father despised him for it. At school, he faced constant bullying, and though he was innocent, smart, and well-behaved, no one cared about his qualities. Izuku held on to hope that his best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, would accept him, but Katsuki was furious and began to bully him relentlessly with the help of his friends. At home, Inko always protected Izuku from Hisashi's abuse, but one day, Hisashi went too far, and Izuku watched in horror as his mother was killed. Hisashi told Izuku it was his fault, that he should have been the one to die instead of Inko, and Izuku believed him. He often wondered, what if I had been strong enough to help her instead of being so weak? A year after her death, Hisashi disappeared, leaving 5-year-old Izuku alone to fend for himself. Surviving on the streets was difficult. He often went hungry and was underweight. Using his intelligence, he learned to survive. By age 6, he had decided he could no longer remain weak and began training in various martial arts and weaponry, including throwing knives, a bow staff, and even hacking. After several months of training, Izuku ventured into the crime-ridden world, but he didn't aspire to be a hero. He had been dismissed by heroes in the past and viewed them as seeking fame and fortune. Instead, he chose to become a vigilante, knowing that as a quirkless individual, he wasn't breaking any laws. Izuku, now known as the vigilante Hikari, meaning light, had become the #1 wanted vigilante in Musutafu at just 14 years old. He sat on a rooftop, looking out at the prestigious UA Hero School in the distance, feeling a mix of sadness, anger, and disappointment. He longed for a normal childhood, one filled with love, friends, and the opportunity to become a hero, instead of sleeping in abandoned buildings and alleyways. But that would never happen. He sat there lost in thought, reflecting on that terrible day. Flashback to when Izuku was 5. Izuku was in his room, playing with his hero figurines while an All Might movie played in the background. He was still in awe of heroes back then. Suddenly, he heard a scream, a loud, blood-curdling scream that he recognized as his mother's. But this time, it was filled with fear. Izuku ran downstairs and found his mother on the floor, bloodied and bruised, begging for her life. His father stood over her, holding the largest kitchen knife they owned. It all happened too fast. In an instant, Inko lay lifeless on the floor, and Hisashi walked away as if nothing had happened. Time skipped to present day. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts by a voice. Hikari. He recognized it before the speaker even finished. Eraserhead, he muttered, still distracted. Eraserhead, or Shota Aizawa, stood there expectantly. Hello, Hikari. Nice seeing you again, he said, noticing Izuku's silence. Izuku didn't respond at first, prompting Aizawa to break the awkwardness. Kid, are you just going to ignore me? I get that I've been trying to take you in, but this isn't like you. You usually have a snarky comment or something. Finally, Izuku spoke, still not facing him. Wow, Shota, I didn't realize you cared so much. I'm touched, he said, trying to sound smug. Normally, he found amusement in teasing the insomniac hero, but today was different. He didn't have the energy for it, yet he needed to maintain a facade. Can't be vulnerable, right? Kid, I told you to call me Eraser. Aizawa stopped mid-sentence as Izuku turned around, revealing a confused and concerned expression on his face. Izuku's outfit consisted of a black hoodie with green sparks, baggy black briefs with pockets for knives and small guns, black combat boots with dark green laces, and a dark gray utility belt filled with various weapons. He also wore a black face mask covering the lower half of his face, making him look like a shadow in the night. Izuku/Hikari POV. I turned around to see a confused and concerned Eraserhead. That was unusual. He never acted this way towards me. I stepped closer, and he quickly regained his posture, though a hint of worry remained on his face. Kid, why are you crying? Aizawa POV. I was hopping rooftops during my patrol when I noticed a figure standing on the edge of a building. As I got closer, I felt a surge of worry, fearing it was a kid about to jump. But thankfully, it was Hikari, the vigilante I had been tasked with capturing. Hikari always seemed to slip through my fingers, often having a little fun at my expense, which was incredibly frustrating. I often came home to rant about how annoying he was, and Hisashi would just laugh it off. If I'm honest, Hikari had grown on me. I couldn't remember what it was like not to have him around. It had been a few months since I was assigned his case, and he was special, though I'd never admit that to him. What made capturing him difficult was that no one could follow him home, no one had seen his face, and no one had witnessed him use his quirk. The only thing we knew for sure was that he was male, as he had told us himself. While he had been suspected of hacking into important databases, it was hard to pin anything illegal on him. He and Nizu always covered their tracks well, leaving no trace of their activities. I get snapped out of my thoughts when I reach the same building as Hikari. He doesn't turn around to acknowledge me, but I'm sure he knows I'm there. The guy has heightened senses, and I swear he's either really prepared and on edge or it has something to do with his quirk. I decide to speak since he obviously isn't going to. Hello, Hikari. Nice seeing you again. I don't get a response, a greeting, a snarky comment, or even a nod. He simply ignores me. I start to get slightly worried. He doesn't seem like his usual cocky self, though he has every reason to be cocky. I decide to speak again, letting a hint of concern show in my voice. Kid, are you just going to ignore me? I get that I've been trying to take you in and stuff, but this is out of character for you. You're not your usual annoying self today. There's a small pause before he finally speaks. Wow, Shota, I didn't realize you cared so much. I'm touched, he says, still not turning around, sounding like his usual self again. But something feels different. I decide to ignore it and continue talking. Kid, I told you to call me Eraser. Then he turns around. His face is stained with tears, and fresh ones roll down his cheeks. His eyes look dull and empty, lacking the glow of excitement. But his voice shows his typical bravado. What's happening? I ask, concerned. Kid, why are you crying? I feel a wave of confusion wash over me. I reach up to feel my own face and realize I'm crying too. How stupid can I be? I've been a vigilante for years, I shouldn't be feeling this way. The numbness becomes unbearable, and I remember the pain I've inflicted on myself. I feel something wet under my sleeve. This is going to make tonight more difficult. I wipe my eyes subtly and put on a big, fake grin that Eraser sees often. He doesn't seem taken aback by my sudden change. Kid, are you alright? Geez, Eraser, why do you always insist on calling me kid? I'm not a child, I reply, avoiding the question while giving a fake pout. Well, we don't exactly know your age. Clearly, you aren't a kid, but you act like one. He sighs and goes to say something else when I hear a scream coming from an alleyway. Eraser must hear it too because he looks at me and nods before we both sprint and jump across rooftops to get to where the scream is coming from. I listen closely. A male, middle-aged, maybe 30 to 40 years old, obviously has no sense of self-defense, otherwise, he wouldn't be screaming. I reach the alleyway about 20 seconds before Eraser and see 6 guys cornering the one who was screaming. They all look pretty tough. Eraser quickly arrives, and we spring into action. I'm a bit off my game tonight, so I'm glad Eraser is here to help. For guys come at me with knives, big knives that I don't prefer, so I pull out my own while smirking. 2 go towards Eraser, who is watching the screaming guy escape. By the time we finish, all 6 guys are on the ground, unconscious. Eraser has a few cuts and bruises, but nothing serious. I, on the other hand, have multiple cuts because they were swinging their knives around recklessly. I start to feel lightheaded from blood loss, remembering that my arms are still bleeding. This isn't going to end well. Soon, I start to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. I hear faint footsteps as Eraser runs to me. He's saying something while crouching over me, but I can't hear it, and my world goes black. Eraserhead's POV. The fight that Hikari and I intervened in ended with all 6 guys knocked out on the cold ground. 3 of them are bleeding from their heads, and 3 have deep slash wounds across their torsos. That seems painful. I quickly text Tsukachi, letting him know about the 6 unconscious thugs and their location. I glance over at Hikari, who stands just close enough to a streetlight for me to see him. I walk toward him without much effort, as I'm only nursing a few cuts and bruises. I'll live, I always do. Suddenly, my slow, tired walk turns into a dash when Hikari collapses. He lies on the ground, slipping in and out of consciousness, and I try to keep him awake. Hikari, come on, don't fall asleep. I urge. Just a little longer, keep your eyes open. But it's no use, he drifts off. DMN it. Now that I'm closer, I check him for injuries. I see 2 deep gashes across his torso, mostly obscured by the darkness and his clothing. I check other areas, but nothing else seems severely injured. Then I notice his arms. Something is bleeding through his sleeves. Carefully, I pull his sleeves up to reveal bloodied bandages and self-inflicted cuts. Oh God, was he going to jump off that roof? Eraserhead searches for more injuries, realizing he missed the ones on Hikari's arms. He checks his head and finds it's also bleeding. I'm going to have to take his mask off. He's going to hate this, he mutters under his breath. Quickly but carefully, he picks up the unconscious boy, cradling him against his chest. I should take him to Recovery Girl at UA. Hikari will absolutely hate me if I take him to a hospital, Aizawa thinks before jumping up the fire escape of a building and sprinting toward UA. Both boys arrive at UA. With Hikari still unconscious and bleeding, Aizawa rushes to the infirmary. He bursts through the door and places Hikari on one of the beds, where Recovery Girl looks confused and concerned. As she realizes the state he's in, she stops talking and hurries over. She starts to remove his shirt, glancing at his mask and hood. Aizawa nods, signaling her to take them off. What they see surprises them. A small, slim boy, likely no older than 14, with big, poofy green curls. As Recovery Girl continues to remove his shirt to treat the gashes, she notices how malnourished he is, her eyes widening at the scars, cuts, bruises and burns, both self-inflicted and not. Just who is this boy and what has happened to him? I become aware of my body and groan. This hurts. My head, legs, arms, everything feels like it's pulsating with pain. I move slightly, feeling a soft blanket on top of me while recalling how I ended up here. Crying, Eraserhead, a villain, and then passing out in front of him. So, I guess he brought me here. The only question is, where's here? I hesitate to open my eyes, wanting to stay in the comforting darkness of sleep, but then I hear voices, 3 of them. Present Mike, otherwise known as Hizashi Yamada, Recovery Girl, Chio Shizenji, and good old Eraserhead, Aizawa Shoda. The familiar smell of needles and medicine can only mean one thing. I'm at UA. Great, what a blast. Don't get me wrong, I always wanted to come here as a kid, but now I'm a wanted vigilante. I've seen my friend Bakugo Katsuki succeed in getting into Class 1A, and I'm just not ready for any of that, especially not today. As I listen to their conversation, I hear my name and decide it's time to wake up. I heard my name? I say, opening one eye. Their heads snap toward me. I hold a smug look for a moment before shifting to a glare. Not very heroic to talk about someone behind their back, I state, my voice dripping with venom. Eraser looks taken aback, Hizashi appears scared, and Recovery Girl wears a mix of both emotions. They quickly regain their postures, Hizashi taking a bit longer than the other 2 but still doing it rather quickly, and began talking. How are you feeling, hun? Recovery Girl asked in a sweet tone. I could sense her pity. Like everything and everyone hates me and wants me to suffer. How about you? I replied coldly. She seemed to pick up on my sarcasm and recognized that I was all right enough to talk. Kid, we're going to ask you some questions. If you could please cooperate with us, that would be great. Aizawa's POV. The problem child was lying on a bed, sleeping while I talked with Hizashi and Recovery Girl. All I wanted to do was go back home and sleep because it was already 7:34 a.m., and saying I was tired would be an understatement. I looked over at the boy. He looked so peaceful while sleeping as if he couldn't hurt a fly. Yet, he also appeared broken and bruised, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally drained. I noticed the huge bags under his eyes that could rival my own. The need to protect this small boy pulled at my heart. I shook myself out of my thoughts and re-engaged in conversation with Recovery Girl and Hizashi to figure out what to do with him. He didn't look older than we continued discussing the situation when we heard a voice. I heard my name. It was the problem child. No one's POV. The three adult heroes looked over to see the small boy with a smug look that quickly turned into an intimidating glare. It's not very hero-like to talk about someone like that, Izuku said coldly, his glare becoming almost piercing. Kid, we're going to ask you some questions. If you could please cooperate with us, that would be great. Izuku's POV. Eraserhead said they were going to ask me questions, so I obliged, considering I had nothing to lose at this point. Might as well enjoy their shocked expressions when I tell them everything, well, the things they need to know. Okay, shoot, I said, signaling that I would cooperate. A few moments later, Detective Tsukachi entered the room along with Principal Nizu. I understood that this was his school, but I didn't know why he was here. Before any of you start introductions, I already know who everyone is and their quirks. Yes, even you, Detective Tsukachi. Your quirk is a lie detector, am I wrong? So if you could please just get on with it, that would be great. Everyone in the room seemed taken aback by my tone, but I just wanted them to finish so they could send me away. Principal Nizu, however, sat with a smile on his face that grew the more he listened to me. Alrighty then. Let's get started, detective, if you may. Nizu said excitedly. Okay then, first, what's your name? Your full given name. How old are you? And what's your quirk? Tsukachi asked, waiting for my answers. This will be fun. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm 14, almost 15, and I'm quirkless. I smirked as I revealed my personal information. The look on their faces was priceless. Even though they knew who I was now, maybe I could still toy with them. You guys good? Or is there, like, a Recovery Girl 2.0 you can go see? I asked, taking away my cocky smirk as they started talking among themselves. I heard Aizawa groan in frustration, and I sensed a little joy from him. Present Mike seemed to glow with happiness, which was odd. Can you just send me to jail already, please? I have nothing to do here, and I would not like to get into the habit of getting bored. I don't get bored, I just have nothing to do. That being said, how long will I be in there? Nizu smiled widely and practically skipped up to me in excitement. You're not going to jail, you're going to join Aizawa's class, Class 1A. I couldn't believe it. No, send me to jail, I said in a monotone voice. Everyone looked at me like I was crazy, while Aizawa seemed fed up. Nizu, on the other hand, beamed with excitement. Nope. You're joining my school and will be attending classes with the rest of the students in Class 1A. His smile grew even wider. Also, one thing we haven't asked is who are your guardians? Oh God, here we go. This was the whole reason I was caught by Aizawa. Mom died when Dad went to get milk when I was 5 and didn't come back. I state calmly, feeling the weight of shocked faces around me. This is getting old. So you've been alone for almost 10 years? One person exclaims. Yup, I reply, emphasizing the t with disinterest. Well then, with your agreement, Aizawa and Yamada will adopt you. Cool, I say, still uninterested. They'll get tired of me eventually, and I'll be out on the street in no time, not before they kick me out of their prestigious UA Hero High School. They'll find out about everything, my struggles, my past. No matter how hard I try, they'll hate me. Izuku, you weren't listening to us. You're allowed to leave now, Recovery Girl says with a warm smile. Thanks, I mumble, standing up from the bed. Come on, little listener. The car is this way. Me and Sho will take you to our house, and you can start school on Monday since it's Saturday. Also, call me Yamada and call Sho Shota. Your family now. Yamada exclaims with excitement. Family? Am I really a part of their family? Feels nice. Before I know it, we're outside in front of a car that I assume is theirs. Okay, Problem child, what's that? She said, your family now. Hop in. Tomorrow, after everyone's had a good night's sleep, we'll take you shopping for things depending on what you already have, considering we will take you to your past living arrangement as well. The car ride home is accompanied by a comfortable silence, with the radio playing softly and light conversation. When we stop, the two pro heroes get out, and I hesitate to follow. I don't want to upset them on my first day at their home. Hey, little listener, are you coming? Mike asks warmly. I quickly unbuckle my seatbelt and hop out of the car. Sorry, I mumble, waiting for one of them to lead the way. Both adults seem a bit surprised by my hesitation, but I'm just trying to be cautious. It's fine, problem child. You did nothing wrong. Come on, let's get inside. You look cold. He's right, I am cold, freezing actually, but I'm used to it. I give a slight nod to Eraser, who turns to walk inside. Mike stays close enough to notice if I stop. I finally realize the giant two-story house in front of me. No way they're going to let me stay here. Welcome to your new home, little listener. I hope you like it, Mike says as we walk through the doors. To others, it might seem like a normal house, but after living on the streets for so long, this is absolutely amazing to me. My mouth drops open. It's not much, problem child, but it's home. No, it's amazing. It's better than anything I could have ever had, I say, hoping they believe me. They both turn to me with warm smiles. Eraser's small but genuine. I'm sitting in my room upstairs when I hear a door click open. Dad and Papa must be home. I place my phone on my nightstand and plug it into its charger. It's around dinner time, so we'll probably get started soon. I walk downstairs to greet them and see a small green-haired boy who looks to be my age. He seems fragile, almost broken. I have no idea who he is, but I guess Dad and Papa adopted him. Dad has a soft spot for problem children, and this kid looks more troubled than I am. I clear my throat to get their attention, and the little guy flinches and runs behind Papa. Why is he so scared? Even if they didn't adopt him, he's going to be my little brother. I hear someone clear their throat behind me, and I flinch, retreating behind present Mike. I know I'm not in any real danger, but it's someone I don't know in this house. Hey, little listener, why are you hiding? This is Hitoshi, our other son. He's going to be your big brother, even though you two are basically the same age. He's nice, I promise, Mike explains with a happy smile, whispering the last part just for me. I slowly move out from behind the mic and stand next to him instead. Hitoshi, just say hi. His name's Izuku, and we've adopted him. You guys are in the same school year, even though you're around a year older than him, and he's way more skilled than you considering his line of work. Izuku, his quirk is brainwashing, and Hitoshi, Izuku is quirkless. I looked at Hitoshi with a hint of fear, hoping he wouldn't dislike me. He seemed curious. Maybe he doesn't hate me. His line of work? Hitoshi asks Eraserhead. Yes. Do you know that vigilante I always have trouble with? Hitoshi nods, forming a slight grin as he recalls all the stories about the bratty, childish crime-fighting vigilante that gives his dad a hard time. Well, this is him. Hitoshi's eyes go wide with excitement while mine only hold fear. He's going to hate me now. Hitoshi's going to hate me, and Mike and Eraserhead will take his side and kick me out. No, I can't. I start to feel myself panic, and the purple-haired boy seems to notice, walking closer to me. It's all right, I'm not going to hurt you. You're my little brother now, right? My name's Hitoshi Shinso, it's nice to meet you, he says with a welcoming smile. He doesn't hate me? I am Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Hitoshi, I managed to stutter out. Curse my stuttering. Hitoshi thinks for a moment. Just Izuku? Does he not have a family name? Well, you can give me a nickname if that would be better. And if you're okay with it, can I give you one? I nod and go to speak. Is Toshi okay? I manage to stutter out. The two adults in the room are slightly confused by this interaction. The Izuku they first saw was a confident vigilante who didn't take anything from anyone. Who knew there was a scared, broken little kid under that mask? This kid's definitely going to be problematic. Both heroes silently think to each other, exchanging a glance. Yeah, Izuku, I love it. How do you like my nickname for you? I like it, I mumble. The 2 adults leave to go to the kitchen to make dinner since it was around that time. They also sensed I might not get to eat much, so they wanted me to have a proper meal before tomorrow. While they're doing that, Hitoshi and I get along quite well. We decide to go out to the living room and watch a movie. Nothing has gone wrong yet, which is surprising, until midnight, also known as Namuri Kiyama, bursts through the door in excitement, having just heard about the vigilante being a little cinnamon roll. She runs into the living room and squeals at the sight of me sitting with her nephew. I react differently than I did with Hitoshi, surprising both him and the R-rated hero by rushing towards her and pinning her to the floor. Yamada and Aizawa rush out of the kitchen at the sound of the commotion and panic. Izuku, hop off Namuri, please. Yamada calls out, scared for her safety. Problem child, she isn't a threat, she's just. Well, you know, Aizawa explains, already tired of her antics. Who is she? I growl, startling the woman beneath me and the others in the room. Everyone tenses at my tone. I was ready to defend myself if she posed a threat. Before Midnight can speak, Hitoshi does for her. Zuku, it's alright. It's Midnight, the R-rated hero. Her name is Namuri Kiyama. She's basically our auntie, Hitoshi explains as he walks closer to me. I loosen my grip on her as I slip back into my vigilante persona. Hitoshi approaches me and pulls me away, looking me straight in the eye, searching for any signs that I'm not okay. I feel myself slipping out of my Deku persona. I always feel in control and confident with my mask on, but now I don't have it. I'm just a vulnerable child. I messed up. They're going to hate me now. Oh no, this is bad. They're either going to kick me out or punish me. Oh God, I hope it's only light. Maybe they'll be nice and just push me down, kick and punch me. Hopefully, they won't hurt me like my father did. What if they use needles and do tests? I have no idea what they're going to do, but I'm scared. Stupid childhood trauma. I'm not the vigilante they still know close to nothing about me, and I might try to sneak out anyway, but still. I'm completely vulnerable around them. I haven't been around adults in about 9 years unless I was running from heroes, but now I'm in their house. And I just attacked one of their friends, plus, she's a pro hero. I'm so dead. I pull away from Hitoshi and look at all the people I had only just recently met with wide eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I stutter, feeling my breathing quicken. Aizawa and Toshi notice my distress. Hey, Izuku, it's alright. Calm down, breathe for me, Toshi says, reaching for my shoulders. I JRK away and trip over something. I'm sorry. Please don't punish me, I'll do better. I pull my knees to my chest, grabbing my hair and squeezing my eyes shut. I hear Aizawa's voice, though I can barely make out the words. My vision is blurry, and I can hardly hear anything. I hear movement beside me and open my eyes to see Aizawa crouching a few feet away. I look up at him, tears streaming down my face, struggling to breathe. Izuku, please calm down. I'm not going to hurt you, okay? No one is. You know me, it's Aizawa Shota, the Eraserhead. I promise there's no punishment or tests. It's alright, but is it okay if I touch you? I nod, unable to speak, and he wraps me in a comforting hug. Listen to my heartbeat, Izuku. Match your breathing with mine. I follow his instructions and slowly I start to calm down. Fatigue washes over me. The last time I slept was probably Sunday. Even though it was only for an hour, it still counts. I'm still hugging Eraserhead, which might be annoying him, but I feel safe with them. I need to feel safe. Aizawa POV. I manage to calm Izuku to the point where only soft sniffles can be heard from the small boy clinging to me. His grip slowly weakens, but he never lets go. His breathing evens out, and soon, small snores tell me he's asleep. Carefully, I get up from the floor, still holding him. We haven't set up his room in the spare room yet, so I decide to put him on the couch and let him sleep until it's time to eat. As I try to lay him down, his grip tightens around me. I realize I won't be able to put him down without waking him. Lost in thought, I don't notice Shinso walk up to me. Don't worry. Just sit down with him. I'll have Namuri help me with dinner as a punishment for starting all this, okay? He says softly, trying not to wake the boy. I hum in response and sit down, making sure both Izuku and I are comfortable so I can watch TV with Hitoshi. Problem child, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you feel safe and happy again. I'll make you a part of our family, and you'll smile every day. Izuku POV. Darkness. That's all I see, but it's different this time. There's no fear or anger. Nothing hurts. It's warm, and I feel a comforting heat coming from somewhere or someone. I want to know where it's coming from, but I'm too comfortable here. A warm silence without fear or pain. It's nice, almost like a dream. I enjoy this feeling for as long as I can before someone lightly shakes me, softly whispering my name, urging me to open my eyes. I groan, not wanting to leave the newfound warmth, and snuggle closer to whatever I'm lying on. The shaking becomes a bit more forceful, and my name is called louder. I finally decide to open my eyes. Aizawa is slightly peering over me, and I realize I was laying with him. What happened? I mumble, rubbing my eyes. You fell asleep after a panic attack, problem child. I woke you up because dinner's ready, Aizawa explains. I was asleep? But sleeping is never that peaceful. Wait, did he say dinner? They're just wasting their food and money on me. I'm not going to eat. Izuku, are you okay? Come on, dinner's ready. Pops and Auntie Kiyama just finished setting the table, Hitoshi says calmly, mindful that I probably don't want to hear yelling. I'm thankful he isn't yelling and for him asking if I'm okay. I just nod slightly, enough for him to see. Wait, did he say Miss Midnight was still here? Oh great. I don't want to speak to anyone. Not a single person. I remember that I still have to go to UA on Monday, probably for the rest of my life until I escape. I feel a little more emotionally drained than before. I don't want to go. Excuse my language, but it's going to be tough. It's not like anyone is going to like me. I'll be the scary, threatening side of myself and not let anyone see the vulnerability and innocence in me. Because there's no point. No one is going to stay long enough to know the real me. No one wants to know. They'll hate it. They always do. Hitoshi starts walking toward the kitchen, and I follow, Aizawa having already gone in to join the other adults. Hitoshi sits down at a large wooden table where everyone else is gathered. I look around and see one more chair vacant between Yamada and Hitoshi, so I sit there. Once I sit, I notice the plate of food identical to everyone else's placed in front of me. It's too much. It feels like a waste. You're going to get fat. Don't eat it. They're only giving you pity. They secretly hate you. They're just trying to be nice. They don't care. They shouldn't be wasting their food and money on you. Don't eat it. Your stomach has shrunk. What's a little bit of hunger? You've already gone so long. What's a little bit longer? You're not fading away. You're already ugly and fat. Don't eat it. Thoughts like this flood my mind. They're right. Everything I'm thinking is right. I sit still, staring at the plate of food, then looking down at my lap while the others have started eating. Izuku, are you not hungry? Come on, eat before it goes cold. I guarantee it's delicious, Yamada says, trying to convince me to eat. I look towards him and shake my head slightly, maintaining my neutral, monotoned, emotionless face. Problem child, I know as much as you do that you don't eat remotely close to enough for a boy your age. Now, Aizawa says with a stern but caring voice. Little listener, you don't have to eat all of it. Just eat what you can. Please. Now they're starting to make me angry. Why can't you just leave it? It doesn't really matter that much if I don't eat. I'm used to it. If I die, I die. Simple as that. I don't really care. So just stop. Do the world a favor. I mumble the last part, not really paying attention to what I was saying. The look on their faces is a mix of concern and surprise. Oh look, Miss Midnight is still here. I completely forgot about her. I stand up from the table as calmly as possible. I'm upset and I don't want them to see that. I also don't want them to punish me for yelling. I calmly but quickly walk out of the room toward the front door, keeping an emotionless face as Aizawa gets up to stop me. Kid, where do you think you're going? I pick up my pace as he starts to run toward me. As soon as I pull the door open, a pair of arms wrap around me protectively. Unintentionally, I flinch and let go of the door, causing it to swing shut quietly. I said, "Where do you think you're going? You're not going anywhere unless it's with one of us." I mentally sigh at my own stupidity for not being faster and smarter about my first attempt to escape. In all honesty, I'm not going to try again. There's really no point. I was just going for a walk. I was going to come back, or you were going to find me anyway, I say emotionlessly in a soft, unbothered way. It's late, so no one's going anywhere. Especially you at any time by yourself. I'm not letting you go back out there to get hurt again, he says angrily. I look over to Zashi, Kayama, and Hitoshi, and they all look relieved and scared at the same time. I can see it in their eyes. They're concerned for Izuku just as much as I am. I look back to Izuku, and all I see are dull, tired, faded emerald eyes that don't hold any emotion. All I can see is numb, empty, emotionless. There are so many words to describe those eyes, yet I can't seem to find the right mixture. It's a mystery that obviously doesn't want to be solved. I know it doesn't look like it, but I can feel that there's so much more to this little greenite. Sadness. A small happiness somewhere. No matter how many walls I have to break down for this boy, I will do all I can to see the happy, excited, adventurous boy I know he once was. Not the vigilante or the emotionless wall-building boy. Just Izuku. He looks so tired of the world. Izuku pulls away from me to stand on his own, successfully pulling me out of my thoughts, and looks away from everyone. He doesn't say anything. No one does. It's as quiet as can be. I let out a sigh of frustration, realizing I'm not going to get anywhere with him tonight. While you were sleeping, we set up your room for you to sleep in and decorate tomorrow once you've gotten your new stuff. He looks up at me and nods. And you'll be eating breakfast. I don't want any complaints, I add. Izuku POV. Well, that went swimmingly. How fun. I have decided I would be okay with disappearing, but I'm kidding. Mostly. I was waiting for Eraser to finish talking and whatever else he was doing. I wasn't really paying attention and pulled away, not wanting to be held anymore. I look away as Eraser sighs, obviously frustrated with my stubbornness. While you were sleeping, we set up your room for you to sleep in and decorate tomorrow once you've gotten your new stuff. I look back up at the man who's now kind of my dad. I give a small nod of approval and wait for more information since I have no clue where my bedroom is. And you'll be eating breakfast. I don't want any complaints, he adds. Of course he does. Maybe I can get away with only eating a little. That's tomorrow's issue. Today's issue is how I avoid any more confrontation. Then Present Mike speaks up. Hey little listener, I can show you to your room if you'd like, he says, trying not to be too loud. I give a small nod of approval once again, and he visibly becomes happier. Come on then, it's upstairs. He starts walking upstairs and I follow. Present Mike POV. Shota looks tired. I think I'll take Izuku for a bit. It could be time for us to talk and maybe bond. Hey little listener, I can show you to your room if you'd like? I ask, refraining from activating my quirk. He gives a small nod of approval, and I burst with excitement. Come on then, it's upstairs. I start walking up the stairs, checking a couple of times to see if he's still following me. How's this little kid so quiet? It's amazing. We reach his room, and I open the door, motioning for him to walk in ahead of me. His eyes light up a little as he stares wide-eyed at the room. It wasn't much. There was a bed in the far left corner, a bookshelf on the same wall as the entry door, a small nightstand next to the bed, and a door on the right side leading to a small bathroom. The walls were white, with a window on the left side covered by flimsy curtains that we can replace tomorrow. Overall, it was a pretty average room, but the way he got excited made my heart flutter. This adorable little green boy is my son now. How lucky I am to have him, and I hope one day he feels the same love we have for him. This is my room? He asks hesitantly, still not believing me. Under his many masks, he's so pure and adorable. Yeah, little listener. This room is all yours. Sorry it isn't much, but tomorrow we're taking you to get stuff to decorate and other things you like. I say as happily as possible. Wait, no, it's way more than I expected. I don't deserve this much. I don't need anything else, it's fine the way it is. Thank you, he says, sounding embarrassed and trying to convince me. I gaze at him as he reassures me he's fine with his room the way it is, and my gaze softens. Izuku, I walk closer so he stops talking and looks at me. We want to give you whatever you want. If there is something you want or need, say something. It's what we're here for, little listener, because we care about you, I say in a soft voice. I smile at him and he looks down, muttering a small thank you. I decide that will be the end of that topic. Okay, get some rest, okay? Sleep tonight, and we'll do all that stuff tomorrow. I can't. Won't work, he says quietly, and I can't hear him clearly. What did you say, listener? I ask carefully, not wanting to upset him in any way. I can't sleep. It won't work, he mumbles, still looking down while fiddling with the hem of his shirt. What do you mean it won't work? I ask, but he doesn't answer. I sigh softly and smile. Come on, it won't hurt to try, right? I'll help you fall asleep and stay by your side until you do, okay? He gives a small in return, which is so cute. I gesture to the bed, and he walks over awkwardly, opens the covers, and lays down. He sinks into the sheets and pillows instantly, surprised at the comfort of a warm bed. I walk over to him and crouch beside the bed. Alright, Izuku, close your eyes. Am I allowed to touch you? I cautiously ask, not wanting to overstep boundaries. He nods, looking at me with half-lidded eyes before closing them. Okay, thank you, I say in a quiet, warm tone, and I start to pet his hair. He flinches at first but soon leans into the touch, too exhausted to resist. Once he gets used to it, I trace my finger down the bridge of his nose carefully. I see him relax and sink further into the bed as I continue this motion, lightly humming a tune to calm him more. After about 10 minutes, I hear soft snores coming from him, indicating he's asleep. So calm. So peaceful. I smile and stand up from my crouching position, stopping the gentle motion. At that moment, Sho and Hitoshi walk in to check if everything is alright. I guess Kayama already left as she isn't with them. I turn to them and shush them while pointing to Izuku, giving them a bright smile. They return my smile as they see the small boy asleep on the bed. Izuku's POV. Wow, that stroking feels nice. I haven't been this relaxed in a long time. Maybe I can sleep for a bit. It's not like they're going to hurt me like those other people that one time. But that's a story for another day. Today, we sleep until insomnia kicks in or a nightmare comes to haunt me in my slumber. I wake up with a small sound, pulling myself out of a nightmare before it gets any worse. I lay there for a few moments, silent tears running down my face in the dark. I sit up and pull the covers off me, slowly getting off the bed to avoid any creaking sounds. Walking over to the window, I open the curtains just enough to see that it's still dark outside. The bright, round moon looks extraordinary. It's my favorite part of patrol. Besides helping people in danger, I get to see the moon. When I was younger, every full moon, my mother and I would sit outside on a blanket and watch the moon come to life as it got darker. It was an appealing thing we shared and I loved it. But that was a long time ago. Things are different now because I don't have her. You're alone. But it's okay because I still have myself. You've already lost yourself. But I feel things. Present Mike and Aizawa wanted me here. Not for long. But Hitoshi wants me here. He's just being nice. Shut up, I don't want to listen to you. I pull myself out of my thoughts, blocking off the dreadful voice in my head, and close the blinds, walking away. I walk towards the door and hesitate. Should I go out there? Would Aizawa and Present Mike get mad? Maybe, but I want to explore. If I'm quiet, maybe they won't hear me. I quietly open the door, trying to avoid the creaking sound, and step out, not bothering to close it. If they ask in the morning, I'll say I was in the bathroom or something. I walk down the hall towards the stairs and carefully make my way down, using my vigilante skills to be silent. Once I reach the bottom, I look around a bit. I could really use some water. They're not going to mind me getting some, I'm sure. I open the fridge and look for a bottle of water so I don't dirty a cup and wake someone up with the sound of the tap running. As I'm about to close the fridge, I hear someone coming down the stairs, trying to be silent. Not with my hearing, you don't. I turn around to face the person at the bottom of the stairs. It wasn't one, but two people, Hitoshi and Aizawa. Zuku? What are you doing up at 1 a.m.? So it was 1 in the morning. Wait, why were both of them down here? Sigh. You should be asleep, problem child. Am I going to have to force you to? Water. What are you two doing? Where's Yamada? I say, diverting the conversation toward them, completely ignoring Aizawa's comment about me sleeping. I wasn't lying when I said I was getting water, I just didn't tell them everything, only what was important. He went to MCAS because he wanted ice cream. He's getting us some too. We didn't know if you'd be awake or not, but we thought we'd get you some just in case. Oh, so that's where he was. It's nice that they thought of me, I guess. I haven't had ice cream in at least 4 years. Maybe I could have a little bit. Wouldn't want it to go to waste, right? It's ice cream. You can't say no to ice cream, no matter the circumstances. Before anything else was said, Present Mike bursts through the door, obviously excited but still trying to be quiet. He sees all of us and turns the light on, running toward us. It's quite funny. I got the goods. Yamada tries to activate his quirk, but Aizawa stops him with his own quirk, glaring at him intensely while he just smiles sheepishly, passing him his ice cream. He gives Hitoshi his ice cream and then looks to me and hands me one too. They were soft serves. Hitoshi had caramel syrup, Aizawa had chocolate syrup, Yamada had strawberry syrup, and mine was just plain vanilla soft serve ice cream in a clear plastic cup. He smiles at me when handing me my ice cream. Hey Aizu, I thought you were asleep? Ah, doesn't matter now, you can eat ice cream with us. He beams. Yeah, okay, thanks, I quietly reply to the loud, banana-shaped cockatoo man. He called me Aiza last night too. It's kind of nice. I hope he keeps it. Small, cute nicknames are usually a good sign, right? It's nothing like the other ones I've been given by my family and friends. I learned to embrace it. It was special because my dear Kaken called me Deku. It was only upsetting when anyone else did because I knew they were only trying to be mean. Kaken didn't always hate me. He hated how weak I was. How ugly I was. How useless I was. Not me in particular. Zuku, you coming? Hitoshi calls me from the lounge room. Coming, Hitoshi, I say loud enough for him to hear me. Everyone else was already out there, sitting in their own spots on the lounge. Aizawa was sitting in the middle, closer to the left side near the armrest, while Yamada was sitting right next to him on the left, making him the one with the armrest. He wasn't using it and was leaning on Aizawa instead, but the man didn't seem to mind. Hitoshi was sitting in the corner with his legs spread out. When I walked out there, Hitoshi looked a bit sad while looking at the boy. He looked at me like that a bit last night too. What could that be about? Oh well, I don't want to be nosy. I just stand there awkwardly, not really knowing what to do. I haven't been in a house with someone in around 9 years, and my father never let me on the lounge unless that's where he wanted to punish me that day. Problem child, sit down and eat your ice cream. The lounge is comfortable, you know, Aizawa said without a care in the world. Well, actually, I don't really know, but okay, coming. I obey quietly, saying the first part so no one heard. I sit on the very opposite end from the others, making sure not to take up too much space in case one of them wants to sit in a more comfortable spot. I start eating my ice cream when Hitoshi speaks up. Hey Zuku. What did you mean about the lounge when you said you don't know? If you remember what I'm talking about. Oh no, someone did hear. Well, at least the looks on Aizawa and Yamada's faces say they didn't hear, so I guess it was just Hitoshi. Oh yeah, Hitoshi, I know what you're talking about. Well, I said that not meaning for anyone to hear me, but where I live, I didn't really have a lounge, and when I didn't live on my own, I wasn't allowed on it. So yeah, that's what I meant. I say with a matter-of-fact tone, hoping they don't get any suspicions. They look surprised and a little saddened by my explanation, obviously. Wanting to know more but not pushing the topic. Thank goodness. Oh, okay then. Also, why aren't you calling me Toshi? I thought you gave me the nickname. Oh, he noticed that? How do I make up an excuse without revealing that I think it's silly to get attached to someone who is going to leave you alone anyway? Wait, is that what he was sad about? I haven't been calling him by the nickname we established, and that's when he started looking upset whenever I talked to him. Oh no, he's... Okay, think Izuku. I didn't think you liked it very much, so I stopped calling you it, I said, keeping it simple. Oh no, I don't mind it at all. I said it was okay, right? I actually liked it, he says softly with a small smile as I looked up at him, away from my ice cream that was now finished. Oh, Hitoshi, I say, smiling a little at the nickname coming back. He returns my smile, seemingly happy with his nickname. Ah, look at them bonding. Yamada shouts, his cup empty. Aizawa just growls and hits him on the head, earning a pout and slight whimper from Mike. Shut up, you loud cockatoo. I swear, if you use your quirk in my face one more time, you'll be sleeping outside like a stray dog, he threatens, earning a squeak from Yamada. I sit there, my eyelids heavy and my body missing the warm comfort of sleep. Right now, I'm barely keeping myself awake, and from what it looks like, Toshi is tired too, though he doesn't look like he's about to pass out. Somehow, Toshi ended up next to me by the time we finished our ice creams, and we were both sitting with our backs against the lounge, our legs and arms slightly brushing against each other. I feel myself dozing off, my head slowly nodding up and down with my eyes half-lidded, struggling to stay open. I tiredly look up at Toshi, and he smiles a small smile and gives me a nod, putting his arm around me and pulling me closer into his chest. After stiffening at first, I snuggle into his warm embrace, unable to resist it. Good night, Zuku, I hear softly said. Good night. Toshi, my words slur together as I drift off to sleep in his arms. Aizawa's POV. I look towards my two problem children only to see a lovely sight. Izuku is curled up in Hitoshi's arms while Hitoshi holds him protectively, almost like he's trying to make sure he's safe. Both boys are sound asleep, leaning against the lounge. I nudge Zashi and push him off me, making sure he's quiet, before going over to the boys and laying them down in a horizontal position, ensuring they both stay asleep. They stir a bit to get comfortable once again, but only a little. They're both still cuddled together, Izuku's small frame still being held by Hitoshi. Zashi is sitting on the floor where he landed after I pushed him off, watching me interact with the boys with a smile on his face. I go over to a small linen cupboard in the hallway and grab a big fluffy blanket. Walking back over to the lounge, I drape the blanket over the two, making sure they're both covered so no one gets cold. I see Izuku snuggle into Hitoshi more, seemingly trying to get warmer, before relaxing in the warmth of Hitoshi and the blanket. Ah, look at them. They're so adorable. I'm glad they're getting along, Zashi says in a hushed tone while I can visibly see his heart melting. He's right, they are adorable and it's really good they get along so well. I just know Hitoshi is going to be an overprotective big brother, and I honestly can't wait. I'm going back to bed, I say while walking, Zashi following, knowing I want him to come with. Izuku's POV. I slowly wake up. Wait, I was asleep? Again? Did they drag me or something? I'm so confused. Once again, I wake up in a warm embrace. I look up to see who's holding me, and it's Toshi. He looks so peaceful while he's asleep. I can see by the bags under his eyes that he mustn't get much sleep either. Probably insomnia. I wiggle out of his grip and stand up off the soft, comfortable lounge. I walk into the kitchen to see Aizawa making coffee as he drinks even more coffee from a grayish mug with an orange cat outline on it. Morning, problem child, he says tiredly, looking up from his coffee towards me. I look down at the coffee jug, and it's full to the point where it won't overflow with the warm, bitter drink that smells amazing. Do you want some? Aizawa asks, following my gaze down to the coffee jug. I nod, and he grabs a mug from the cupboard and pours the liquid into it. How do you like it? Sugar? Creamer? Milk? He offers. I've had coffee before, but I don't understand why people add extra ingredients. The drink is perfect on its own. Just straight black coffee, thank you, I reply, taking the cup. He looks at me, surprised, but quickly recovers. You're welcome. I didn't expect you to drink it straight. The only person that does is me. Even Hitoshi puts a little milk in it, he explains. Yeah, well, I don't understand why. The drink is perfect just the way it is. Add anything else, and it's completely different. It loses that specific smell, the small energy boost, or that bitter taste that's horrible but delicious at the same time. I down the burning hot coffee I just praised. Wow, okay, I didn't expect that. Shota, are you already feeding him your toxic liquid? A voice shouts from somewhere. No, Zashi, he already liked coffee and drinks it the same way I do. I wasn't the one who contaminated him, Aizawa replies with a sigh. Seconds later, Yamada pops around the corner, followed by a half-asleep Hitoshi. Morning, Aizu. Yamada says cheerily, slightly glaring at Aizawa for giving me coffee. Time skip at the mall. Hitoshi, Yamada, and Aizawa have been dragging me around different shops today. We visited places selling clothes, shoes, decorations, food, entertainment, electronics, and even toys. Currently, both adults are carrying 2 large bags each because Yamada insists I shouldn't carry them. As we walk, one shop catches my eye, and I slow my pace slightly. It's a small art shop. Through the windows, I can see all kinds of supplies like markers, pencils, and books. There's even a section in the back corner filled with books. Toshi notices my gaze and pulls me by the hand toward the shop. So far, they've bought everything I've liked, even if I said I didn't want it, always responding with, I know you're lying. We're buying it. They even got me my own SWSH with Minecraft and Animal Crossing. They also found my phone in my pocket, which is great. Zuku, you want to go in here? Toshi asks, teasing me, knowing I really want to explore the store. No, it's all right, I have enough stuff already. Let's go back, I say, trying to convince him. Instead, he grabs my wrist and drags me excitedly toward the entrance. Both Yamada and Aizawa follow, having overheard our conversation. We walk into the store, and a lady greets us, asking if we need assistance. Hitoshi politely declines, saying we're all right. Okay, Zuku, now I want you to look around, and anything you want, put in this basket. This isn't like the other stores where you wouldn't pick anything out. Don't look at the price tags, okay? He instructs, and I nod, knowing there's no point in saying no. He follows behind me with a basket. So far, I've added a few sketching supplies and a couple of markers to the basket, but every time I show interest in something and walk away to avoid getting too much, Hitoshi puts it in the basket anyway. I'm done, I say, not wanting him to buy more. Are you sure? He asks. I nod. Papa, is this okay? Hitoshi shows the basket to Yamada. That's all right. Come on, let's go pay, and then we'll get some food. Time skip to after they pay. We've just sat down at a table in the food court after getting our food from McDonald's. Hitoshi ordered a medium double cheeseburger meal with a blueberry icy, Yamada got a large McChicken meal with a strawberry milkshake, and Aizawa had a large coffee. I insisted I wasn't hungry, but they still bought me a medium nugget meal with water. I look down at the food, trying to hold back the nausea rising inside me, and glance at everyone else already eating. Not wanting to seem rude, I eat a few chips and 2 nuggets, then place my hands in my lap, looking down shamefully. Another wave of nausea hits, so I take a small sip of water before putting it down and returning to my previous position. I feel a gaze on me and look up to meet Aizawa's stare, then quickly look back down. Do you not like the food? Aizawa asks. No, it's all right, I'm not hungry, I mumble, shaking my head and avoiding his gaze. Aizu, could you please eat a little more? Just 6 more nuggets. They're small, you can do it, Yamada tries to reason with me. I sigh and mutter, okay, and start to eat. You're disgusting. Why are you doing this? Stop it. Stop it. Stop eating, you're going to get fat. Go throw up, you know you want to. You're such a disappointment. You're done now, go throw it all up. I finish and feel sick in my stomach but mostly sick of myself. I make myself sick. I look up towards everyone, and they smile at me before noticing my facial expression. Their smiles falter a little, but they keep them there as a sign of reassurance. Good job, Zuku. You did it. Hitoshi coos happily. Yeah, Izuku, you did great, Yamada and Aizawa say. Thanks. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I won't run away, I promise, I say, and before they can answer, I'm walking away towards the bathroom. I lock the bathroom stall and lean over the toilet bowl, already gagging and heaving, but nothing is coming out. It's disgusting just sitting here. I put my finger in my mouth, pushing it far back into my throat, making myself GG before finally throwing up something. I haven't done that in a while, but I remember the disgusting feeling of it. After I'm done, I spit and lean against the wall next to me, breathing heavily. Doesn't it feel better not to have anything in your stomach? Yes. Don't you feel better now? I do. You're still disgusting, a waste of space. You always were, only now you aren't as weak. I know I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Man up. No one wants an ugly, pathetic person. You don't deserve the right to speak. You don't deserve the right to breathe. You don't deserve the right to be happy. You don't deserve the right to eat. You don't deserve any time or effort. I hurt you because you deserve it. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I mutter to myself, shaking the cruel words from my father out of my head. Some other voices and thoughts come into my mind, but I'll address them later. I sit there for a little longer, slowing my tears and clearing my mind of all those negative thoughts. The entrance door opens, and I hear a soft knock on my stall. Problem child, are you in there? You've been in there for a while. We were going to go home and got worried because of how long you were taking. I'm all right. I'll be out in a minute. I reply, stuttering. All right, I'll wait here for you, he replies. I hear a creak of the wall, assuming Aizawa is leaning against it. I get up, dust myself off, and wipe my eyes gently, trying not to make my face red again, then flush the unpleasant remnants down the toilet. I take a deep breath, unlock the stall door, and walk past Aizawa towards the sinks, washing my hands with my head down. Aizawa eyes me and motions for me to follow him out of the bathroom. He noticed. No, he can't have. I'm handling it fine, he wouldn't have noticed. We walk over to Toshi and Yamada, who are standing outside the bathroom block with everything ready to go. Zuku, you okay? Toshi asks, looking at me worriedly. I look down and utter a small, I'm fine, before looking back up for a split second, then looking back down, seeing an unconvinced Toshi and two very concerned pro-heroes. I take a breath and look back up at them with a straight face. I'm all right, I say louder than before. They nod and tell me we're leaving, so we all walk out to the car together. Yamada and Aizawa put everything in the trunk while Toshi and I take our spots in the back seats. I lean my head on the window and close my eyes, feeling tired. Shut up, you don't get to be tired. My father's voice rings in my head as I ignore it. Just because I don't sleep doesn't mean I don't like to. In fact, I love to sleep. It's so peaceful and quiet. There's nothing but nightmares that can hurt you in there, and even if I get nightmares every time I sleep, they are just that, a nightmare. Granted, it still scares me with all the trauma, but sometimes I just opt for laying comfortably with my eyes closed. I'll probably be doing that a lot while I'm with Aizawa. They're comfortable and warm. I hate to say it, but I feel somewhat safe with them. Not completely safe, but safer than I have in a long time. What's odd is that it's not the safe I feel when I'm in my territory or when I'm Hikari. It's a warm, fuzzy, safe feeling. It's comforting, and I never want to let it go, even though I know I will have to eventually. Zuku, are you sure you're all right? You look a bit sick, Toshi says, leaning closer to me and putting the back of his hand to my forehead. I swat it away and glare at him. I said I'm fine, Hitoshi. What more do you want from me? I say, annoyed. I shouldn't have been so rude to him, but I had already told him. I hope he doesn't tell Aizawa and Yamada I was rude to him. I might get in trouble. What if he does and they get angry? Stupid, stupid, stupid. I say, shutting my eyes again, taking slow, quiet breaths. I can't have a panic attack in front of them. Not now. I'm such a screw-up. Why am I like this? Why are you like this? You're such a useless F-up of a child. 36. The memory replays in my head and I shut my eyes tighter, gripping at my breathes, nails stabbing my palms. Thorug to this material. Hitoshi seems to notice my little spat or whatever you call it. I wasn't about to have a panic attack yet. I refuse. Zuku, it's all right. Calm down, please. I'm here. We're in the car, nothing else is here, he says quietly. He goes to touch my shoulder, but I push him away, so instead he holds my hand, lightly rubbing circles into my palm. 38. I calm down and pull my hand away, holding both of them crossed in my lap now. He sighs and smiles lightly, also pulling away and sitting up in his seat. Yamada and Aizawa get into the car and soon start driving. The silence is a little awkward, I might say. All of them have tried engaging conversation with me at least once, but I shut them down by not answering. I'm sure that only worried them more, but I didn't have the energy to care. 40 We soon arrived home and I went straight to my room with everyone else following to bring my stuff. They had still insisted on carrying it all. They all soon left saying that they'd come get me later and to do whatever I wanted with my stuff in my room. I didn't want to waste all of the money they had spent, so I decided I'd actually decorate it how I wanted it. Time skipped 5 hours, it was now 7 p.m. and I had finished setting up the room. Hitoshi, Yamada and Aizawa had tried to come in a couple of times, but much to their disliking I kept the door. Once I had finished, I stepped back to my bathroom door and looked. It looked pretty cool. It gave me a small happy feeling, seeing my room all complete, although that feeling didn't last long. Those thoughts came back, the ones that I said could wait until later? They always come back. I can never just be happy. I panic slightly, not knowing what to do. Cut izuku, cut, you deserve the pain. I listen to the voices. I look frantically around for something, anything, sharp that I can use, and then I see it. A small art stationery set I had gotten from that store. Inside it was pencils, a ruler, RBBS, pens and an X-Acto knife. 3 Do it 1 Please read it, important to me, thank you, smiley face. Okay, so now that that's over, melons, I wanted to address something I included earlier. Don't FANG apologize, you PP, man up. No girl wants an ugly, pathetic fgot. It'll let people figure out on their own why this statement is in every way wrong. Now people seem to get things confused, so I'm going to explain it the way I understand. Female and male, feminine and masculine, those aren't the same things. Whether you are a female or a male is decided by your bits. As bits I mean what's in your breathes, private parts. Smiley face. 3 Feminine and masculine depend on things like looks, clothes, personality traits, ext. For example, someone who is more petite, short, emotional, slim and curvy in certain places would be considered feminine. Not female. Someone who is more large in build, tall and emotionally tough are considered masculine. Not male. Clothing like big muscle shirts and long shorts with darker, more mute colors are considered more masculine. Girls can still wear them. Clothing like dresses and CRP tops with bright, vibrant colors are considered more feminine. Boys can still wear them. Men are allowed to show emotions without feeling stupid and being referred to as a girl, and women are allowed to be more tough without being called a freak and being rendered to as a man. We are who we are, and at the end of the whole disagreement, we're all still people. All the same. Anyways, melons, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Have a nice night, morning, evening, or afternoon. I'll see you next update. Bye bye. Author chapter end. Izuku POVW. Self-harm, self-doubt, nightmares. I take a look at the small sharp-bladed knife right in front of me. It's almost like it was calling my name. It was calling my name, and the voices pushed me to listen. The voices sounded terrible. Loud, rude, offensive and mean. The voices wanted me to suffer. The calls of the small blade, however, seemed so sweet and innocent, like they wanted to help me. To take away the pain. This has happened lots of times before. It's not necessarily because I deserve it or to inflict pain on myself, which I do, but more as it's just an instinct for when anything bad happens. Bad things always happen, therefore those sweet, helpful voices of the blade stay. Every time I write the blade I think of Tencha blade. Only the pog ones, no smirking face. 40 They voices always seem to go away for a bit after they're satisfied with the cut or cuts, so I continue to do it. I was counting earlier how many I deserved for every time I stupidly messed up. I had counted I should make 40 cuts. 20 on each arm, so it's even. I reach for the blade. I have something you'll never ever have, for taking it into my bathroom and locking the door. I go to the small cupboard under the sink and find all the essentials like soap and toothpaste, and find the first aid kit. In the first aid kit, I pull out some bandages and alcohol wipes to later treat my arms. I sit near the toilet and lean my arm over the bowl while I begin to cut. Suddenly, there's red. All I can see is blood seeping out of my arms. I've counted 40 cuts spread across both arms. All rationality had faded, and I continued. Once I came back to my senses, I found more cuts than before, many more than I could count. The deep red blood was everywhere, and the metallic smell filled my nose as I got up to treat my arms. I stood up to see the toilet water a deep red color. I cleaned and wrapped my arms, then quickly got rid of any evidence. I cleaned the blade, put the first aid kit back in its spot, flushed the toilet, and made sure there were no traces left. Sighing with relief, I walked out of the bathroom and lay on my bed, utterly exhausted, physically, mentally, and emotionally. My back felt broken, my shoulder hurt, my stomach ached, and my throat burned. I felt hopeless, worthless, and numb. I lay there with my eyes half open, facing the wall. A few moments later, I heard footsteps approaching the door. "Hey Zuku, I see you're finished with your room. It looks really good," Toshi said as he opened the door and walked in. I didn't answer but remained silent. He knew I was awake. "We're not having much for dinner, just whatever tonight, so you can have whatever you want. What would you like?" "I can get it for you?" he asked. I rolled over to look at him and we locked eyes. He sighed. "Please, Zuku, I'll make you whatever you want. You don't have to eat heaps," he pleaded. He reached to touch me, but I flinched and backed away, sinking further into the bed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." "Katsudan," I said quietly, cutting him off. It wasn't that I thought I was fat or shouldn't eat. I just never had the time or money, and the voices in my head told me I didn't need it and that I was undeserving. Thanks to my father, this was my life. "What?" he replied, confused. "Can I have katsudan, please?" I asked again. He seemed surprised but soon beamed with joy. "Yes, I can make katsudan. I'll let you know when it's ready, okay?" he said, smiling. I hummed in agreement. Why did I talk to him? Maybe getting to know them wasn't so bad. Maybe it would be different this time. "If you're tired, go to sleep. I can wake you when it's ready," he told me. Oh, if only he knew how difficult that actually was. "I'm all right," I said quietly. He could barely hear me but nodded. I decided to move back where I was before, closer to Toshi. He smiled softly and held his hand near me, gently running his fingers through my messy green curls. "Do you want to come downstairs with me or stay up here?" he asked, laying his head down on the edge of the bed. "I'll come down with you," I said and got up. He smiled and said a quick, "okay," before walking toward the door. I yawned and stretched a little before following him down the stairs into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Yamada was sitting at the table while Aizawa leaned against the bench. Toshi told me to sit down while he made katsudan. "Hey, listeners, what are you guys up to?" Yamada said loudly. "Toshi is making katsudan," I mumbled, sitting down on one of the seats, pulling my knees to my chest and resting my head on the backrest of the chair tiredly. "Problem child, do you want anything to drink?" "I'm not giving you coffee, you'll be up all night, and you're obviously tired," Aizawa said, sipping his coffee. "Do you have milk?" I asked, looking at Aizawa with half-lidded eyes. "Yes, Izuku, we have milk. What kind of household doesn't have milk?" Aizawa replied sarcastically as he poured me a glass. "Some people are allergic to milk or just don't like it, so I'd say a few households don't have it," I said half-heartedly. "Zuku's right, Dad," Toshi said, snickering while cooking. Aizawa huffed in annoyance and went back to his coffee, grumbling about problem children. Yamada came over and bent down in front of me. "Come on, listener, you can wait for Hito to finish food in the lounge. It's more comfy out there," Yamada said. I nodded and stood up, yawning once again. I followed him into a different room than I was before. We both sit down on the lounge, Yamada with his back against the couch and feet on the ground, and I mirror his position from the chair. "Aizu, why don't you sleep? It's pretty late and you're obviously tired," Yamada starts. "I told you I can't." "It doesn't work," I mumble, feeling disappointed. "Why not?" "You seem like you could fall asleep if you wanted to," he continues. "You really like to sleep, but the nightmares." I stutter, trying to hold back tears. What is wrong with me? Why am I opening up to these people? I don't understand, but it feels nice, so I might continue to work with them a bit more. I can still keep my secrets. "Hey, it's fine. Look, your first day of school is tomorrow. I can help you sleep like I did last time, and if you have a nightmare, just come to me, all right?" He asks in a sweet tone. I whisper a small, "okay," and lay there, waiting for Toshi to finish his food. "Izuku. You do know your family now, right?" I start to tear up at that. "Sure," I reply, continuing to hold in my tears. "You are just as much family as me, Hitoshi, and Shota, all right?" Sho loves his problem children, and you and Hito actually are that, which makes you special. We can already see Hito loves you. He is only ever this soft around us. Even his friends don't see this side of him. He thinks of you as his little brother. I love my sons and my husband to the ends of the earth, and that includes you, he explains. Family has never felt this welcoming before. They never loved me, but maybe, just maybe, this time it's different. Hitoshi had just come out with 2 bowls, one smaller for me. He sits next to me and passes me my bowl. Here, izuku. If you want some more, just ask, okay? You don't have to eat all of it, just eat what you feel like, Toshi says as he catches my shaky gaze down to the food. Hitoshi and I finish our food, with him having eaten his whole bowl and me only half. To say Hitoshi was proud of me might come off as an understatement, but he was proud, as were the 2 adults quietly watching from the kitchen. Sho, he ate half a bowl. And asked for food. I'm so proud of him. I think he's warming up to us. Yamada beams with each word. Aizawa stands there, amused, listening to his excited husband. He too is proud of me and glad I have started to warm up to them, even if only a little. I know Zashi. I think he is warming up to us, especially Hitoshi, which is good for both of them, Aizawa assures Yamada, who is trying to be quiet so the 2 teenage boys in the room next to them don't hear. I was on the lounge, having finished my food and watching TV with Toshi. Honestly, I have no clue what I was watching, but I was somewhat curious about the show. I thought it was quite silly how the murderer got caught for minor mistakes that could have easily been covered up. I don't want them to get away with their crimes, but still, it's TV. Who actually cares? Boys, it's time for bed now. You have school tomorrow, Yamada yells from the hallway as Aizawa emerges with him. Yamada goes upstairs after yelling goodnight, leaving Aizawa, Toshi, and me down here by ourselves. Ugh, Dad, you know coffee exists for a reason, right? Toshi says sarcastically, looking back at the TV. Before Toshi could get back into the show, a loud smack is heard, making me flinch a little, but no one notices. Oh, Dad, why'd you hit me on the back of the head? Toshi yells, unimpressed. Get to bed, Hitoshi. And sleep, or I'll kick your tired self in training, Aizawa says as Toshi grunts and mutters in disapproval but gets up anyway, making his way upstairs. Night, Zuku. Izuku, you're going to bed too, it's your first day tomorrow, Aizawa says. I feel more myself, at the moment. Remember how I said I was going to be polite and quiet? Class 1A will use it against me if they see that, which could cause me problems in the future. I'm not a kid, you know that, Aizawa? I could quite literally kick your butt, I respond, getting up off the lounge to walk upstairs into my room. Sigh. Your only good night, brat. The next morning, it seems alarms aren't a thing in this household. Instead, we just have Yamada yelling from the kitchen to wake us up. Of course, I was already awake, contemplating why I didn't try harder to go to jail or escape, but it still wasn't appreciated. It was terrible, I hated it. Time to get up, I guess. I had already dressed in the uncomfortable uniform. I decided to wear a black long-sleeved undershirt underneath my blazer. The buttons were up so high that I had to undo 2 of them. The breathes were stiff and not flexible at all, so I opted for black, flexible jean-style breathes with my combat boots. I hadn't put on my tie because I found it silly, and I disliked the color red. I walked downstairs and immediately met everyone in the house eating breakfast. They hadn't noticed me yet, so I headed to the fridge to get some milk since I hadn't gotten any the night before. Zuku, where did you come from? Toshi exclaimed when he saw me. He had been standing with his back to the fridge, eating a banana, and turned around to find me there. I came from upstairs. You know .my room? I replied sarcastically. Yeah, whatever, he said, ruffling my hair with a smirk. I pulled away and swatted his hand before he could mess up my hair. He put his hands up in defense and walked away. Problem child, what do you want for breakfast? Aizawa asked. Air, I said while drinking my milk. Food, he retorted. I'm going to brush my teeth and get my stuff. We have to leave in 7 minutes, right? What? Holy heck, we actually do. Hitoshi, hurry up and eat the banana. You can eat at school. Yamada screeched. Aizawa sighed and muttered something under his breath. By now, I was in the bathroom, looking at myself in the mirror. I looked alright, besides the bags under my eyes and a few scars on my face. I missed my mask. I might ask Toshi if he had one of those black half-face masks that cover up to the nose. After finishing up in the bathroom, I grabbed my bag and walked over to Toshi's room. I knocked on the door and waited. While waiting, I pulled up a photo of the type of face mask I wanted to show Toshi. He opened the door and let me in. "Hey, Izuku." I was just about to grab my bag and go. "Nice touch to the uniform, by the way. I'm surprised Dad didn't yell at you for not wearing it right. What do you need?" I showed him the picture of the mask. "Do you have one?" I asked quietly. "Yeah, I think so." "Do you want to wear it for school?" he asked curiously. I nodded, and he turned around to look through his cupboard. He handed me something when he turned back. "Here you go." "Thanks," I said. "How come you want a mask? If you don't mind me asking." "None of your business." After that, I turned to walk away, slightly eyeing him to follow. He seemed to get the idea and followed me. We walked slowly until we heard Yamada yell out, "Boys, let's go. Get in the car and lock the door on your way out." We hurried outside and climbed into the car, with Toshi locking the door as we left. The car was started and put into drive as everyone buckled their seatbelts. Toshi and I were in the back seats while Aizawa drove and Yamada sat in the passenger seat. "All right, problem children. Ready for school?" Aizawa asked. I regretted this. As we pulled up to the school, Yamada exclaimed, "We're at school, listeners." Yay! I ignored him, rolling my eyes at his enthusiasm while Aizawa sighed, and Toshi snickered quietly at me. I elbowed him, earning an "ow" at that hurt. "We're here. Izuku, stay out here until I call you in. Please, for the love of God, don't scare them or cause any trouble. Call me Aizawa-sensei in front of the class. No stupid nicknames," Aizawa pleaded. "Yes, sir," I said with a mock salute as he sighed again and walked in, with Toshi following behind him, trying not to laugh too loudly. After a few minutes, I walked into the classroom and stood in front of Aizawa's desk, analyzing everyone and everything. "Okay, class, settle down. This is dash," Aizawa starts, but is interrupted by a certain greenette. "Hikari." Izuku pulls his face mask off and walks around slowly, eyeing everyone closely. "Wait, do you mean the vigilante Hikari?" one student exclaims. "Sir, why have someone so dangerous and rowdy at our school?" another shouts. "What's with the uniform change?" someone else asks. Loud yells fill the classroom, a mix of excitement, disbelief, and some fear. Aizawa sighs, watching the chaos unfold. "Enough. Shut it. I swear I'll expel all of you. Let him introduce himself, and then you can ask questions by raising your hands and waiting. I'm going to sleep, and if anyone wakes me up with yelling, you'll have to run 10 laps around the school without using your quirks for training." Izuku POV. After Aizawa laid down in a yellow sleeping bag, he went back to sleep, and everyone immediately sat down, hands shooting up. I walked back to the front of the class, pulling my mask back up and began answering questions. I pointed to a guy with a Pikachu-like appearance. "I'm Denki Kaminari. Are you really the vigilante Hikari? You look too small, and everyone thought you'd be older. How old are you?" "Yes, I'm the infamous vigilante Hikari. I may be smaller in size, but I could take all of you down in mere minutes." "I'm 14, I replied monotonously. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. It seemed they expected me to be older based on my skills, but younger based on my looks. They were all 15, while my birthday was just a couple of months away. The next question came from a formal-looking guy. "I am Tenya Ida, class representative. You are being quite disrespectful, thinking you're better than us. You should not be threatening us, and it is disgraceful to the school. Why are you not wearing the correct uniform and speaking in a threatening tone? This is extremely disra." I cut him off, glaring at him until he cowered back in his chair. "I am better than you, and if you want me to prove it, I can. It's not a threat, it's a fact. The uniform is uncomfortable and reminds me of memories I don't want to discuss. I'm new here, and you're the one being disrespectful by interrupting me and your classmates." Ida looked dumbfounded by my still monotoned voice. I pulled my mask down again and moved on to the next question from a girl with frog-like features. I'm Tsu Azui, but my friends call me Tsu. Since Hikari is your vigilante name, what's your real name? I had been waiting for this question. Sai. Izuku Midoriya. Although Aizawa recently adopted me, so I guess it's changed to Izuku Aizawa. I do not want to hear anyone call me Midoriya. I let a hint of malice slip into my voice. If you do, I'll have to deal with you depending on how much you annoy me. Call me Zawa to avoid confusion with Eraser here. Everyone looked shocked, especially when they realized I had been adopted by Aizawa. Almost immediately, they turned to Toshi, who seemed to already know about my situation. Wait, Hitoshi, does that mean he's your brother now? Kaminari asked. Toshi smiled slightly before smirking. Yep. And if any of you mess with my new little bro, I'll make sure you regret it. I randomly SWH POVs a lot, so if it shifts from Izuku's POV to no one's, I'm sure you can figure it out. Toshi, shut up. I'm not that much younger than you. They didn't need to know I've killed people. Like you'd kill them before me, I'd handle it first. Before I could finish, a certain blonde with spiky hair, who had been fuming, interrupted. You what the heck? You're back? You just disappeared when we were 6. Where have you been? The old hag was worried sick and kept nagging me, and now you show up at UA as a vigilante who's killed people? What the hell? Bakugo yelled, walking up to me. Ah, Hi Kaken. I was wondering when you'd say something about me being here. Quite the surprise, right? The quirkless Deku shows up out of nowhere after. I'm cut off as Bakugo pulls me into a hug. Izuku, just shut up, stupid nerd. I missed you. I thought you died or something. We need to talk outside. He pulls me out of the room by my shirt. To say I was surprised was an understatement. I expected insults, not a hug. Now, we stood outside the classroom, away from prying eyes. Why did you hug me and want to talk? I thought you hated me. I don't and... I'm sorry. Hi, how's your day/night going? Complete honesty in the comments if you'd like, no judgment here. Hope you're having a good day, night, evening, or afternoon, and it continues to get better for you. See you next update. Chapter end. Swearing. Izuku POV. What? He doesn't hate me? He's sorry? What kind of dream is this? I'm utterly confused right now. This is definitely Kaken, but he's not acting like the Katsuki Bakugo I knew. It's almost as if he's had character development or something. I'm sorry, do you mind repeating that? Because what the actual, I say, utterly confused. This is definitely Kaken, but he's apologizing? The Katsuki I knew wouldn't apologize. The only time he ever apologized to me was when we were almost 4, and he fell and accidentally brought me down with him, which resulted in us tumbling down a hill and into a tree. I hit my head pretty hard on that tree, and it scared 3-year-old Katsuki. Look, Izuku, I'm sorry, okay? I don't hate you, I never did. I was so confused about why you didn't hate me, why you weren't scared of me, and why you wanted to be my friend. Everyone else did, so why didn't you? I thought it was because you saw me as weak and nothing to be scared of, and I wanted to prove you wrong, but you never listened or stayed down. You just kept running back like a dumb nerd. It doesn't excuse anything I did, but after you went missing, I grew up, and I realized how much of a JRK I was to you, and I missed my best friend. I'm sorry, you don't need to forgive me, but you deserve an apology at the very least. When Kaken finished, his head was down, and silent tears were running down his face. I had never seen him this upset. Kaken, look up please. The crying blonde looked up at me with teary eyes. Before Katsuki could apologize anymore, I pulled him in for a hug, pushing my face into the crook of the taller boy's neck. I was never mad, only hurt. Thank you for the apology. It's all I ever wanted, besides a reason behind it. I accept it and would like to be friends again. Although you are going to have to work for it so we can become closer, but I want my best friend back, I whispered into his ear, smiling softly. We should probably get back inside to class, though, it seems most already don't like me very much, I said, pulling away and wiping a stray tear from my cheek. I don't care what those extras think of you. You can come hang out with me and my friends during lunch, same with Hitoshi if you want him there, Katsuki said, wiping his face clean and returning to his usual persona so none of his classmates would suspect anything. Eyebags is probably Hitoshi, I thought to myself. That'd be nice, thanks, Kaken, I said cheekily, dragging out the nickname to make it obvious that we were once again on good terms. Tee, dumb nerd, still bright and cheeky even though you're one of the most feared people around. What was up with that whole intimidation thing with the extras anyway? Kinda funny, Katsuki reminisced about a few moments ago. The two of us walked back into the classroom, still having our conversation. I don't know them. I don't know if I can trust them. Besides, they'd probably use me being nice against them. I didn't really want to be here in the first place, but Nizu wouldn't let me go to jail like I wanted. That rat bear thing, I cursed at Katsuki. Oh, how great for you, nerd. I'm sure you would have loved it in prison, Katsuki said sarcastically, smirking. Oh yeah, I would have had heaps of fun in there before escaping. Whatever, Deku. Excuse me, why did you guys leave like that? That was X-Rem. Ida's long-winded lecture was interrupted by the explosive blonde in the room. Shut it, Four Eyes. It was important. Katsuki yelled, momentarily turning away from me. Yeah, Four Eyes. Shut up before that big mouth gets you in trouble. Everyone but Katsuki, Hitoshi, and Todoroki tensed at the warning. Hitoshi knew I wouldn't hurt him at this moment. Katsuki was entertained by my sudden fierceness and seemed to love every moment of it. Todoroki appeared intrigued by the small, dangerous boy at the front of the class and wanted to know more. Of course, I noticed him staring intensely, being the observant person I was. Nice, Izuku grew some confidence since the last time we saw each other, Katsuki commented smugly, proud of me. Well, Kaken. I'm not the same person I was all those years ago. A menacing aura quickly filled the room. The light-hearted tone that was once there while talking to Kaken had disappeared into something intimidating. The change in vibe almost magically woke Aizawa from his slumber. No one was even sure if he wasn't fully asleep and listening in. What's going on? He asked, confused by my change in mood. Nothing, I growled quietly while glaring at Aizawa. Alright, time for training. Get your gym clothes on and meet me on the training grounds in 15 minutes. I'm sorry this chapter is shorter than the others. The next chapter will be better, I promise, and maybe have some drama. Hope you enjoyed. I'll try to get the next chapter published as soon as possible. Class 1A was now changing into their gym uniforms, with the exception of Izuku Midoriya, now known as Izuku Yamazawa. He preferred to keep his privacy and was determined not to change in front of anyone else. Although he hadn't worn the proper uniform, he didn't want anyone to see him change, so he made sure to stick to his plan. Aizawa, their teacher, understood Izuku's need for privacy and didn't mind. The other students were confused, and some were more affected by it than others, particularly Ida. However, Izuku didn't care about their reactions and focused on the class. Once everyone was changed, they walked out, and Aizawa began explaining the lesson. Okay, class, today we're doing something a little different. We're going to fight against each other. Since it's Izuku's first day, I'll let him choose who he fights against or alongside. Go ahead, Izuku, Aizawa said, motioning for him to speak. Izuku hesitated, considering not participating, but ultimately decided he wanted to show Class 1A a bit of his skill. I propose myself against all of the 1A students, he stated monotonously. Gasps filled the air, and students turned to Aizawa in disbelief. Sir, there's no way he'd be able to take all of us, one student shouted. He could get hurt, another added. The noise echoed throughout the training grounds, and Izuku, annoyed by the commotion, pressed his fingers into his ears, waiting for them to quiet down. The only ones not shouting were Bakugo, Hitoshi, and Todoroki, who seemed indifferent. All of you, quiet now. Aizawa's voice cut through the noise, silencing the students and prompting Izuku to press his fingers further into his ears. Bakugo noticed and moved closer to Izuku, as if to protect him. Hitoshi followed suit, and Todoroki also stepped closer, ready to assist if needed. Izuku was puzzled by their actions but didn't have the energy to care, maintaining his emotionless expression. Izuku would be fine against all of you, and even if he struggles a little, I'll let this go ahead because I said he was choosing who he fights with and against. If you think you can beat him that easily, then go for it. If you beat him, training's over, and you can have the rest of the day free, Aizawa declared. The students cheered at the prospect of fighting Izuku. Time skip. Izuku POV. Everyone was lined up, ready to fight me. I had given them 5 minutes to plan, which they scoffed at, claiming they didn't need it. I reminded myself to take my anger out on them but to remember not to seriously hurt anyone. Go! Aizawa shouted, and almost all of them charged at me. I was bombarded with quirks, but no one was actually trying to hit me without using their abilities, which annoyed me. I dodged the first 2 attackers, grabbing them and throwing them onto each other. Then I swept my leg under the others, causing 2 to trip and lose their balance long enough for me to punch them and toss them aside. Throwing things was a great stress reliever. Next, I was attacked by a large shadow resembling a bird. I quickly dodged and ran in a circle around it, trying to identify its source. I looked and saw it coming from a kid with a bird head. Interesting. I don't think he can create other animals, otherwise, he would have made something other than a bird. I assume his quirk is the big shadow bird. It could have weaknesses like a regular bird. If I damage the wings, it won't be able to fly. But then again, it is a shadow. Shadows. The darkness is destroyed by light. I just need to find some sort of light source or a huge bright energy source. While I was thinking, I heard Kaminari yell something about his quirk and shoot electricity at me. So he really is like a Pikachu, huh? Perfect. I run towards the dark shadowy bird, dodging all of its attacks while Kaminari charges up another shot. Once he's done, he yells an even higher number than before and shoots at me again. Before he can hit me, I move out of the line of electricity, causing him to hit the bird instead, frying it and causing it to shrink back inside its head, which makes him pass out. I look over at Kaminari and notice him. Giving me a thumbs up? He looked like a default Pikachu. Maybe that's the drawback of his quirk. Oh well, now he's unable to continue fighting, I guess. Izuku had so far defeated everyone except Todoroki, Shinso, and Bakugo, considering they were the top students in the class besides Izuku himself. Shinso had already tried to trick him into his mind control, but Izuku knew better. He ran at Shinso, ready to throw a punch. Shinso surprisingly ducked just in time and jumped away. Impressive, Toshi, Izuku commented while running at him again. Shinso didn't respond, too focused on not getting hit. Izuku had defeated everyone else, but instead of knocking Todoroki out, he had immobilized him. Aizawa ordered, Izuku, since everyone else has already seen Recovery Girl and gone home, you can take Todoroki to her office. Negotiation. Now. Izuku groaned but followed the instructions since it wasn't a hard task. Both boys started walking in silence toward Recovery Girl's office. Izuku's POV. I can't believe I hurt all of them that much that they had to go to Recovery Girl's office. They're tougher than I thought. Toshi, Kaken, and Todoroki are definitely at the top of the class for a reason. I'm extremely disappointed that the rest of the class relied on their quirks. It annoys me so much. Something that really bothered me is that Todoroki only used half of his quirk. He is the son of Endeavor, and I've done my research. I'm certain Todoroki has a fire and ice-based quirk, but he only used his ice. Todoroki, I said. Yes, Yamazawa, he replied. Why did you only use half your quirk? I asked. He sighed and began to walk slower. I wouldn't tell people this, but you seem quite trustworthy. It's because it's my father's quirk. I refuse to use it and will become a great hero without it. Honestly, I'd rather be quirkless, he explained. I felt anger at that last comment. Rather be quirkless, you say, Todoroki? Don't make me laugh. You would not rather be quirkless. You could have everything handed to you on a silver platter if you wished, and I don't care if you don't want it. The fact is you could. You have an amazing quirk and refuse to use it to its full ability just because you don't want to use your father's quirk. It's not his quirk, Todoroki, it's yours. By not using it and letting him control you, you're letting him win. I began to walk faster. You should never wish to be quirkless. That will get you killed, I said lowly and threateningly. Todoroki seemed to have a realization and sped up to match my pace. Thank you, Yamazawa. I never thought of it like that. He looked at me and smiled. It was a small but genuine smile, which made my heart skip a beat. He's actually quite pretty now that I look at him. Izuku, shut it. I gave him a nod, signaling my "you're welcome" as we reached Recovery Girl's door. Todoroki's POV. Izuku and I walked into Recovery Girl's office. Izuku, what are you doing back here? You better not be hurt again, the small woman threatened. No, miss, it is actually me who is hurt. Yamazawa was just bringing me here as punishment for getting hurt, I explained. I knew he had something to do with this. You can't be too hard on these kids, they're at a lower skill level than you, she said. Todoroki, take a seat on the bed. I'll fix you up, and you can rest here for a couple of hours. I obeyed, not wanting to get yelled at or walked with her cane. I settled onto the bed, allowing Recovery Girl to work her magic. Once she was done, I left feeling tired and shifted a little, getting more comfortable. My father isn't great, but recently he's been trying to improve, so I'm sure he won't mind me staying here longer. I'm not forgiving him for anything he's done. He might always be dead to me, but at least he's trying. Now, Izuku, where are you hurt? Recovery Girl turned to Yamazawa and questioned. I'm not hurt, he replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Yes, you are. I can sense it, boy. Take a seat next to Todoroki, and I'll heal you too. That bed is quite big, so I'm sure you can both fit, she ordered. My heart jumped a little. I've never been next to anyone in a bed before, though that sounds silly, it's true. I might be slightly bisexual, but that's my business, not anyone else's. Yamazawa didn't respond to Recovery Girl but instead went to sit in the corner, leaning against the wall. She sighed, realizing she wouldn't be able to get him off the floor, and walked over to heal him. Once she was done, he looked even more exhausted than before. Rest, Izuku. I'm sure Aizawa and Hitoshi will come get you soon. Nothing's going to happen while you're in here, she told him softly. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Why did he seem so much more tired than me if he said he had no injuries? I questioned. He was lying. He did have injuries, only a few from today, some others from the past that haven't fully healed. He's also very tired. He doesn't get much sleep usually, she explained. I nodded in understanding. He must have a lot going on. Besides, he is the most well-known vigilante in Musutafu. You should get some rest now too, Todoroki. First, could you do me a favor and lift Izuku up in the bed with you? He will wake up sore and unrest if he stays down there, she said. I got up from the bed and walked over to where the greenette lay. I had studied him when I first met him, and I couldn't help but notice how pretty he was, even with the eye bags, mask, and scars. He had cute freckles and fluffy green hair that framed his face perfectly. He looked even prettier when he was sleeping. I shook my head. I couldn't crush on someone I just met. Besides, if I wanted any chance with him, he needed to trust me first. I slowly picked him up so I wouldn't startle him. He was extremely light, and I wondered if it was healthy to be this light. I placed him on the bed, and he rolled around a little to get comfortable before lying still. I got on the bed next to him, pulling him closer so he wouldn't fall off, then drifted off to sleep. Izuku's POV. Recovery Girl told me to lay on the same bed as Todoroki. No way, not happening for a few reasons. Just no. And that felt a little too personal, especially since I might have feelings for this boy I just met. I walked over to the corner of the room, pulled my knees up to my chest, and leaned against the wall. I wasn't entirely sure how she knew I had injuries, but I honestly didn't care. She sighed when she saw me on the floor and walked over to begin her healing process. When she was done, I felt even more tired than before. Maybe I would just sleep here. Rest, Izuku. I'm sure Aizawa and Hitoshi will come get you soon. Nothing's going to happen while you're in here, she said in the soft, comforting tone I had heard the day I met her. I hummed in agreement and closed my eyes, slowly drifting to sleep. Before I fell asleep, I heard Todoroki and Recovery Girl's conversation about me. I heard his light footsteps as he walked closer and picked me up. Oh God, why did this have to happen? I was too tired to fight it, and it was comfortable, so I let him carry me over to the bed. I felt myself being placed on the bed and shifted a little to get comfortable, seemingly still asleep, then lay still. The bed shifted as Todoroki lay down, and I felt him pull me closer. This was way more comfortable. I snuggled closer to him and fell into a deep sleep, hoping not to wake up to a nightmare. Aizawa, Hitoshi, and Yamada walked down the hallway toward Recovery Girl's office. Izuku had not returned after taking Todoroki there, and their concern grew. "What do you think they're doing?" Yamada asked anxiously, fearing something had happened to his new friend. "He's probably just hurt and hiding it. You know how stubborn he can be," Hitoshi replied. Aizawa remained silent, his mind racing with worries. What if Izuku ran away? What if he was hurt? What if he hurt someone? He hoped to find answers soon. When they reached Recovery Girl's door, they were met with an unexpected sight. Todoroki lay in the bed, arms protectively wrapped around a small green figure nestled against his chest. "Wow. Didn't see that coming," Hitoshi said, smiling at the scene. "Ah, that's so cute. We can't wake them up," Yamada exclaimed, clearly excited. While Yamada fangirled, Aizawa spoke with Recovery Girl to understand. What had happened? Hitoshi pondered whether Izuku was gay and debated if he should intrude on his private life. He decided to ask him later. "Please don't wake them," Yamada cried, still caught up in the moment. "I'm not waiting for them to wake up. Izuku needs his rest. We can't get to him without waking Todoroki. It's dark out, we'll just give him a lift home," Aizawa said, approaching the two sleeping boys. Todoroki's POV. "I woke up to someone gently shaking me and calling my name. Where was I? What was in my arms? Oh, right. I'm in Recovery Girl's office with Izuku. I opened my eyes to see Aizawa-sensei, who held a finger to his lips and pointed down at Izuku, still asleep. I carefully removed my arms from around him and laid him down gently. He stirred but didn't wake up. As I got up, I noticed Aizawa, Yamada, and Hitoshi were there too. Hitoshi was smirking at me, which made me confused. "Don't look at me like that," I whispered, feeling my face heat up. "You like him, don't you? Don't tell me you're going soft." Hitoshi teased and I felt my cheeks flush. "Shut up," I started to say, but was interrupted by another voice. "What are you guys doing?" Izuku mumbled, waking up to the sound of our conversation. "Sorry, we weren't doing anything," Hitoshi replied, trying to catch his breath. I glared at him and they began to bicker. I turned my attention to the adults, who seemed oblivious to us. "Hey, can we leave now?" I called out, loud enough for them to hear. They turned to me and Aizawa replied, "We're ready to go. We're giving Todoroki a lift home first." "Okay, coming," I said, feeling a mix of emotions. We left the room, exchanging goodbyes with Recovery Girl. As we walked through the parking lot toward the car, my vision began to blur. I slowed my pace to avoid stumbling. "Zuku, you alright?" Hitoshi asked. "I'm fine," I replied, though I felt anything but. "You look a little sick," Yamada added, concern in his voice. I said I'm fine, I insisted, picking up my pace. Finally, we reached the car. I hopped in, taking a window seat, with Hitoshi in the middle and Todoroki beside me. Aizawa drove, and Yamada sat in the passenger seat, the atmosphere filled with unspoken worries and camaraderie. Aizawa makes sure everyone has their seatbelts on, and we begin to drive. Yamada tries to talk to me about how I felt about the day, but I ignore him. I wasn't in the mood. Besides, it's not like I had the full high school experience to rave about since we spent most of the day training and fighting. Aizawa let everyone go home early because they were hurt. We didn't even go out to lunch. I slept for the remainder of the day, so I wasn't complaining. I closed my eyes and leaned my head on the window. Why did I let Todoroki get so close to me? Why did I sleep in the same bed as him? I shook my head, trying to dismiss those thoughts. I was not going to let myself develop a crush on someone I had known for just a day. Not happening. Speaking of Todoroki, we arrived at a large house, which I assumed was his. "Thank you for the lift, Aizawa-sensei, Yamada-sensei." "Bye, Hitoshi." "Bye, Yamazawa." "I'll see you all tomorrow," he said before getting out of the car. I watched him walk up his driveway and into his house. Yeah, I think I'll get to know him a little better. Who knows? He could be alright. After a slow, long drive back to the house, my social battery had officially died. Not that I had one to begin with, but let's pretend. The silence in the car gave my mind room to wander, and it wasn't pleasant. We drove past a tall building, which triggered some dark thoughts. When we pulled into the driveway and the car stopped, I got out immediately and walked inside. I headed straight to my room, closed the door, and locked it. I wasn't sure why they thought it was a good idea to give me a room with a lock, but it benefited me greatly. I lay down on my bed, trying to quiet the thoughts in my mind. I felt overwhelmed by negativity, and while I sometimes listened to those thoughts, today I didn't have the energy. I hated myself and felt trapped, like living in a tiny box while being claustrophobic. I got off my bed and grabbed my phone and earphones. Once I had them, I lay on the carpeted floor, put in my earphones, and clicked on my favorite playlist, Rock Solid, on Spotify. I closed my eyes, letting the loud music drown out everything else. I'm not sure how long I was lying there, but at some point, I felt the floor shake a little and heard faint banging. I took one earphone out and could hear banging and slight distressed yelling coming from my door. I got up, unlocked it, and opened it halfway. Aizawa and Todoroki stood there, relief on their faces. They didn't say anything at first, just looked at me for a few seconds, so I closed the door and walked further into the room, heading to my bed. I kept the door unlocked this time, just in case they wanted to come in again. Before I could put my earphone back in, Todoroki spoke as he opened the door. "Hey, Zuzu." I didn't respond and rolled over. Aizawa was with him. "Izuku, why was the door locked?" "It doesn't need to be locked. We aren't going to hurt you," Aizawa said. I rolled my eyes. "If I'm not allowed to lock it, then why is there a lock?" I replied, looking him straight in the eye. That's when I noticed Toshi again, who was now sitting on the floor about a meter away from the bed, leaning against the wall. "Toshi, why are you here?" I asked, looking towards him. "Wanted to watch the Dadzawa lecture," he stated simply with a shrug. Of course he did. "Can you both get out?" I asked, though it wasn't really a question. They both looked at me with expressions I couldn't quite describe, but they annoyed me greatly. "No? Was that not clear?" I said, letting my frustration show. I didn't actually have the energy to do anything about it. I probably would have just stuck my earphones in and ignored them, but I didn't want them watching me like I was some sort of spectacle. They seemed to ignore what I said again. I didn't care about being nice at the moment. I looked to Aizawa with a mix of emotions, part anger, part apology, and a hint of desperation. He looked at me for a bit longer and then gave Toshi a look that said to leave. Toshi got up and started to walk out. "I'm gonna go help Pops with dinner. See ya, Zuzu," he said as he left. Aizawa closed the door and walked over to me. "What do you want?" "I thought I told you to leave," I asked, my voice quieter this time, less aggressive. "I want to know what's wrong." "What do you mean what's wrong?" "Maybe I just don't want to talk to you," I stated, looking him dead in the eyes, my tone cold and disinterested. "I don't think so. I don't care. Maybe I'm just tired," I said as I lay back more comfortably on the bed. "Maybe. But I don't think so." "I think something's bothering you," he replied. At this point, Aizawa was really starting to annoy me. I might actually end up trying to run away again. "Ugh, can you just leave me alone, Aizawa?" "Not until you tell me what's upsetting you right now," he replied. That was my last straw. I didn't want to deal with this today. It was only my third day living with these heroes, and I already hated it. I got up off my bed and walked quickly to the door that led to the hallway. Aizawa seemed to think nothing of me getting up until I opened the door. That's when he got up to run after me. Before he could reach me, I slammed the door shut and ran down the stairs, jumping the last 6 steps. I quickly headed toward the front door. And out of it as I heard voices calling out to me. I glanced back to see Aizawa running after me, Yamada in the driveway, and Toshi just outside the door. I turned back around and continued running as fast as I could. Once I reached the busier part of the city, I ducked into an alleyway and climbed up the fire escape, running along the rooftops. After a few blocks, I turned around to see Aizawa quite far behind me, so I slid down into another alleyway and hid in the darkness. I could hear Aizawa's footsteps as he ran, along with him calling out to me. Then I started to hear another voice and different footsteps that sounded like they belonged to Yamada. Did you see which way he went? Yamada asked. No. For goodness sake, this is my fault. I shouldn't have pushed him. We need to find him before he hurts himself or something, Aizawa yelled. Hey, it's not your fault. We'll find him. He'll probably come back eventually, he just needs some time, right? We'll keep looking for him. I told Hito to stay home in case he comes back while we're searching. Yeah, alright. Both pairs of voices faded as their footsteps continued to grow fainter until I could no longer hear them. Finally, they were gone. They probably wouldn't look for that long. I would go back when I was ready, but for now, I needed my own time, and I knew the perfect place to go. There was a spot in the opposite direction from where Aizawa and Yamada had gone that had an appealing view of the sky because of how high up the building was. Once I reached the building, I scaled it with ease as I had done many times before. The skyscraper belonged to a famous multimillion-dollar tech company and had 31 floors. By the time I got up there and sat on the ledge, I realized my music had disconnected. I didn't care to reconnect it, so I tucked my earphones into my pocket and sat quietly. After 10 to 20 minutes, I realized that was a mistake. The intrusive thoughts returned now that I wasn't distracted or sleeping. Izuku stood on the edge of the rooftop, staring into the night sky. The moon shone brightly, surrounded by twinkling stars. Mother always loved the moon, he whispered to himself. The thought of joining her crossed his mind, and he felt a deep conflict within. Why shouldn't he jump? He felt like a burden to everyone around him. Ketchin, Toshi, Yamada, Aizawa, and even Todoroki. He believed he didn't deserve to be a hero, despite finally being at the prestigious hero school. As he contemplated his life, he stepped closer to the ledge. He had only begun his journey as a hero, yet he already felt overwhelmed and undeserving. The idea of change terrified him. He had grown accustomed to his pain, and the thought of being happy felt foreign. It was like losing a lifelong friend for someone new, uncertain and frightening. Taking a deep breath, Izuku prepared to jump. Just then he noticed two figures running toward him across the rooftops. Izuku, they yelled. Aizu don't. He made eye contact with his guardians, but it was too late. He fell backward, surrendering to his fate. In that moment he thought of his mother, believing he would soon be with her again. Meanwhile, Yamada and Aizawa had been searching for Izuku for hours, feeling an unsettling urgency. They knew he would likely return, but something felt terribly wrong. Just as they spotted him standing on the edge, they sprinted toward him, calling his name. But they were too late to prevent his fall. In a desperate attempt, Aizawa threw out his capture weapon, hoping to catch Izuku. Miraculously, it latched onto him just in time. Yamada rushed to the ledge, finding Izuku unconscious but alive. Relief washed over them as they realized they had saved him from a tragic fate. Both heroes were overwhelmed with emotion, grateful they had managed to reach him before it was too late. As Yamada checked over the greenette for any injuries, finding only older cuts on his arms, Aizawa called Hitoshi to let him know his adopted younger brother had been found and was now safe. They looked out into the moon, too tired to talk, too emotionally drained to even know what to say. The husbands exchanged silent glances before picking themselves up and heading back home, determined to help their problem child, no matter what it took. The next day at 1 p.m., the Aizawa Yamada family sat in the living room together, waiting for their greenette to regain consciousness. Izuku lay on the lounge, still passed out from the previous night's events. They concluded he had fainted from exhaustion and possibly not eating enough. They vowed to pay closer attention to him, having already been watching him closely to prevent something like this from happening. Hitoshi sat next to the lounge, resting his head on the soft cushion, having stayed up all night worried. He had refused to go to school until he could return with Izuku. Aizawa scrolled through his phone from a large chair across from the lounge, waiting for his son to wake up. Occasionally he received notifications from Yamada, who was at school covering Aizawa's class while he watched over their son, discussing plans for Izuku. The heroes had considered putting Izuku in his bed to rest, but their worry prevented them. They feared the possibility of him waking up in a panic or hurting himself. There were so many concerns, and all they wanted was for Izuku to be okay. They briefly discussed getting izuku therapy with Hound Dog and agreed it would be beneficial. They recognized that even if Izuku didn't open up right away, Hound Dog could help him by analyzing his behavior and forming a support plan, possibly including medication depending on the situation. Although they were hesitant about the idea of giving their son pills to feel better, they knew they needed to consult Hound Dog for guidance. Aizawa had taken anxiety medication as a child but hadn't needed it since he was 15, believing he had outgrown it. His anxiety had improved over the years and rarely troubled him now. When Yamada checked Izuku for injuries, he noticed crescent-shaped marks and scars on the palms of his hands, a coping method some people use for anxiety. Aizawa was deep in thought and didn't realize his green-haired son had awakened until he heard, "Izuku." Izuku's POV. "They saved me. They caught me. But I was so ready to leave, to be free. But now I'm lying on the soft lounge, supposedly asleep, alive. Why can't anyone let me go? I guess I will have to wait for my reunion a little longer." I opened my eyes, instantly blinded by the sunlight. It was quiet. Why was it so quiet? I sat up slightly, holding myself up with my forearms as I looked around. I was tired of living. Aizawa was on a lounge chair a little further away, seemingly unaware that I was awake. I glanced down and saw Hitoshi leaning against the lounge, his head resting on the same cushion as my legs. He was sleeping soundly, slightly snoring. His hair looked really soft at that moment, which I had never noticed before. It was purple and silky, unlike my own dark green hair, which was thick and unruly. I might have to ask Aizawa and Yamada if I could get a haircut. Later, I continued to lightly play with strands of Hitoshi's hair. It was almost as if his purple hair was dancing between my fingertips. Soon, Hitoshi started to stir and wake, but Izuku had zoned out while playing with his hair. Hitoshi groaned and lifted his head slightly, and Izuku's hand followed his hair as he moved, revealing his younger adopted brother, whom he had been worried sick about, alive. "Zuku," Hitoshi said. Quietly, still unsure if he was seeing things due to sleepiness or if it was actually him. It turned out it was really him. "Izuku!" Hitoshi screamed in happiness and relief, thrilled that his younger brother was awake. Without realizing it, he launched himself onto the lounge to grab Izuku, hugging him tightly, afraid that if he let go, Izuku would disappear again. By now, Aizawa had realized that his problem child was awake and alive and was smiling at the older brother's happiness over the younger safety. He stood up and walked over to the side of the lounge, observing his sons. He was glad that Izuku was awake. "Zuku, I'm so glad you're alive. I was so worried that when you left, you'd get hurt or something terrible would happen, but you're awake, and I'm so glad," Hitoshi said through slight sobs. "Awake and alive?" the greenette questioned. The other two stared back at him in confusion. Is he not aware or something, they thought. "Yes, Izuku. Awake and alive. Are you feeling all right?" Aizawa asked as he moved closer. He knew the greenette couldn't have been feeling all right mentally, and he was concerned for his physical health. Aizawa was scared that something else had happened, amnesia, fever, the flu, every possibility whirled through his mind. To Aizawa, Izuku seemed distant, as if he wasn't actually there. Izuku pushed Hitoshi off of him and backed away from both of them, wearing a look that neither Hitoshi nor Aizawa could describe with one word. It was almost like a scowl, but softer, less hateful and more confused. His eyes held only numbness. "All right? Alive? I'm still alive, but I'm barely breathing." By now, Aizawa and Hitoshi were very concerned and confused. What was he talking about? He seemed fine physically, he was breathing just fine. So what could he possibly mean? "Izuku, what do you mean? You're breathing just fine. Explain what's going on," Aizawa said calmly. Izuku only looked away and sat on the lounge, bringing his knees to his chest, head turned away from the two pairs of eyes watching him carefully. He hated being watched. "You should have let me die. I was so ready to die," Izuku mumbled under his breath, just loud enough for Aizawa and Hitoshi to hear. They exchanged worried glances, and Aizawa motioned for Hitoshi to head to the kitchen. "Go call Pops and tell him to come home. Tell him to let the brats off early or something," Aizawa instructed. Hitoshi nodded and pulled out his phone, walking into the kitchen. Aizawa moved closer to Izuku, crouching down beside him. "Izuku, look at me," Aizawa said quietly yet firmly, like a friendly order from a boss who was also a best friend. Izuku slowly turned his head to face Aizawa. When he did, Aizawa saw the child's teary eyes and wet cheeks as more tears fell when their gazes met. Aizawa's expression softened, and he sat on the couch next to his son, inching closer slowly so as not to startle him. As soon as he was close enough, he pulled Izuku into a hug, making sure not to hug him too tightly in case he wanted out. But he didn't move at all. He just leaned into his guardian's chest, silently sobbing with the occasional choking on tears. He was so tired of living that he didn't have the energy to fight the warmth Aizawa's arms always provided. He felt loved, something he hadn't felt in a long time. He was starting to learn how to accept it. About 15 minutes after Hitoshi had called, Yamada burst through the door. Hitoshi was still in the kitchen waiting for his dad, who had just returned. "Hey Hito. Where's Dad and Aizu?" he asked expectantly. "They're both in the lounge. Zuku woke up and had some sort of breakdown, and now I think he's crying with Dad," Hitoshi explained slowly and quietly. He didn't like seeing his brother like this. This whole situation with Izuku was odd to him. Hitoshi had known Izuku for only a few days and yet felt so attached to him. There were so many different parts of Izuku that drew Hitoshi in. In some parts, he saw a broken child who just wanted to be loved but was too scared. In others, he saw a fearless, rebellious teenager who didn't like rules or adults. Then there was the cold-hearted, closed-off, super-skilled ninja who seemed to feel nothing. Izuku confused Hitoshi a lot. He didn't understand him, nor did he understand why he wanted to understand him so badly. He wanted to be there for Izuku until the day he died. He didn't understand why he felt so attached to Izuku. He only knew that he was his little brother and he would do anything to protect him. "Do you think it's all right if I go in there?" Yamada asked, mindful of how fragile Izuku was and not wanting to disrupt any moments he was having with Aizawa. "Yes, Pops, I'm sure that's fine. I'll come with you," Hitoshi said with a smile. He admired his dad for his thoughtfulness and sensitivity in serious situations like this. Yamada and Hitoshi exchanged smiles before walking into the lounge to see the rest of their little family. Izuku's POV. "Here I am crying again. It feels like all I do lately is cry. Ever since I've been with them, I've just cried and felt. I tried to turn off my emotions and failed, which led to a fall from a building. Oh look, more crying. I'm so done. It's actually unbelievably funny how done I am. So funny that I thought about giving up. But here I am, still alive and crying. I'm sitting on the lounge, crying into Aizawa's chest, laying in his arms like a damsel in distress. I gather enough strength to pull away from his warm, comforting embrace and wipe my tears vigorously. I hear Aizawa sigh in disappointment as I move away. Moments later, I hear 2 pairs of footsteps and 2 voices approaching from the kitchen. I recognize Hitoshi and Yamada and look up just in time to meet their gazes. Their eyes soften and sadden when they see me. Am I really that pitiful? I look away, not wanting to meet their gaze as I attempt to get up from the lounge. I didn't notice Yamada walking toward me as I stood up. My vision grew blurry, and I felt dizzy again, stumbling slightly as I tried to regain my balance. I felt a pair of arms support me as I wobbled. "Are you all right, Aizu?" Yamada asked, his soft, happy tone familiar. The nickname brought me some comfort. Once I wasn't dizzy anymore and could see properly, I pulled away from Yamada, pushing him back slightly. "Peachy," I responded to his earlier question. "What was that just then?" Aizawa asked, referring to my dizzy spell. Nothing. "Can I go to my room now?" I asked, unsure why I even bothered since I would be going back to my room regardless of his answer. "No, you cannot go back to your room. Izuku, you're going to tell us why you jumped off that roof. We want to help." Aizawa was cut off when he noticed me walking away. I didn't want the lecture or the help. I wanted to be alone. I know it sounds reasonable to talk to them about why I jumped off a building, but I can't. I won't. They can't get it out of me. I walked toward the stairs, tuning out their calls for me to come back. Suddenly, I felt someone grab my shoulders and pin me against the wall. Not too hard but enough to catch me off guard. I looked up, surprised to see Aizawa with a frustrated expression. He seemed to care, even though he was frustrated. Stop being such a stubborn brat, Izuku. We want to help you. Let us help. Stop pushing us away. He raised his voice while still holding on to me. Stop being such a brat. I want to help you. You're pushing me away, he said, his frustration evident. We're here. I'm here. We'll always be here. Just want what's best for you. Stop pushing us away. We want to know you, Aizawa yelled, slowly releasing his grip on me. I'm here. I'll always be here. There's no use in running from me. You're not alone. I just want what's best for you, he said, his voice filled with concern. I pulled away from Aizawa and ran up the stairs, slamming my bedroom door shut and locking it. I can't be around them. Why am I like this? They didn't do anything wrong, did they? I slid down my bedroom door, putting my head in my knees, choking on tears while desperately trying to breathe properly. Moments after I locked the door, there were knocks. Zuku, come out please? We're sorry, we just want to talk. Dad won't yell again, all right? Please, Hitoshi pleaded worriedly. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to help but didn't know how if I wouldn't let them in. Aizu, please come out. You don't have to tell us everything, we just want to make sure you're all right, Yamada said softly but loud enough to be heard through the door. You can tell by his tone he's terribly worried. Izuku, I'm sorry for yelling. I'm sorry. Unlock the door. I won't yell, I'm just worried. Problem child, we want to help you, you just have to let us in, Aizawa says quietly, feeling guilty. It wasn't what he said that he was sorry for, it was how it came out. He shouldn't have yelled or grabbed him. He knows that. He just wants his problem child to be alright. You're a problem child. Let me in before I break the door down, he growls through the door. No. Go away, Izuku replies quietly. The others sigh but walk away, back down to the lounge room. They've pushed Izuku enough for one day. He didn't need any more. Down in the lounge room, Yamada is pacing, trying to think of ways to support Izuku without overstepping boundaries. Aizawa sighs and sits on the couch, closing his eyes. He was tired. He just wanted his green problem child to feel okay, and he wasn't sure how to do that. He only knew he wasn't going to give up on the boy. Hitoshi walks into the lounge room and hears Aizawa sigh. He feels frustrated. Don't sigh, Dad. Why'd you yell at him? He didn't need that. Hitoshi says angrily, waving his arms to emphasize how badly his dad had messed up. Aizawa sighs again. I know, Hitoshi, and I'm sorry. I know it wasn't right. Don't apologize to me. Fix it with him. I'm going to my room, call me when dinner's ready. With that, the purple-haired teen walks up the stairs to his room, seeking solitude. Yamada's eyes soften when he looks at his husband. He walks over to Aizawa and sits beside him, hugging him. Did I just make both our kids hate us? Aizawa whispers. Yamada chuckles softly. No, Sho, it's cute you think that. Hitoshi is only worried about Izuku, he doesn't hate you. And Izuku needs time. He needs time to trust us enough. We just need to be there for him the day he decides he's ready to let us in. Also, you can make dinner. It's a punishment for yelling at Izuku. Make katsudon, he seems to like that, Yamada says with a smile, cuddling closer to Aizawa. Aizawa growls slightly. Fine. For Izuku. What was that? Yamada asks playfully. Nothing. That's what I thought, Yamada hums approvingly. Izuku feels like he's been in his room for hours, isolated and alone. He checks his phone, which has been charging since he left, and sees it's at 100%. What had he been doing for 5 to 6 hours? He can't remember. He thinks he might go back to school tomorrow. The other students probably think he did something terrible. He feels overwhelmed. It's exhausting to keep up with everything. He doesn't even have help with his thoughts. They wouldn't understand. He thinks he'll be fine, but he lies on his bed, curled up, looking towards the door. What am I doing with my life? He stares at the wall, exhausted and hopeless. He feels tired of the same feelings every day. His eyes well up with tears, and soon hot tears stream down his face. He squeezes his eyes shut and buries his face in his hands, hoping everything will just disappear. He starts to whine slightly and sob quietly into his hands. This continues for an hour or so, as he cries over everything he's forced to feel. He never understood why he felt this way. Did he really deserve all the pain he goes through? He doesn't know the answer. No matter how many times he revisits his traumatic experiences, he's never been able to forget or let go. Why can't I just get over it? He cries to himself, letting out another choked sob. Why can't it just end? He repeats this over and over, whispering and crying quietly. He looked over to his right and had an idea. A very bad idea. He contemplated for a minute, trying to decide whether he actually had the energy to do this. In the end, he decided he did and went along with it. He got up and went over to his bookshelf desk structure and opened a small purple glass box. The box had a thin fabric wire butterfly on the top of it with silver trimming and decoration. Inside, he revealed his small scalpel knife, razor blades, and some paper towel. Izuku had found a razor 2 days ago in the bottom cabinet of his bathroom and broken the plastic part to retrieve the blades. He looked at his blood-stained skin on his hands and liked his fingers. It was a cold and metallic taste he knew all too well. He wiped the dripping blood and left it to bleed as he pulled his breaths back up and his sleeves down, still crying. Eventually, he ran out of tears, left with occasional sobs, sore eyes, and a sticky face. He was left with the numb feeling of hopelessness. If he wasn't tired before, he most certainly was now. Izuku decided that he wanted to listen to music. He reached over to his desk where his phone and earphones were and opened Spotify. This time he plugged his earphones in and clicked play on a different playlist. The first song that played was I Wanna Slam My Head Against the Wall by Glaive. There was something comforting about upbeat songs with dark lyrics. He rested comfortably, now once again lying on his bed with his eyes closed, trying to unfocus his mind. He usually did this when he was tired and didn't want to sleep. In this case, he didn't want to face any more nightmares. Sometime later, there was a knock on Izuku's door, but he ignored it. Another knock followed, and again he remained silent. The door handle jiggled and then footsteps began to fade away. Moments later, there were more footsteps, this time coming closer until they stopped. The door handle jiggled again before it opened, and in walked Aizawa, shoving something into his pocket as he observed his problem child. Hey, problem child, he called out quietly from the door. Izuku thought for a second, then decided to stay asleep. Aizawa walked into the room fully, quietly making sure his footsteps were light, and moved to Izuku's desk to grab the chair and sit in front of his bed. When Aizawa got closer, he noticed the earphones in Izuku's ears and the phone next to his limp hand on the bed. Aizawa slowly grabbed the phone and pressed pause on the song. He placed Izuku's phone on the desk carefully and looked back at the earphones before removing them gently and placing them next to the phone. You awake, kid? Aizawa asked quietly. He didn't want to scare Izuku like earlier, something had happened. He knew he had triggered something in Izuku that caused such a desperate reaction. Izuku shifted a little, trying to get comfortable while still making it seem like he was asleep. Once he was content with his position, he sunk into the bed sheets. Again and didn't move, breathing softly and slowly. Aizawa looked at his sleeping, green-haired student and moved his hand to caress the soft, fluffy curls. I know you're sleeping, but I'm sorry, Izuku. I shouldn't have yelled, I shouldn't have grabbed you. Believe it or not, I care about you a lot. You're my brattiest problem child. Worse than Bakugo, and that's definitely something. Aizawa chuckled a little at the mention of their classmates' anger issues. I'm not leaving you. We'll work through this together, I promise. I'm making katsudon in an hour or two. I'll come wake you when it's done so you can eat something. Aizawa finished softly before getting up, tucking the chair back under the desk, and walking towards the bedroom door. He took one last look at his problem child before walking out, carefully leaving the door closed. Once Izuku heard the door click shut, he smiled slightly. Maybe living another day could be worth it. Izuku POV. If someone asked me how I was right now, or what I was doing, I'd say hurting. I swear I'm just slowly killing myself in general. A normal person would hear that and try to be better, but why should I be better? I don't care enough to be alive. I don't care enough about anything really. It had been just over 2 hours since Aizawa had come to see me, and now it was Hitoshi coming into my room. Aizawa had finished making katsudon and was currently setting the table with Yamada, placing shining black plates in front of 4 chairs along with cutlery and glasses for drinks. While both adults set the table, Hitoshi made his way up to my room to see if I would eat. None of them were very confident I was actually going to eat, not even I was sure I could keep it down. Hitoshi knocked on the door, not receiving an answer like Aizawa had a couple of hours ago. He slowly opened the door and stepped in, seeing me laying on my bed, curled up slightly, seemingly asleep. I hadn't actually slept the whole time I'd been in my room. I was just laying there, thinking, making up random scenarios in my mind to keep myself somewhat entertained in this dull, depressing life I was being forced to live. "Hey, Zuku," Hitoshi said softly, loud enough to hopefully catch my attention but not to scare me. He was trying to be careful not to trigger me again like it had happened many times before. I didn't move at the sound of his voice, so he moved closer and tried again. "Hey Zuku, come on, Dad finished dinner. Can you get up please?" He lightly tapped me. I probably would have freaked out if it were anyone else, but I knew it was just my adopted older brother, and I wasn't in any danger. Slowly, I looked up at Hitoshi with half-lidded eyes, meeting his gaze. "Dinner's ready. Dad made katsudon, come on." Hitoshi softly smiled as I sat up and got off the bed. I sat down at the table in front of the bowl of food Aizawa had made for me. Everyone started to eat as I slowly took small bites, trying to shove the nauseous feeling in my throat down. You ever feel sick in your throat? Like how you would in your stomach when you feel extremely full? Well, imagine that but in your throat, and you haven't eaten anything yet. My stomach was saying, "I'm hungry, eat," but the thought of food made me feel sick. I hadn't eaten in a while, and I think they started to notice. I ran away before dinner last night, and we skipped lunch because of the training session in the gym. "Izuku, we wanted to talk to you about something," Aizawa started, but I cut him off. "If it's about earlier, don't bother. I won't answer questions and I won't take any of what you say." "I wasn't actually asleep," I said while looking down, playing with the food in my bowl. I could practically feel their shocked gazes piercing through me. It was really weird. I'd probably enjoy it, but I wasn't in the mood to toy with them. "Well, that's good to know, I guess. We wanted to talk to you about something else as well," Aizawa said, which surprised me. I wasn't expecting anything else, but I guess it made sense. I did run away and have multiple freakouts. Yamada looked at me and began talking. "We want you to talk to someone, not us, even though you can always talk to us, but an actual professional. We were thinking hound dog since it's close to home and safe at the school," he explained. I was a little surprised at that request, not sure why. I mean, it made sense on their behalf. It didn't mean I would make it easy for them. "'Kay," I said, then placed another small spoonful of food in my mouth. I looked up again and once more, I saw shocked faces. You'd think I wouldn't shock them this much by now. "Do you mean, Kay, you're agreeing to it?" Yamada says, confusion evident on his face. If only he knew how easy it was to get me to cooperate. This is going to be painful for them. "I never said I agreed to it, although you'll probably make me go anyway." "Still doesn't mean I'll cooperate," I reply calmly before getting up to get a glass of water. "Wait, there are iced coffees in the fridge. Maybe I'll have one instead." But then I remember the calories. I put the coffee back and returned to the table, leaning against the wall. "Yeah, well, you're going." "End of discussion," Aizawa says, collecting the plates and walking into the kitchen. "Kay," I respond, heading upstairs to my room. "Izuku." I look up from my phone to see Aizawa and Yamada standing in my doorway. I hum in acknowledgement as they enter the room. "Aizu, we want you to give us what you've been harming yourself with, please. Otherwise, we'll check your room ourselves," Yamada says with a small smile, though it's clear it pains him to ask. I get up and grab the purple glass butterfly box, handing it over. There's enough in there for them to assume that's everything. They open the box, their eyes widening before returning to neutral expressions. "Is that all of them?" Aizawa asks skeptically. I nod and he nods back. Yamada smiles. Aizawa says goodbye and leaves. "Thank you, Aizu. I know that was really hard, and you could have just not given them to us." "I'm proud of you," Yamada says before leaving, allowing me to return to my bed. I feel like a failure. There's no reason to be proud of me. I didn't even do what they asked. Just as I'm about to go back to my phone, I'm interrupted again, this time by Hitoshi. Hey, Zuku, what are you doing? Nothing. I keep getting interrupted, I reply, feeling annoyed. What did they want? They wanted what I was self-harming with, I mumble, looking back down at my phone. Oh, sorry. That it is. I understand, but it'll be better long-term, he says. I hum in agreement, not really caring. Then I do a double take. You understand? I question. Yeah, a few years ago when I was first adopted by Dad and Pops, I had a self-harming issue because of bullying and stuff. I'm around 3 or 4 years clean now, though, he explains calmly, lifting his shirt to reveal faint lines on his lower stomach. You wouldn't notice them unless you were looking for them. I don't know what to say, so I stay quiet and look away. Did you ever? You know. No, I never tried. I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of having me gone, so I just punished myself when I felt like I deserved it. But I got better, and I know you can too. It's hard, but you're strong, he says with a smile. I look up at him but don't say anything. He sighs but keeps his smile. You've had a couple of rough days. I was wondering if you wanted to come to my room and watch a movie or two. We've got a few hours before either Dad or Pops forces us to bed for. School tomorrow, he says with a groan at the mention of school. I groan as well and flop down face first onto my bed, remembering school. Hitoshi chuckles and I sit up, glaring at him while pouting slightly. Oops. Sorry, Zuku. Come watch movies with me, he responds to my sad look. I'll come watch movies with you, I say, and we both get up and walk into his room. Hitoshi's room is cozy, around the same size as mine. He has the same type of bed, but instead of dark green sheets, he has dark purple. His desk has a gaming setup and monitor, a full-length mirror, and a small bookshelf filled with CDs and DVDs. His TV is hung on the wall above his desk. I have a bunch of really good horror movies on DVD that I can set up on the TV if you want, or we can watch something on Netflix, Hitoshi says, jumping on his bed with an oof. I notice a bean bag and walk towards it, sitting down. It's so comfy, I need one for my room. We can just watch something on Netflix, I say, getting comfortable. Alright, Hitoshi scrolls through Netflix for a bit before stopping on something. Have you seen the Death Note movie? No. Have you seen the series? No. Hitoshi looks at me, absolutely baffled. Okay, we'll watch the movie tonight, and then we're having an anime marathon sometime soon. I don't care what you say. Okay, I don't mind, I reply as he presses play on the movie, turning off the lights and dimming his LEDs to red. Boy, Dad said bedtime. Yamada starts but stops when he sees both boys already asleep in Hitoshi's room, the credits of the movie rolling. This time, Izuku is actually asleep, tired enough to finally rest after everything that happened today. Hitoshi, tired from sleeping less than usual, passed out on his bed while Izuku curled up on the beanbag. Shodeya, come here ye, Yamada loudly whispered. What? Aizawa actually whispered back. He looked into the room to see Yamada pulling Hitoshi's blanket over him. Aizawa smiled softly and walked over to Hitoshi's bed, grabbing the fluffy black blanket from the end of his bed and putting it over Izuku, who stirred slightly at the new feeling before going back to sleep peacefully. Aizawa felt glad that Izuku was resting. Yamada smiled even bigger, also relieved that Izuku could get some sleep, hoping he wouldn't have a nightmare like he had sadly discussed with Yamada earlier. Good night, problem children, both adults said before walking out of the room, leaving the door shut and the TV off. The next morning, Izuku woke up from a nightmare again. It was around 4 a.m. This time, the nightmare wasn't about his father, it was something just as bad, maybe even worse. Izuku didn't want to dwell on it. He got off the beanbag, wiping his tears from his now sticky face as he looked over to Hitoshi, who was still asleep. We must have fallen asleep during the movie, Izuku thought to himself as he quietly made his way out of the room. It was now 7 a.m. as the rest of the household was waking up. School started at 8:30 a.m., and they needed to leave the house by 8 a.m. to get there on time. Izuku heard a faint alarm go off from upstairs over the cartoons he was watching. Soon after, Aizawa and Yamada came down the stairs. When Yamada got down, he yawned and started shouting, "Pops, shut up, I'm awake, okay? Stop." You could guess who was screaming that. Yamada stopped, and both adults noticed Izuku watching TV. Morning, problem child. Good morning, Aizu. Both adults greeted their green child. Izuku mumbled a small good morning in return while focusing on the TV. What are you watching, listener? Yamada asked, leaning on the back of the lounge. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, he responded without looking away. Yamada ruffled his hair and walked away with a smile. How long have you been up, problem child? Aizawa asked. Izuku had 3 options. Lie and say he woke up not too long ago. B. Tell the truth. Or C. Ignore him. Izuku decided to go with option B. 4 a.m., he said emotionlessly. It really was nothing to him. Aizawa, on the other hand, wasn't too impressed. He sighed in disappointment. So you've been watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for 3 hours? Yup. The hell. Aizawa face-bombed and walked away. It's too early to deal with you, he mumbled under his breath. After about 5 minutes, Hitoshi came down the stairs, hair messy and sticking out everywhere, his eye bags looking slightly lighter than usual. He noticed Izuku watching TV and sat down on the lounge with him. Who's your favorite Ninja Turtle? He asked. Leonardo and then maybe Raphael, Izuku answered, not once looking away from the TV. Valid. Why are they your favorites? Hitoshi asked. Leonardo is the leader, oldest, and by far the most skilled. And he's cool. Raphael reminds me of Kaken, Izuku explained. Hitoshi was slightly taken aback by the comment about a Ninja Turtle being cool, but he couldn't deny it. He also agreed with the comment about Bakugo being like Raphael, both hot-headed and aggressive. Understandable, was all Hitoshi could say. Listeners, breakfast. Izuku, have a look, we have quite a few things for you. Hito, do you want a banana? Yamada called out from the kitchen. Yes, thanks. Hitoshi called back. Soon enough, Yamada came out with 2 bananas, one he was already eating and one for Hitoshi. Aizu, what are you having? Yamada asked. Izuku mentally sighed and rolled his eyes. If I eat anything this early, I will literally be sick. So nothing, he said, finally looking away from the TV to give Yamada an emotionless look. Yamada sighed but nodded, understanding. That's fine, Aizu. You can't force yourself when your body can't take it. We'll take it slow, all right? You can eat something later at school, Yamada said with a smile before walking away. It was now 8:27 a.m. when Aizawa, Hitoshi, and Izuku made it to the classroom, Yamada already at his class setting up for his listeners. The door opened, and in stepped Aizawa, followed by Hitoshi and then Izuku not far behind. Remind me why I'm here again? Against my will. I walked into the classroom behind Toshi, and suddenly, everyone started yelling and screaming. There were those concerned about why none of us were there yesterday, those who still hated me, and those who didn't care at all. With the exception of Kachen and Todoroki, who looked glad to see me alive, the atmosphere was tense. Kachen got up and walked over to me and Toshi. Nerd, what the hell? Your second day here and you skip? What happened? Kachen said, sounding angry but genuinely concerned. What did you do to them? Did you hurt them? Is that why you weren't here? Villain. Dangerous. Leave the school. So many accusations were being yelled at me at once that I couldn't take it. It was overwhelming, and I hid behind Toshi, plugging my fingers in my ears. Just as Kachen looked like he was about to explode at everyone, Toshi appeared ready to defend me, and Aizawa looked prepared to intervene. Then Todoroki stood up and walked over to me. Can everyone shut up? Let Yamazawa or Hitoshi and Sensei at least explain before you shout accusations. Not very heroic of any of you, he said calmly, moving closer to me. I took my fingers out of my ears, relieved that the yelling had stopped. Yeah, you bunch of extras, shut up and do what Icy Hot said. Kachen yelled angrily, moving closer to me as well. I felt a sense of protection with Kachen and Todoroki standing by me. If any of you shout villain at him again, I'll make sure. You regret it, Toshi growled. I looked over at Aizawa, who gave me a look that said I didn't have to say anything. I thought about it for a moment. Sure, it was none of their business, but it would be fun to watch them squirm at my words, especially Ida, who had shouted the most accusations. Alright, that's enough. He doesn't have to explain anything. I ran away and tried to throw myself off a building, I said, interrupting Aizawa. I looked at the class, and everyone's eyes widened with regret and shock. Toshi looked a little sad and put his arm over my shoulder, giving me a small smile. Todoroki also looked upset, appreciating the fact that I was still alive. Kachin's eyes widened, and he got angry. "You idiot," he yelled at me, giving me a playful smack on the back of the head that made me flinch. Then he hugged me. "Don't do that, you stupid nerd. I just got you back," he growled. I made a face that said, Kachin cares, how sweet, and he scoffed, pulling away. Four people got up and walked towards me. Hitoshi seemed to get closer, but Kachin shot him a look, signaling it was fine, while giving the others a warning glare. It was Kaminari, a girl with pink skin, a red-haired shark guy, and a guy with black hair. "I don't think we've met, but I'm Mina Ishido. On behalf of all the rude people in our class, we want to apologize. We were also wondering if you wanted to hang out with us later," Mina said as they all bowed their heads. "It's all right, don't worry about it," I said quietly. "Awesome," Kaminari said, fist bumping the air. "All right, everyone take your seats. I hope you all just learned a lesson, and if anything like that happens again, I'll expel you," Aizawa threatened. We all took our seats, mine being one over from Todoroki, behind Kachin, with Hitoshi next to Kachin. This class is incredibly boring, I thought. I contemplated taking a dive out the window. Kachin and Toshi looked just as bored as I was, but they were paying attention. I had a notebook on my desk and ripped a few pages out, starting to make paper-throwing stars and tossing them at the ceiling. Kaminari noticed and began copying my actions, soon joined by Mina and the others. Before long, there were a lot of paper stars stuck in the ceiling. "Izuku, do you mind actually paying attention, or at least acting like you're listening?" Aizawa said with a sigh. "Too much effort," I replied, resting my chin on my hands, leaning on my desk. He sighed again. "I don't care how much effort it is, just do it." I couldn't help but find it amusing. "I'd honestly rather jump headfirst out the window," I said, watching him tense up slightly before he returned to teaching. "This is syllabus class work I have to teach you. You have to listen," he said angrily. "Ask me anything on the topic. What are we doing right now?" "Math," I asked, having tuned out once he mentioned we were doing math. "Fine. Get up here and write on the board. Pythagorean theorem. How do you solve for the hypotenuse?" I get up and walk towards the board, taking a piece of chalk and writing the formula, c square root a superscript 2 plus b superscript 2. What are the 4 tests to see if triangles are congruent? Again, I write on the board, SAS test, SSS test, AS test, and RHS test. Now solve the percentage increase of, I remember how to solve it but don't recall how it was worded. Ugh, fine. How many more of these do I have to do? 22, 25 to 20, /20 by 125%. I walk back to my seat after finishing, feeling like I've proved enough. Aizawa just sighs and continues with his lesson. I go back to looking out the window, not listening. A few moments later, the bell rings for first lunch, and everyone starts getting up except for me. Soon enough, my table is surrounded by Katsuki and his group, Toshi and Todoroki, who seemingly followed Toshi. "Yamazawa, please come hang out with us." Kakin's group yells. I nod, and we all make our way to the cafeteria. Sitting down in the cafeteria after everyone has gotten food, Kaminari says, "Yamazawa, that was such a funny trick you did during class. Sensei's gonna freak when he sees it. Also, that math, how did you even do that?" "Yeah, it was super funny, dude. I'm Ciro, by the way." Ciro introduces himself. "It really wasn't that funny, I was just bored. If you guys want, you could help me with the actual pranks on Eraser," I say with a smirk. "Hell yeah, that'd be awesome." Mina shouts. "It's gonna be super fun. I'm Kirishima, by the way. I just wanted to say you're super manly. I mean, being a vigilante is so cool." He introduces himself and gives a toothy smile. I turn to Kakin and mouth, "Manly?" with a confused face. He just shrugs me off as if to say go with it. "Hey dude, you know how you're like super smart and great and all? Kaminari says with a bright smile. Wait? Yeah, so we were wondering if you could tutor us. You know me, Kami, Kiri, and Mina. We aren't the smartest, Siro says, rubbing the back of his head. Isn't Katsuki tutoring you guys? Toshi asks. I had asked him before why he called Kaken by his first name, and he told me they had to do a school project together one time and got close, which is a little surprising. No, Bakubich sucks. He gets mad at us because we're dumb. Mina wails dramatically. Kaken just quietly growls and keeps eating. Hey, speak for yourself. I have ADHD. What do you want tutoring in? Everything, they all say at the same time. I roll my eyes but agree anyway. Fine. My house on Wednesday and Thursday nights. Toshi, Kaken, and Todoroki, you guys have to be there as well. I'm not doing this by myself, I say. They understand that I still wasn't comfortable around people, so they agree. Small conversations were shared. They tried asking me questions, and I ignored almost all of them except for a couple of simple ones, like what my favorite color was. Everyone was eating until Todoroki noticed I had no food. He just had to say something. He was sitting with us because he usually sat with Toshi, but Kaken and the others invited him to sit with them to make me feel more comfortable. Yamaza, why don't you have any food? He asks, catching Toshi's attention. Zuku, Pops said you had to eat lunch. I'm going to get you something to eat. Shoto Katsuki watch him. Don't let him do anything stupid or I'll have his head, he says with a glare directed towards me as a warning. I just stick my tongue out at him and pout slightly at the glare. He sighs and walks away into the crowd of students. Oh my god, Yamaza, did you just stick your tongue out and pout? You're so adorable. Mina starts squealing and fangirling while the boys try to calm her down. Kaken looks amused while Todoroki is looking down, cheeks tinted pink. She moves over and pushes between Kaken and me to reach me. She starts hugging me and pinching my cheeks, saying things like, "You're adorable. Baby face," and "Katsu, can I have him?" She was very nice, and I knew she wouldn't hurt me, so I didn't push her off. Sure, it didn't necessarily feel nice, but I didn't want to be rude. You guys can just call me Izuku. Yamazawa is too formal for you. You're all really not formal at all. It isn't fitting, I say, interrupting Mina's fangirl moment. Aw, Izuku, you're too kind. Mina says, hugging me again. Kaken eventually peels her off me so I can breathe. They're nice people, overwhelming to be around but nice. Everyone goes back to talking, and it gets quite loud in the cafeteria. I start to feel more uncomfortable and want Toshi to come. But I begin playing with my fingers. 1, 4, 2, if I mess up, I have to tap 6 times on that finger. I usually do this when I'm anxious around people or uncomfortable, along with biting my knuckles, but I figure they'll get more concerned if they see that. Oi nerd, you alright? Kaken asks. I look at him and nod slowly as my leg starts to bounce up and down. He doesn't look convinced and keeps going. Izukin, what is wrong? He asks. It was more of a demand than a question. Toshi. But too loud, I said quietly so only Kachen could hear. I stopped biting my knuckles, feeling unreal, as if I were watching a fuzzy cartoon on TV rather than living it. Half and half, go find eye bags and come find me and Izuku. We'll be somewhere outside the cafeteria, Katsuki said as he got up, grabbing Izuku's hand. The Baku squad looked on in confusion but didn't question it when they saw the look on Katsuki's face as he gestured to Izuku. Katsuki walked out of the crowded cafeteria with Izuku under his arm, keeping him away from everyone else. He looked like if someone he didn't know touched him, he might lose control. In what way would he lose control? That was the scary part, Katsuki didn't know. They walked through the empty hallways, and Katsuki pulled Izuku into their empty 1A classroom. Once inside, Katsuki shut the door and turned to Izuku, only to find him leaning against the wall on the floor, knees drawn to his chest. Izuku was staring blankly ahead, a dull, glazed look in his eyes, while he hyperventilated. Katsuki quickly rushed in front of him, careful to keep a little distance in case Izuku didn't want to be touched. Izuku, look at me. What's happening? Come on, it's me. You're all right. Katsuki reached out to touch Izuku's arm, but he flinched and curled up even more. No, 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 don't touch me. Please, I'm sorry. Don't touch me. Stop it, he whispered repeatedly. Soon, he grew quieter, still hyperventilating and now crying. Katsuki thought to himself, I can't yell to get his attention, and I can't touch him. He won't listen to me when I speak. What do I do? He's going to pass out if he keeps hyperventilating. Suddenly, Hitoshi and Todoroki came through the door and ran to Izuku. Katsuki quickly stopped them and told them to be quiet. Oi, he doesn't like yelling and he freaked out when I went to touch him. I think he's having a panic attack, but there's something more to it. Flashbacks? Disassociating? He's hyperventilating, he's going to pass out, Katsuki said, thinking out loud. Oi, he seemed comfortable with you being near him. Try to help him breathe a little better so he doesn't pass out. I'm going to call my dad, he'd probably know what to do, Hitoshi explained before pulling out his phone and walking to the other side of the room. Todoroki tried to calm Izuku down, but it didn't work. Aizawa soon arrived. What's happening? He asked the boys in the room, looking at the hyperventilating and crying Izuku. He's having a panic attack, but there's something more to it, like flashbacks or disassociation. He doesn't want to be touched and can't handle loud noises, Todoroki explained. The other boys nodded in confirmation. Aizawa listened and knew how to help Izuku. He quickly closed the classroom curtains, told the others to be quiet and keep their distance, then made his way over to Izuku. Hey, Izuku, you're all right. It's Aizawa. You're all right, he tried, but Izuku barely heard him, lost in his mind. Aizawa sat next to him slowly, making no sudden movements to ensure Izuku knew he was safe. He gently took Izuku's hand and started drawing circles on it. Izuku, I'm right here. You're all right. Listen to the sound of my voice. Focus on my voice. I'm holding your hand and rubbing circles. Focus on the feeling in your hand. Slowly, Izuku became more aware of his surroundings, less jumpy, and it was easier for Aizawa to help him. He moved closer. Good job, that's it. I'm right here. Breathe, Izuku. It's okay, you can. Breathe in and out. You're okay, Aizawa said. This continued for a while until Izuku was finally breathing normally. Hitoshi, Katsuki, and Todoroki watched worriedly. Izuku's face was tear-stained and blotchy, yet emotionless. He sniffled occasionally, but still seemed distant, his eyes dull and glazed over. Izuku okay? All right now? Hitoshi asked, but Izuku didn't respond. Oi nerd, are you all right? Katsuki said a little louder, finally getting his attention. Todoroki elbowed him and gave him a look. HM? Yeah, what? Izuku replied, confused and still out of it. He probably couldn't go to class like this. Something bad would likely happen. You're not going to class next PRD. We'll see about afterwards, but definitely not next. You can sit in the teacher's lounge with Zashi, he's off class for a bit, alright? Aizawa said to Izuku, not receiving an answer. He sighed and stood up, walking toward the other three boys in the room. You three can go with him if you want. Classes today aren't anything you can't catch up on this afternoon or later. He'll need someone else he's comfortable around if Mike is busy, Aizawa said, rubbing his temples tiredly. What happened? He was alright during break, then he said it was too loud and asked for eye bags. He looked like he was going to freak out, Katsuki said, surprisingly calm. I think you were right when you said flashbacks and disassociating, but it was definitely a panic attack, Aizawa responded. Do you think he has a dissociative disorder? Todoroki asked. I'm not going to let you jump out of a window, Izuku, Aizawa said firmly. It could be related to anxiety, which I think he might have. I'll have Hound Dog assess him. Class is about to start, so if you guys are going, take him with you. Izuku, who had been listening from the floor, suddenly spoke up, startling everyone. You guys are talking about me like I'm not a meter away from you. Yes, problem child, you're going with them to the teacher's lounge. Mike and Zashi will be there, and if any of the staff have an issue, tell them to take it up with me, Aizawa instructed, ushering the boys out of the classroom. I'll stay here. He doesn't need all three of us, and someone needs to keep my extras in check. You two go with him, Katsuki said. The other two nodded and left the classroom, with Izuku trailing behind. In the teacher's lounge, Vlad King raised an eyebrow as he saw them. What are you three doing here? Aizawa-sensei told us to come in here for now. He also said if there was an issue to go to him, Todoroki explained politely. Vlad King was about to protest when Yamada walked over, interrupting him. Hi, listeners. What are you guys doing in here? Don't you have class? He smiled at the three boys, but his expression faltered when he noticed Izuku looking down. What happened? Yamada asked Hitoshi. Hitoshi shook his head and mouthed, he had a moment, which made Yamada's face turn concerned. Dad told us to bring him here and stay with him, and that he wasn't allowed in class, Hitoshi explained. Okay, well that's fine. There are lounges for you to sit on, so just do whatever you want. Hitoshi knows his way around here, Yamada said cheerfully. Vlad King, unimpressed, crossed his arms. This is a place of work, not a place for children to run around and play. Send them back to class. I suggest you calm down. If I say my kids and their friend are going to sit in here, then they will. If you have a problem with that, go find Shota. I'm sure he'd love to talk to you about it, Yamada stated. Coldly before turning back to the boys with a warm smile, encouraging them to get comfortable. The three boys settled on the lounge, with Izuku in the middle, Todoroki to the right, and Hitoshi to the left. Izuku-kun, you seem tired. Maybe while you're resting here, you should sleep a little. Both Hitoshi and I are here, Todoroki suggested, looking down at the weary greenette. Yeah, Izuku-he's right. We're both right here, and Pops is in this room as well. I know you barely slept last night, Hitoshi added. Izuku-kun? Izuku looked up at Todoroki. Yes. We're friends, aren't we? If you aren't comfortable with it, I can stop using that nickname. Roki-kun, Izuku said. Hitoshi snorted, trying to hold back laughter, while Todoroki choked on nothing. Pardon? Todoroki asked, ensuring he heard correctly. Maybe I will sleep. You're a comfy pillow, Izuku said, resting his head on Todoroki's shoulder and closing his eyes, leaving the two boys to talk quietly while he slept. After a little while, the atmosphere shifted when All Might walked in. Izuku jolted awake at the sound of his loud entrance and instinctively ran for the window, not wanting to engage with the hero today. I don't want to be here. Let me go, Izuku pleaded, struggling against Yamada's grip as he held him back. Young man, why would you try to jump out of a 3-story window? That is very dangerous. Shut up, Izuku shouted, frustration boiling over. I'd rather be dead on the ground than listen to you lecture me, Izuku yelled aggressively, finally looking up and thrashing in Yamada's arms. Izuku's POV. I can't stand him. He's such a fake hero, unable to save even one person right in front of him. Yamada, let me go, I growled quietly. Todoroki and Toshi stood nearby, ready to step in if needed. I'll let you go if you promise not to hurt anyone, Yamada replied. Cross my heart, hope to die, I shot back. Stab All Might in his ugly eyes. Aizu, Yamada warned. Fine. I'll try not to hurt anyone, alright? Happy? I relented and he finally let me go. I stepped away, inching toward Toshi and Todoroki. Young man, I do not know what your issue is, but I suggest you don't speak to your superiors like that. All Might began, but I couldn't hold back. Oh, shut up. You really speaking again? Just leave me alone. I couldn't even describe how much I hated him. I started to walk toward the door to leave, but All Might blocked my way. That was my last straw. I grabbed his arm and used all my strength to flip him onto the ground, putting a knife to his throat. Don't touch me again, I threatened. Izuku, stop. Izuku, off now. Yamada yelled in panic. I ignored them, focusing on All Might. I don't know why you're so upset, my boy, but... Just shut up. You don't remember me? Of course you wouldn't. Do you remember the 6-year-old boy who idolized you? Do you remember the rooftop? I pressed the knife harder, feeling the blood trickle down his neck. Do you remember what I asked? What you told me? How you left me up there? Izuku, enough. Someone yelled, ripping me away from All Might. I turned to see Aizawa. Drop the knife and calm down, he said. I growled and threw the knife, missing All Might's head by a centimeter on purpose. Aizawa loosened his grip, and I broke free, slamming the door open and running down the corridor. I made it to the front gates and climbed over them, jumping down and continuing to run. This might seem dramatic, but when someone you've idolized crushes your soul, you'd rather not associate with them at all. So I ran. Somehow, I found myself on a rooftop. I always ended up on rooftops for some reason. Aizawa and the others were probably worried about me running away, fearing I might hurt someone. They would find me eventually. I wasn't hiding this time. I was just sitting by myself. At the end of the day, I was always by myself. I didn't even realize I was crying. What was I crying over? I felt lost, not lost in the city, but lost in my mind. I didn't know what to do, how to feel, or who I was. I was struggling to remember what was real and what wasn't, forgetting things from my childhood, yet remembering all the bad. Meeting All Might had brought back a lot of painful memories. Not long after, Yamada and Todoroki found me sitting on the rooftop, seemingly watching the sky. Yamada had wanted help finding me, but Aizawa had his class to teach. So, Yamada had told Hitoshi to stay with his dad while he and Todoroki looked for me. They approached, but I didn't turn or acknowledge them. I was lost in my thoughts, reliving everything that had happened. Of course, Yamada and Todoroki didn't know what was happening. They were just worried. Izuku sat on a rooftop, tears streaming down his face, expressionless and unresponsive. "He's doing it again," Todoroki whispered to himself, which Yamada overheard. "What do you mean he's doing it again?" Yamada asked. Earlier today, Izuku had some sort of episode. He was disassociating, having flashbacks, and hyperventilating. It was a lot to handle. This seems similar but different. Completely different circumstances, Todoroki explained. Yamada contemplated for a moment before walking over to Izuku and sitting next to him. He gently placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and waited quietly for a response. "Yeah," Izuku said, his voice barely above a whisper. He sniffed but didn't move. His tears had slowed, now rolling down his face every few seconds. "What happened, Aizu?" Yamada asked softly. Izuku took a breath and began to speak. "It wasn't really anything important. I had a run-in with All Might when I was about 6, just after my dad left. Meeting the person I idolized didn't really work out." He paused, lost in thought. "But it's fine. It just brought up some memories from after that. I'm okay," he said, wiping his face in an attempt to stop the tears. While Yamada stayed with Izuku, Todoroki was a few meters away, texting Aizawa and Hitoshi to let them know they found Izuku and that he wasn't physically hurt. "Do you want to tell me what happened with All Might?" Yamada asked gently. Inside, he was furious. How could the #1 hero make his friend cry? "If you want, I guess. It's not really a big deal. I was walking under a bridge when a sludge monster attacked me. Lots of people and heroes walked past without a care, but All Might stopped. He smashed the monster while it was still suffocating me, and it knocked me out. He slapped me to wake me up, then jumped away. Little 6-year-old me still wanted to talk to him, but he wouldn't stop, so I grabbed his leg until he stopped on a rooftop. He scolded me and asked what I wanted. At 6, I didn't understand the concept of being suicidal. I just wanted to be with my mother without the pain. I still wanted to be a hero, though. She wanted me to be one too. That day, someone told me to end my life and that I'd never be a hero. The kids at school were brutal. I told him what everyone said to me, how I didn't have anyone, and asked if I could still be a hero even though I was quirkless. He told me no. He said I would never be a hero and that I should. Izuku struggled to continue, tears flowing down his face. "What did he say, Aizu?" "Take your time," Yamada encouraged gently. "He told me I should listen to the kids, that I would be nothing and only endanger myself and others, then jumped away. So I listened to them. I jumped off the roof." By now, Izuku was crying uncontrollably, desperately trying to wipe away his tears. "Izuku, if that happened, how are you still?" "What happened after?" Yamada asked. Izuku didn't answer, he only cried harder. That was an incredibly painful topic for him, a significant part of his life he didn't want to revisit. It was so bad they didn't. Izuku tried to get something out but couldn't. He just cried harder. Yamada reached out slowly to comfort him, giving him time to pull away if he wasn't comfortable. "Don't touch me, please," Izuku managed to whisper between sniffles. "Alright, come on. I'll take you home. School finishes in an hour, so Shota and Hitoshi won't be home much longer after us. Todoroki can come with if you like," Yamada said, standing up and walking a little away from the edge. Aizawa-sensei actually let everyone off an hour early because they were annoying him. He gave them extra homework that's meaningless. Me, Izuku, Hitoshi, and Katsuki don't have to do it. Hitoshi said Katsuki was going to come over as well, Todoroki added. Izuku nodded, but he remained at the edge, staring down. "Izuku-kun, come with us." "You know it isn't worth it," Todoroki said, stepping closer to his friend. Izuku backed away from the edge after one last glance and walked over to Yamada and Todoroki. "It is worth it," he replied. The two others exchanged worried looks but chose not to say anything. Yamada led the way as they made their way back to the Yamazawa household. The two boys and Izuku finally arrived home after a long walk, having lost track of where they were. It took them about 20 minutes to find their way back. Izuku remained silent throughout the journey and continued to be quiet as he walked through the door. "Zuku, are you alright? You just ran off again. You said you wouldn't do that anymore," Hitoshi said, his tone filled with concern rather than anger. He was worried about his brother, who had gone off where no one could find him. "You idiot! Do you know how worried we were?" "Don't do that," Katsuki added, his voice raised but still laced with worry. "I'm fine," Izuku replied, stopping at the bottom of the stairs. "Izuku," Aizawa called, stopping him from going up. Izuku turned around, his voice soft and almost emotionless. "Yes," he answered. "I want to talk about this later, problem child. I want to discuss a lot of things, but you keep running away. Promise me no more running and hiding." Aizawa's tone was stern but not aggressive. "I'll try not to run away as much. I can't promise anything about talking though. I'm really sorry for being such a problem for you guys," Izuku said before walking upstairs without another word. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. His mood has done another. He was so angry before, and now he's apologizing. He turned to the other boys. "You three go upstairs and keep him company. Watch his mood and let me know how it goes." The two boys nodded and headed upstairs. Before Shoto and Katsuki were out of sight, Aizawa called out, "Katsuki, Shoto?" "Yes, Mr. Aizawa," they replied in unison. "Thank you for looking after him," and dropped the "Mr." "You're welcome, it's my pleasure." Izuku sees himself as difficult, but he's a very interesting and lively boy when he isn't. "Stuck," Todoroki said. "Teach, I'll always look after the stupid nerd, so you're welcome I guess," Bakugo added. They walked upstairs to find Hitoshi standing outside Izuku's room. "What happened?" Aizawa asked. "All Might did something terrible, and I want him gone from the school," Yamada said, showing no sympathy for the number one hero. "First, tell me everything he said. Is Izuku okay?" Aizawa asked. Yamada sighed before answering, "I found him on a rooftop again, right on the edge." "Oi nerd, can we come in? You aren't naked or anything, right?" Katsuki yelled through the closed door. "No, Kaken, I'm not naked." Izuku's muffled voice came from behind the door. "I am not a weirdo, you little broccoli." Katsuki shot back. The three boys entered Izuku's room, taking in the unique atmosphere that reflected his personality. It was bright yet dark, comforting in its own way. "Nice room, Izuchan," Katsuki said, flopping face first onto the bed. Izuku, sitting in a newly appeared bean bag, ignored Katsuki and turned to Hitoshi. "Toshi, how did a bean bag get here?" he asked. "I might have made Dad stop at the shops to get you one. You liked mine, so I thought you'd like a bigger one," Hitoshi explained. "Thanks, it's really comfy," Izuku mumbled, lying back and closing his eyes. "Are you okay, Izuku-kun?" Shoto asked, leaning against the wall next to the closed door. Izuku opened one eye and tapped the extra space on the beanbag, motioning for Todoroki to sit. Shoto looked at Hitoshi, who shrugged, and then moved to sit on the beanbag. "You were right, it is quite comfortable," Shoto said, leaning back. Before he could react, Izuku lifted his head and rested it on Shoto's lap. He took Todoroki's hand and placed it on his soft curls. Shoto sat there for a moment, confused yet delighted, before gently running his fingers through Izuku's hair. "That's really something," Katsuki remarked from the bed. "Good thing I'm by Kaken," Izuku replied. "Same, Zuku," Hitoshi added with a chuckle. "I'm also bi," Shoto said, joining the conversation. Katsuki sat up, leaning against the bed. "Okay, Kat, what did you say your sexuality was?" Hitoshi asked, smirking, already knowing the answer. "I'm bi too," Katsuki muttered, scowling at Hitoshi. Before Hitoshi could respond, he was jumped on by an extremely energetic Pomeranian, resulting in a small explosion and him landing on the floor. A short while later, the door swung open to reveal a tired and aggravated Aizawa. "Why are you problem children on the floor, exploding things and arguing?" he asked with a sigh, clearly done with their antics. "Ibags is a jerk," Katsuki shouted. "Katsuki's in denial," Hitoshi retorted. "I'm not in denial," Katsuki yelled back. "Yes, you are." "No, I'm not. I know I'm gay," Katsuki insisted. "Well, that makes two of us," Hitoshi shot back. For actually, Aizawa turned to see Todoroki and Izuku on the beanbag, Izuku's head resting on Todoroki's lap as he played with his hair. "Because we're all gay now, shut up," Aizawa yelled before slamming the door shut. The boys sat quietly for a moment. Izuku remained still, while Todoroki watched Katsuki and Hitoshi. "Okay, so we agree not to annoy Dad for the rest of the night so we don't get in trouble?" Hitoshi suggested. "Yep," Katsuki replied. "Sounds good. I didn't do anything this time." Jervis. Meanwhile, Yamada pulled his husband down onto the lounge, snuggling into his arm. "Why did Aizawa yell and slam the door? What were they arguing about?" he asked. Katsuki and Hitoshi were arguing about something related to them being gay, and Shoto and Izuku are just being themselves, Aizawa explained grumpily. "I don't want to know," Yamada decided, choosing to enjoy his time with Aizawa instead. Back in the bedroom, Hitoshi was celebrating his victory in Mario Kart while Katsuki had a tantrum about losing. As Katsuki yelled in frustration, Hitoshi glanced over at Izuku and Todoroki, who were still in the same position on the beanbag. "Zuku, you're like a cat," Hitoshi pointed out. "Cats are annoying," Katsuki grumbled, still salty. "Yeah, and you're one of those short, annoying Pomeranians that don't stop yapping," Hitoshi shot back. "Did you just purr?" Katsuki interrupted, looking bewildered at Shoto's comment. What did you just say?" Katsuki exclaimed. "So you are a cat," Hitoshi muttered. "Kachin, shoo, you're too loud." "Yes, I purred. No, I'm not a cat," Izuku chimed in. The three boys were confused, but not complaining. Katsuki was baffled, Hitoshi was curious, and Shoto thought it was adorable that his close friend had cat-like traits. "When I was younger, I was experimented on, and I think one of them was cat DNA or some form of cat quirk. I'm still quirkless, but I wonder if I can get ears and a tail," Izuku mused aloud. "Ears and a tail?" Shoto questioned, scrunching his nose in confusion. Izuku stood up from the beanbag, stretched, and yawned, resembling a cat. Suddenly, a pair of silky dark green ears and a long tail appeared, matching his hair color. The three boys stared in shock, their mouths agape. Shoto was momentarily stunned. Izuku, either too tired or indifferent, remained where he was. The boys approached Izuku, reaching out to pet their cat-like friend. Hitoshi played with Izuku's tail while Shoto gently petted his head. Izuku purred at the attention he was receiving. Katsuki watched, feeling a bit strange about everyone fawning over Izuku, still trying to wrap his head around the fact that his childhood friend had cat-like features. "So what are you? Some kind of furry Nico thing?" Katsuki asked. "I wouldn't say that. I'm like 10% cat, hence the ears, tail, and purring. I'm a quirkless human with optional cat-like features," Izuku explained, laying back down on Shoto's lap. "Okay then, get back on the bed so I can beat you at Mario Kart again," Hitoshi challenged. "Not a chance," Katsuki replied. After about 10 minutes, the other two boys became engrossed in Mario Kart again, leaving Shoto and Izuku on the floor. Roki, Izuku calls quietly. Shoto blushes at the nickname. Yes, Izuku-kun, he replies. Sho, don't call me Izuku-kun. It's cold and uncomfortable down here, Izuku complains softly, making a noise that perfectly describes his discomfort. My heart flutters. How can one person be so adorable yet so strong? Izuku, there really is no way to describe you apart from amazing, extraordinary, and unique. Well then, what would you like me to call you? I ask, trying to focus on him instead of the fact that we're on the floor. His dark emerald eyes are half shut as he lays his head on my lap. I dunno, Kachan calls me Aizu-chan, Toshi calls me Zuku, Yamada calls me Aizu. So you can pick, he explains more to himself than to me. I find it so endearing. Zuzu? I ask lightly. Yeah, he replies, seeming to accept the nickname as if he doesn't even remember what we were talking about. I sit there, thinking about how I even met this green bean. I never thought we would be friends, then again, I never thought I'd be friends with Katsuki either. I lay here on my friend's lap. Roki is a good pillow. Wait, I'm laying on him. I hope he's okay with it. What if he thinks I'm some weirdo who just lays on people? What if he thinks I'm annoying? I sit up off of Roki and move away a little, rubbing my eyes to see properly. I'm very tired for some reason. Zuzu, you okay? Roki asks. No, I'm not okay, but I'm fine, so who cares? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm sorry if I was being annoying, Anne. Before I can continue, our resident loud blonde chimes in. Oi, nerd, shut up. You aren't annoying him or anyone else, and if you are annoying him, I'll blow his half-and-half self to Jupiter. Katsuki says, half yelling while focusing on his game. I turn to Roki, who nods in agreement and gives me his small, soft smile. My heart flutters at that. He has such a pretty and delicate smile. It's not weird, I'm just describing how he looks, okay? He stands up and motions for us to move to the beanbag. That's right, I said the floor was cold and uncomfortable. I didn't want to sit or lay on the floor, but I really didn't want to get up either. I shake my head. I don't want to move, I say. Okay, so maybe I'm a little needy and touchy when I'm tired. I'm touch-starved, leave me alone. The way I was touched as a child wasn't very good. Not good memories. This is why I only like physical touch from some people, sometimes. Zuzu, I snap out of my thoughts to Roki's voice. He has a puzzled and concerned look on his face, which is unusual because Roki seems like the type of person to not show emotions. He seems more lively around us, though. You okay? He asks. Yup, I say, then flop onto the floor and curl up in a ball. Sure, it wasn't that cold, but I get really cold and really hot easily. It's so weird. But basically, I'm shivering on the floor because I refuse to move. Zuzu, you're literally shivering and uncomfortable. Why won't you get up? Roki questions, standing next to me. Effort, is all I say. Lazy BSTD, I hear Katsuki chime in. Go back to losing at Mario Kart, Katsuki. I didn't ask you, I reply, still laying on the floor. No. You distracted me. Let's go again, is all I get in return. Toshi sits there snickering as he loads up the next race. They're really getting into it, huh? I hear Roki sigh and bend down. He snakes his hands underneath me and around my waist. Suddenly he lifts me up, startling me. Don't drop me. I growl or maybe hiss. I'm not sure, but it was aggressive and quiet. I'm not going to drop you, Zuzu. You're so light and small yet so strong. I have no clue how you flipped and pinned All Might to the ground, he says as he sits us down on the beanbag, putting a blanket over me. He's so considerate. And wow, Izuku, you're really something. Wait, did he say I flipped and pinned All Might? What? I don't remember doing that. No. Zuzu, you okay? Roki asks, noticing my distress. No, I don't remember doing that. Katsuki, Toshi, Roki, what happened this week? I say, panicking a little. Sometimes I black out and things happen that I can't remember afterwards. Like I was sleeping without actually sleeping. Lately, everything's been like a fever dream, but I've been awake for it. I think it came back. Sometimes it happens in episodes, and I only remember the parts one was awake for. Then there are the other times when I'm blank the whole time. That usually lasts a couple of days to a week, sometimes longer. There are other times, but they're nothing like going blank. You flipped and pinned All Might with a knife, Toshi said. Then you ran away, and Yamada and I found you on the edge of a rooftop. You had a freak out and jumped off. I don't remember all that. It happened again. I'm having episodes again. Episodes are scary, but at least I'm not fully blank, I guess. Zuku, what's happening? Toshi asks. I'm having episodes again, I whisper. What do you mean, episodes? Cat, learn to be more gentle. Forget you. Sometimes I get episodes where, over a few days to a week, I black out, but then I'm fine. I don't remember anything from when I black out. Sometimes I completely black out for days on end. It's the first one this time, I explain. God, this must be so confusing for them. So what do you remember? Toshi asks. I remember starting school this morning, being in the cafeteria, waking up in the teacher's lounge and seeing All Might, and then Yamada and Roki talking to me on the rooftop. The thing where I jumped, I only remember waking up in the living room. Before that, I don't know, and during any of those things, I don't know. Ugh. I yell in frustration. After I yell, no one says anything. It's completely quiet. Sho starts talking to me, reassuring me that it's fine. Soon, I get a text from Dad. Who was that yelling? It was Zuku. Is he okay? No, it's weird. He doesn't remember a lot of what's happened in the past couple of days. He says it's normal and calls them episodes, and going blank. Problem child. I really need to get him to see Hound Dog. Maybe give him a day of normal school at least. Thanks, Hitoshi. I'll talk to your pops about it. No problem. And Dad? Yes, son? If there's anything I can do to help Zuku, please tell me. I don't know how to. Just be there for him at the moment. Hey, thanks. Also, dinner's ready, so come down. I look up from my phone to see Katsuki, as much as he's scowling and glaring at me right now, trying to make me feel better along with Shoto. Hey guys, Dad said dinner's ready, I announce. Everyone says okay, and we get up and go down, ready for dinner. Problem children, take a seat. Fuyumi and Mitsuki are also here, Aizawa says. Fuyumi and Mitsuki have been there for around half an hour already, talking to Aizawa and Yamada. Katsuki, Hitoshi, and Shoto had been friends with each other before I came along, just not as close, so all four family members have already met and get along quite well. Sometimes Kiyama comes around as well for them all to just talk. They could talk for hours if they wanted to, and tonight seemed like one of those nights. Mitsuki didn't know I was back yet. It hadn't come up, so seeing me walk down the stairs with the other boys was a bit of a shock. Izuku baby? Is that you? Mitsuki asks, not believing what's right in front of her. Hi, Auntie Suki, I say with soft eyes. I don't smile or flinch, but my eyes say it all. Mitsuki runs to me and hugs me tight, a couple of tears falling from her eyes. I haven't seen you since Inko. What happened? She asks, letting go. Father. He killed her then left. I mumble. Oh dear. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I knew she had passed, but I didn't know how or what happened. I'm glad you're here and safe now, Mitsuki says with a smile. She looks away from me and then scowls at Katsuki. Brat, why didn't you tell me Izuku was okay? How long have you known? I forgot, okay? You hag, back off. And that's how the Bakugos started fighting. I put my hands up to my ears, not wanting to hear all the shouting. Katsuki notices and stops yelling, his face softening. Sorry, Aizu-chan. Oi hag, shut it, he says, pointing at me. What? Oh, I'm sorry, Izuku. We'll stop yelling, Mitsuki says, smiling sweetly at me before turning and glaring at her blonde son. Hello, Izuku. My name is Fuyumi. I'm Shoto's older sister. It's lovely to meet you, Fuyumi says with a warm smile. Hello, I say with a small wave. Shoto, you're right, he is cute. Hey, shut up. Cute. Nothing, Zuzu. After introductions, everyone sat down for dinner. We caught up with each other, ate the delicious food that Yamada had cooked, and talked about whatever we felt like at the time. After we finished, the adults went to the lounge to talk more, and the boys went back to my room. 2 hours later, at 9 p.m., the two ladies were ready to take their boys home and went upstairs to get them, only to find all four heroes in training asleep. Katsuki and Hitoshi were sleeping on the bed in very odd positions. Katsuki's leg was hanging off the bed, and half of Hitoshi's body seemed to have disappeared. Shoto was laying on the large beanbag with me resting my head on his upper torso, my legs curled close to me. The girls, awed at the sight, took a few photos, then left to go back downstairs, assuring themselves that Aizawa nor Yamada would mind us staying over. "Where's Shoto and Katsuki?" Yamada asked. "They're all sleeping and we didn't want to wake them. Look, they're so cute." Fuyumi replied with a bright smile, showing the photo she took of the boys. Yamada awed at the photo, and Aizawa cracked a small smile, mumbling something about his problem children. "The brats can stay over, it's fine," Aizawa said. The two thanked him and said their goodbyes before leaving for the night. The two heroes turned everything off downstairs before heading upstairs to check on the four boys sleeping in their house. They opened the door to see the same sight the girls had seen. Hitoshi and Izuku were shivering a little, not having a quirk to keep them warm, and Izuku wasn't fully laying on Shoto's warm side. Before leaving, they got those two their own blankets and then quietly left the room, shutting the door behind them. With that, both heroes went to bed, hoping that the next day would give Izuku a taste of normal UA high school, depending on what mood he woke up in. It was 4 a.m. once again when Izuku awoke from his sleep. He was wrapped in Todoroki's arms, suddenly overcome with an odd feeling of discomfort. He slid out of the taller's embrace quietly so as not to wake him. Izuku stood up and looked over to Hitoshi and Katsuki, who were sleeping on his bed, tangled up in blankets and limbs. Katsuki had a pillow covering his face as he lay on his back, while Hitoshi was also on his back, a blanket over his stomach, legs sticking out, and head resting on Katsuki's stomach. Izuku felt a twinge of guilt as he looked at the boys sleeping. He knew he wouldn't get back to sleep, even if he was exhausted. He woke up feeling stressed and uncomfortable, and he didn't know why. As Izuku passed the window in the hallway upstairs and looked out, it was still dark outside. The sun hadn't risen yet. It usually rose after 6 a.m., so he had time in the dark before then. He took one last look at the morning darkness before walking down the stairs quietly. Downstairs, it was as quiet as upstairs, meaning no one was awake yet. Izuku went to the fridge and saw a little notepad magnet on the door, along with a pen. He decided to write a note for whoever woke up first and couldn't find him. "I am still alive, I didn't run away or leave the house." Once he was done, he ripped off the little yellow note and placed it on the kitchen island, knowing someone would see it there. Izuku walked back up the stairs and towards the window he had looked out not too long ago. He slid the window open. It was one of those windows that couldn't be opened from the outside, so they never seemed to be locked. He climbed out carefully, sliding the window shut once again and making his way to the roof. It was 5:30 a.m., and Izuku had been lying on the roof for over an hour. He was a little surprised he hadn't fallen off, but the slant of the roof wasn't steep, so staying put wasn't too difficult. It was always so peaceful at this time, with the sun starting to rise soon and no villains around. The streets were quiet, with only a few early risers. The soft glow of the early morning sky was a deep blue-purple, beautifully illuminated by the moon. As the sun began to rise, the sky turned a pinkish orange. There were lots of clouds covering the sky, but that just added to the glow of the sun. It was one of those sights that always looked amazing. Izuku wished he could watch it forever, but he knew he wouldn't. One day it would all be over. He would die, and he would never watch the sunset again. He would never see the moon again. Although he was willing to give that up to be happy, to have the pain disappear. If only the pain would go away. But it never did. But maybe fate had other plans for him. If he wasn't constantly suffering, he would want to live. If he could live without the pain, he would. But fate had other plans. He wondered if the others were awake yet. Would they be mad? No, they shouldn't be. If they were, he would ignore them and deal with it later because he didn't really care. This morning, when he woke up in Shoto's arms, he felt uncomfortable, unlike the previous night. Did he imagine last night? He didn't think so, considering all three were in his room this morning, sleeping. Maybe he would feel less uncomfortable if Hitoshi hugged him or something. He gives comforting hugs. I'm going to try that. The uncomfortable feeling is the worst. You just feel trapped in your own skin. I might go to school and act out, feeling destructive. What's the worst that could happen? I die? It feels like the universe has it out for me but won't let me go. Maybe I'm immortal. I might test that theory. Lots of mights and maybes, because I could change my mind in 5 minutes. Today, I've decided to not be a pain in the butt. I'm always a pain, so I should try to give them a break. Izuku, where are you? Okay, that was not the wake-up call I asked for. They usually don't wake up until 7 a.m., and I realize it's probably now 7 a.m., and I've been sitting here for 3 hours. Nerd, where in this house are you? Katsuki, shut your mouth before I make you do your homework. Waking up in the Aizawa household is never quiet. Katsuki is yelling, trying to get Hitoshi to forgive him. Yamada is in the kitchen making breakfast, ensuring everyone eats. Aizawa looks annoyed and tired, searching for Izuku. Hitoshi is curled up on the stairs, plotting his revenge on Katsuki for waking him up. Shoto is sitting in the kitchen, quietly eating breakfast and questioning everything. Suddenly, Izuku walks down the stairs without saying a word. Only Katsuki and Aizawa notice him. Hitoshi is facing the other way. Izuku, where the hell were you? Aizawa asks, already fed up with the chaos of the morning. I left a note. Izuku mumbles, sitting next to Hitoshi and resting his head on his shoulder, letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. That didn't tell me where you were? What, did you hide in the closet or something? Aizawa responds, frustrated. Sunrise, Izuku replies, laying his head on Hitoshi's shoulder as Hitoshi runs his fingers through Izuku's soft green curls. Of course you climbed on the roof. Why did no one expect that? Aizawa mutters a string of curses as he paces, shaking his head. How long have you been up, Izuku? Hitoshi asks casually. 4 a.m., Izuku admits, deciding to be straightforward. Did I just hear you say 4 a.m.? Aizawa deadpants. Izuku doesn't respond, keeping his head on Hitoshi's shoulder, eyes closed. I swear I'm going to make you take sleeping tablets or something. Not even mine or Hitoshi's insomnia is this bad, Aizawa mutters as he walks into the kitchen. You can hear him faintly talking about getting Izuku a normal sleep schedule, but no one can make out much. Yamada calls out that breakfast is ready. Katsuki stands and waits for Hitoshi and Izuku. Hitoshi gets up, but Izuku doesn't move. Izuku, Pops said breakfast is ready. Get up, Hitoshi urges, but Izuku remains still. Oi loser, get up, Katsuki says, flicking Izuku in the forehead. Izuku scrunches up his face. Piss us off, Kaken, he mumbles. Listeners, I said breakfast. Yamada says, coming around the corner. Shithead won't get up. Shut it, Cat. Oh, come on. Make me. Hey boys, you two get up and go eat breakfast. Yamada intervenes, breaking up the argument. Izuku lifts his head off Hitoshi and leans it against the wall. What's wrong, Aizu? Yamada asks, concerned as always. He and Aizawa plan to organize for Izuku to talk to someone soon. Nothing. I'm okay, Izuku replies, opening his eyes and offering a small smile. He stands up and walks down next to Yamada. I'll believe you. Just make sure you tell me if something's up, alright? Yamada says. Okay, Izuku replies. They start walking toward the kitchen to join everyone else for breakfast. Do you think you could eat a piece of toast for breakfast? It isn't really enough, and it's fine if you can't eat it. Baby steps, though. I guess, Izuku responds. Yamada smiles to himself, thinking maybe Izuku is trying to be better. Or maybe he isn't. It was 1 p.m., and school ended at 3 p.m. So far, the day had gone smoothly. Nothing had gone wrong, and it didn't look like anything would, which was a first for the week. When the group first walked into school, they saw All Might walking in a similar direction. He seemed to consider talking to them, specifically Izuku, but everyone shot him cold glares filled with resentment. Yamada had told Aizawa what Izuku said on the rooftop, and Shoto had informed Hitoshi and Katsuki. To say they were upset was an understatement. They could barely contain their anger towards the so-called #1 hero, But Izuku kept his head down, not acknowledging All Might or anyone else, which made them reconsider their approach and simply send him disapproving looks as they walked away. Izuku was quiet today, and there was always a new side to him. They didn't read too much into it but kept an eye on him as always. School would be over in a couple of hours, and everything was going as normally as one could expect. Today was Thursday, meaning Mina, Denki, Siro, and Kirishima were being tutored by Izuku from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Hitoshi, Shoto, and Katsuki planned to be there as well, mostly for moral support and to keep the rowdy group in check. Izuku was still sometimes easily overwhelmed or angered, depending on how he was feeling that day. He had only just met the group and they weren't going to throw him into the deep end. Izuku had not only been quiet today but also distant. He didn't let anyone close to him, with Hitoshi being the only one who managed to get somewhat near. Izuku seemed to have a soft spot for Hitoshi since day one. He only spoke when spoken to, giving the smallest answers necessary, and managed to ignore the fearful chatter, rude comments, and disdainful looks directed towards him. While not everyone felt that way, quite a few students were not fond of him. Rumors had circulated about Izuku staying with Aizawa and being dangerous, but they were mostly unfounded. Usually, Izuku would react to such gossip, but today he didn't. He ate a little every time he was asked, without resistance or hesitation, just something small for breakfast and as much as he could for lunch, which included half an iced coffee. Time flew by when you paid little attention and had no perception of it. Izuku, school's over. Dad went to meet Papa, and they're going to meet us at the car to go home, Hitoshi said. Izuku lifted his head from the table and looked up to see Hitoshi with his bag slung over one shoulder. He turned over his phone and paused one of his many Spotify playlists. In reality, there were only around 40 playlists at the moment, but more would definitely be made. Izuku didn't respond to Hitoshi's statement. He simply stood up, put his A4 notebook and A2 sketchbook into his bag, along with his pencil case. During the car ride home, Izuku didn't say a word. He didn't even glance in anyone's direction, just staring out the window the entire drive. Izuku had been thinking about how everyone casually used the word home around him, as if he would understand. As if any of these places were his home. His true home was with his mother. She made him feel safe, special, important, needed. These people didn't need him, they would be better off if they had never met him. He didn't feel like he had a home, not now, not yet. Maybe not ever. As soon as they arrived back at the house, Izuku went straight inside and upstairs to his room. I feel bad for ignoring them, but I just can't find it in me to react. It's tiring. Forcing it. I can't remember the last time I genuinely laughed. Not just a snicker or snort to react to someone's comment, but a real laugh. They worry about me over the smallest things, so they're probably worried now. I'm too tired to ease it. What's the point? They've seen enough to know I'm not mentally stable. Them knowing I'm on the brink of a breakdown doesn't reveal my secrets to them. It doesn't get me attached. I'm afraid I already am. Izuku, the brats are here. Aizawa-sensei, why do you hate us all? Izuku called down the stairs, carrying a stack of books as he silently questioned why he even agreed to this. Did he agree to it? He couldn't remember. You guys are not going in my room. We'll sit in the lounge, Izuku said as he walked around the corner. The others exchanged glances and shrugged before following him. The hour passed quickly. The teens were loud, to say the least. Izuku mostly monitored them during this lesson, giving them work they should be able to do, focusing on no particular subject for the day just to gauge their understanding. He had asked Aizawa for his thoughts on their overall academic performance, considering that was the focus of the tutoring, but he couldn't provide much insight. Their grades fluctuated wildly, sometimes they received B's or A's, and other times they outright failed. Aizawa had too many kids to focus on them individually. Izuku had to look at all of their grades and learning attributes to help them maintain good grades. Katsuki would have struggled because he wouldn't have looked at any of that and would have been lost and impatient. Overall, the hour went well. Everyone, including Shoto and Katsuki, left the house with smiles, excited for next week. Well, that was good, wasn't it? Yamada said to Izuku with a smile on his face. Izuku didn't answer and turned away to start packing up books and pencils, organizing them into folders. What are you doing? Yamada asked, hoping for a response. Organizing all their work into folders so I can look at them individually. While I had them doing tests, I was looking at their online academic data, Izuku said calmly. I'm sure Nizu wouldn't mind you accessing his database, Aizawa mused, walking into the lounge room with Hitoshi. Done it before, was all Izuku replied before he picked up everything and walked upstairs to his room. Izuku didn't come back down that night. Not at 6 p.m. when they called him for dinner, nor when they went up to ask him to come down. He just lay on his bed quietly, claiming he wasn't hungry and moving away when someone sat down on his bed. I thought we were finally getting somewhere with him, but he just seems to have some sort of mental break every time there's a change, Hitoshi said, sighing as he picked at his remaining food with his fork. Major mood swings, antisocial behavior, anxiety, depression, self-destructive tendencies. The list goes on. Not to mention he definitely has PTSD and an eating disorder, Yamada mumbled. He wanted to help so badly but didn't know how. Give it time. People often get worse before they get better. They relapse, they lash out. He's not going to tell us everything in a couple of days. I'm surprised we've gotten as much as we have out of him already, but he's only a kid. Kids can't hold on to so much by themselves, especially when they suddenly have people they can talk to, Aizawa said. He was frustrated and tired, but he understood and wouldn't give up. Aizawa stood up and took everyone's plates, rinsing them and stacking them next to the sink to be washed. What can I do? Hitoshi began but was interrupted. Take him a cookie, see if he'll talk to you. Don't push him. Don't ask him questions that are too personal. Just act like his friend, Aizawa told him, bringing him into a hug. We'll help him. I know you care about him, but you're still a kid. It isn't your responsibility, it's mine and your pop's, okay? Just be his friend. Be his brother. Hitoshi let a tear slide down his face and shut his eyes tight. Having Izuku brought into his home had been overwhelming, but he wouldn't change it. He just wanted to help. Dad, thanks, Hitoshi mumbled and pulled away. Aizawa smiled at his son, ruffling his hair, and Hitoshi laughed. Yamada smiled at his family, hoping that one day they would help Izuku smile and laugh like that. Hitoshi did what his dad had told him to do. He took a deep breath, grabbed 2 cookies, and walked upstairs to Izuku's room. He knocked on the door, and when he didn't get an answer, he opened it slowly and walked in. Izuku? Are you awake? Hitoshi called. He looked towards Izuku's bed and saw nothing, then over near the corner where his beanbag was and spotted green fluffy hair. Izuku was sitting on the beanbag quietly, halfway through a book. He knew Hitoshi was there and scooted over to make room for him to sit. Hitoshi smiled slightly and walked over, sitting down next to Izuku. Want a cookie? They're chocolate chip, Hitoshi asked, holding up a cookie while biting into his own. Izuku looked at the cookie, then back at his book. He picked up a small folded piece of paper and placed it in the page he was on before putting the book down and taking the cookie, biting a small piece out of it. They sat in silence, just enjoying each other's company and eating their cookies. Once they were done, Hitoshi broke the silence. What were you reading? He asked. A book, Izuku replied. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and nudged Izuku with his shoulder, making him flinch. That hurt Hitoshi and he felt guilty, but he ignored it and kept talking. No kidding, what's it called? What's it about? Stuff like that. He was determined to get more than 2 words out of Izuku, even if he had to exhaust every last tactic. It's about 2 people, a boy and a girl. I've read it before. The girl lost her sister a little while ago and is still struggling with it. She finds herself at the top of a building in her school or in a bell tower, I can't remember. She meets a boy up there, and he saves her. Everyone thinks she saved him. Nobody likes him because he's troubled. They say he's a freak. They get paired together for a school project. He teaches her how to love again. Love life, love herself, love others. She loves him and he loves her. But then his mental health starts to decline. In the end, he takes his own life, leaving her with nothing to hold on to. Izuku pauses and finally looks towards Hitoshi. The way I see it, it's about love. He loved her. He did everything for her and gave her back her life. Even though he was struggling so much, he gave that to her. It wasn't just the physical aspect of life he restored, he made her appreciate life again, to love it. He brought back the light in her eyes. He finishes, looking down at his lap. You really like this book, don't you? Hitoshi replies. I guess so, Izuku says quietly. Izuku barely talks after that, and eventually, it grows late. Both boys go to bed along with Aizawa and Yamada. It's now Friday morning. Yamada and Aizawa are downstairs preparing breakfast. Yamada is about to call for the boys to wake up when they suddenly walk down the stairs, fully dressed with their school bags. Well, that's a first, Hitoshi. Usually you're still sleeping, Aizawa teases while setting the table. Shut it, Toman. Maybe you should sleep more, Hitoshi retorts. Boys, that's enough. Sit down, we made miso soup, Yamada says, gently pulling Hitoshi into his seat by the ear. Amid Hitoshi's complaints and the playful bickering, Yamada greets the quiet boy leaning against the wall. Good morning, Izuku. How'd you sleep? Fine. Are they always like this? Izuku asks, trying to shift the focus away from himself. Yamada chuckles. Yes, actually. They bicker about the most random things. Okay, you two, enough. Eat now, chop chop. Yamada suddenly yells. Izuku flinches slightly, but no one notices. They all sit down together. Aizawa, Hitoshi, and Yamada finish their bowls, while Izuku eats most of his, having not eaten since yesterday around midday. All right, make sure you have everything because we're about to leave. Yamada calls out. Both boys rush downstairs to join the two pro heroes, and they walk out the door to get in the car. Izuku's POV. Why are you wearing the mask again? You only wore it for like one day, Hitoshi asks, sipping on a juice box. Izuku wears the mask because it makes him feel less exposed. He's also in gray cargo briefs and a white long-sleeved shirt. The mask is still black, but he can't get rid of all the black. His wrists have cuts that are a little over a week old, so they shouldn't bleed. He can wear it if he wants. Problem child, leave him alone, Aizawa grumbles from the driver's seat. What? I was just asking. I don't care if he wears it, Hitoshi defends. I'm wearing it, Izuku says, poking a hole in Hitoshi's juice box with a small throwing knife he pulled from his pocket. Because I can. He finishes, pulling down his mask to lick the juice off the knife and twirling it in his fingers. Hitoshi, he teases, breaking up his name. Izuku, what the? Hitoshi yells, quickly holding the juice box out the window to avoid spilling it all over himself. Hitoshi, stop yelling. Don't taunt him. Izuku, don't lick knives, Aizawa sighs, taking a sip of coffee from the cup holder. Aizu, where'd you even get a throwing knife? Give it here, Yamada says, turning around and holding out his hand. I'd rather not, Izuku replies coolly, bending down to tuck the knife into his shoe. Yamada sighs and turns back around. A-hole, Hitoshi mutters, tossing his empty juice box on the car floor and crossing his arms, looking out the window with a frown. Ah, did I hurt your feelings, Hitoshi? I'm sure we can get you another juice box, Izuku says, leaning back in his seat. He enjoys teasing Hitoshi, knowing he isn't seriously mad. Shut up, you fluffy green brat, Hitoshi grumbles. Before Izuku can respond, Aizawa tells them to shut up, you brats, while Yamada tells Aizawa not to be nasty to them. The four arrive at school, finally quiet. Welcome back to the pits of hell, Izuku mumbles, jumping out of the car and slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Oh, come on. It isn't that bad. Yamada beams, trying to lighten Izuku's mood. It really is, Izuku replies. Okay, we get it, problem child. You don't like being here, but you have to, so get over it, Aizawa interjects. Izuku growls at that, muttering whatever as he starts walking into the school, unnoticed by the others. Hitoshi, can you and him just go to class? I'll meet you guys there, Aizawa says. Hitoshi agrees and turns to Izuku, only to realize he has disappeared. Dad, he's gone, Hitoshi says quickly. Don't worry, it's fine. He could have just walked to class. We'll go there now, come on, Aizawa sighs, ushering Hitoshi to start walking. Yamada leans in to whisper to his husband, how much do you want to bet he actually just went to class? I'm trying to stay positive here, Zashi. We really don't need him running away again, Aizawa mumbles back, kissing his husband quickly and promising to let him know if they don't find Izuku where he's supposed to be. Dad, hurry up. Hitoshi yells from up ahead, walking backward to look back at Aizawa. Don't talk to me like that or I'll ground you, brat. I'm coming. Aizawa replies, jogging to catch up with his son. Izuku's POV. Why is this school so big? I'm walking through the halls and everything looks the same. I haven't explored much yet, just Recovery Girl's office, Class 1A, the cafeteria, and that's about it. I haven't even used the restroom at school yet, and now I really need to. Class starts in 1 minute. That explains why there are no students around. I walk for a while longer in the empty hallways until I come across a group of 3 boys who look to be about the same age as Hitoshi and Katsuki. "Oi, Greenie, what are you doing out of class?" one with spiky orange hair asks. "They look like trouble." "Wait, guys. That's the new kid. The one they say is dangerous," one of the others yells. "Great. They aren't going to leave me alone. A little birdie told me you're some dangerous little vigilante freak, Hikari, right?" The orange-haired boy smirks, trying to provoke me. I don't respond or move, my mask hides my face. "I heard he's killed a bunch of people." "I haven't killed that many, only those who were truly dangerous." "I heard he's a parentless reject." "My dad was not the best, but my mom wanted me." "I heard he cuts his wrists like an emo." They all laugh and throw insults at me and I feel my breath catch. "I heard his mother abused him." "What? My mother would never." I bend down to reach for my boot, then stand up. "You know what I hate?" I start walking toward them, their laughter still ringing in my ears. "What do you hate, freak?" one with red and purple hair yells. "I hate liars." I run at one of them and punch him in the face, kicking him to the ground. The others stare, shocked, but they're not quick enough. "I hate people who spread rumors about others they don't know." I flip a brunette guy and slam him into the ground. He opens his mouth to yell, and I see his spiky teeth. "I hate when people judge others as if they're better than them." I run my throwing knife along his back just enough to draw blood. He yells out and I jab him in the temple, knocking him out. "Because you are not better than me." I stand still, turning my head to look at the boy with spiky orange hair. He looks scared. "And I hate when people talk about my family." "Why you BS-dudy, I'll kill you," he screams, charging at me, activating his fire quirk. My eyes widen, and I hold my breath before grabbing his arm and twisting it, redirecting his quirk. I put the knife to his throat, and he stops his quirk, trembling at the cold metal. "Don't ever attack me again. Don't even think of me. You'll regret it," I whisper. "Okay, whatever, you freak." "Let me go," he stutters. I wonder how I sounded when I begged my father like that. I push him forward and knock him out like the others, then continue walking down the hallway. "They'll be fine." As I walk in silence, tears begin to form in my eyes, slowly dripping down my face. What those boys said upset me more than I'll admit. My dad did abuse me. He was a selfish man who cared only for himself, while my mom struggled to make ends meet with her part-time job, keeping it a secret from him. But his mother loved him. Whenever she had a little extra money, she would buy him something, a chocolate or a toy. Izuku was silently walking with his head down, lost in thought, when he heard a voice from behind him. "What are you doing not in class, Izuku?" He turned around and saw Nizu standing a meter or two behind him. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't wipe his tear-stained cheeks, mostly hidden by his mask, and he didn't make any effort to run. He just stood there, staring. "Come inside with me," Nizu said, turning and walking into his office. Izuku followed without a word. Inside Nizu's office, Izuku quietly took off his mask and sipped the tea he had been given. Nizu called Aizawa to let him know Izuku was with him, to which Aizawa cursed, thanked Nizu, and muttered something about tracking Izuku's phone before hanging up quickly after hearing someone yelling. It was clear Aizawa was having a challenging day. "So, Midoriya," Nizu began, but Izuku interrupted. "I said not to call me that." His head was down, looking into his now empty cup. "Ah yes, my apologies. What would you prefer?" Nizu asked with a smile. "I don't know. Izuku, Hikari, Deku, Yamazawa. Everyone seems to be giving me dumb nicknames, so I don't care." Just not that, Izuku mumbled, placing his cup on Nizu's desk and fiddling with his fingers. Right, well, Izuku, I was wondering if you'd like to play chess with me? Nizu asked innocently. Izuku looked him up and down, then squinted slightly. What's the catch? They made eye contact, and Izuku didn't back down. They stared at each other for a moment before Nizu smiled even wider and clapped his hands. Yes, I knew you were smart. The catch is that if I win, I get to ask you anything, and you have to tell me honestly. What do I get when I win? Izuku asked. Nizu, looking entertained, replied, whatever you want, as long as it's not too illegal. And the game began. After around 100 minutes, the game ended with Izuku winning. Even though Nizu had lost, he was positively beaming. You know, no one's ever beaten me at chess before, Nizu hummed, sipping his tea. You've never met anybody like me, Izuku mumbled, leaning back in his chair, looking down at nothing. Indeed. So, Izuku, what would you like now that you've won? Nizu asked, leaning his elbows on the table expectantly. Izuku was quiet for a moment, just sitting without a word before he spoke. Nothing. Nothing? Nizu repeated, surprised but somewhat impressed. Yeah, there's nothing that I want that you can give me, Izuku explained. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, where it had been sitting all morning, and saw all the missed messages and calls from Aizawa and the others, then put it back with a sigh. Well then, do you mind if I ask you one simple question? Nizu asked. Shoot, Izuku replied. Nizu smiled softly and leaned back in his seat. Why were you crying when I found you wandering the halls? He asked in a gentle tone. He made sure not to sound accusatory or judgmental. If his instincts about Izuku were correct, he wouldn't get anything out of him by forcing him to talk. Izuku looked up from his lap and caught Nizu's gaze. Because the suicidal kid is just pathetic, right? He said monotonously. He stood up, leaving quickly before Nizu could reply. Nizu didn't stop him or chase after him. He just sat and thought. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Aizawa to inform him that Izuku was no longer with him. Nizu, Izuku left my office. I have a feeling he won't be joining you in class. Aizawa, what? Is he all right? Nizu, I don't think so. We played chess and I asked him a question. He left very quickly after that. You might want to find him. I don't think that boy should be alone. Aizawa, right? By now, it was halfway through the day, around 12:30 p.m. On Fridays, top classes from each year got to end school 2 hours early, at 1 p.m. During that time, the rest of the students were still in school, supposed to spend it doing any assignments due or training. No one really did unless they had nothing better to do. Izuku was once again walking down the school halls of UA, mostly alone. The voices returned, louder than before, likely because Aizawa and everyone else had been trying to get him to be happy and healthy. His ears were ringing, and the voices screamed at him, angry and chaotic. They wanted him to harm others because they were annoying, and they wanted him to harm himself because he felt weak and burdensome. It was too loud. His head was pounding. The voices wouldn't stop yelling. He started to hear kids talking, footsteps all around. The bell rang, splitting through his head and making the voices even louder. Tears formed in his eyes, and he cried softly, "Please stop yelling. Please, I'll do anything you want, just stop yelling. Leave. Run away and we'll stop yelling," they screamed at him. Students start to walk around corners, so I run. I run till I see a window that leads to the outside of the school and I jump. I land on the grass and run to jump the fence. "Keep running, you stupid F dash. Go to a roof. You always seem to go there, you pathetic waste of life." They're screaming all sorts of things like this at me. They still won't stop. I want them to stop. "Please, I'm here." I ran him on the roof. I did what you asked. Stop screaming. I cry and beg, but they won't stop. I pull at my hair. "What a fing loser you are. Why don't you use that blade you hid in your shoe? Not the small one, the big one. Use the big one. Make long deep cuts that bleed. Go on, do something right for once, you piece of shit." Reject. They scream and scream and scream at me to die and cut and kill. I quickly reach down and grab the blade out of my shoe, leaving the small throwing knife in there and getting out the bigger blade. I pull up my sleeves and bring the metal to my skin. Is this what you wanted? Is it? I'm doing it. Please leave me alone now, please stop yelling. I cry and cut. My arms are littered with deep cuts that are dripping blood. I keep going. Please just stop yelling. I can't take any more yelling, please. Where the F did he go? Aizawa yells and throws a workbook onto the ground. School had ended 30 minutes ago and it had been just under an hour since Nisa messaged him. Did you try messaging him? Yamada asks, trying to calm his husband down. He won't answer. Dad, he seemed off this morning. Depressed. I don't know, he seemed different. Hitoshi yells and grips his hair. Shoto and Katsuki refused to leave until they told them why Izuku wasn't in class, so right now they were trying to figure out where Izuku went. Katsuki puts his arm around Hitoshi's shoulders. Stop gripping at your hair so effing tight, you're going to hurt yourself, you idiot, Katsuki growls and slaps Hitoshi's hands. He's not anywhere in the school. Is he at your house? Shoto asks. Aizawa just shakes his head and explains he checked their security cameras for the last 2 hours and Izuku hadn't gone anywhere near the house. Can we track his phone or some sheet? Katsuki asks. We don't have anything set up on his phone yet, but we could get Nizu to track his IP address. I learnt it so that if something happened and he had his phone on him, we could find him. Yamada explains, already out the door with the others following him. They get to Nizu's office and get him to track the IP address. It takes a few minutes, but he finally gets a location. A random building in town? Shoto asks. No, he's on the roof, Aizawa says before rushing out the door to go get him. Why the F? Is this kid always on the FNG roof? Katsuki curses. Alright, you three go back to the house. Hitoshi, do not argue with me. I will let you know as soon as we find Izuku. Okay? I'm going with your dad. Yamada says. He quietly tells Katsuki and Shoto to look after Hitoshi before running out the four after his husband to go retrieve his green-net problem child. How to feel about this chapter? Uneasy face, it's super angsty, but like this whole story is angsty su. One Eye Almaser cried while writing this like. Bruh. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed. Tongue sticking out author chapter and Tilby. Suicide, cutting, self-harm, swearing, yelling. One Izuku was on the roof bleeding out fast. Kid long. Deep slices along his wrists, not that he cared. He didn't really even notice that he was bleeding out. He felt pain everywhere. He was curled in on himself, sitting on his knees hyperventilating and saying nonsense, talking to himself. He begged, he pleaded, he cried. So much. A voice made him open his eyes. He whipped his head to where it was coming from. Hello, how's our favorite little bunny doing? He said with a sick, twisted smile. Standing a little away from Izuku was Shigaraki, Kurojairi, Dabi and Toga. The League of Villains. That's not my name. I'm not your FNG number or your bunny you can play with anymore. Izuku cried in anger. Shigaraki's grin only grew. Dabi and Toga looked down at their feet and Kurojairi had no expression readable. Oh, maybe not right now. But I'll take you back. You're at UA now, aren't you? It'll be fun taking you from them, he laughed manically. Why do you know that? Leave me alone. What do you want? Izuku tried to scream, but the blood loss was getting to him. Shigaraki walked over to Izuku and lifted his chin up with 2 fingers, leaning down to whisper in his ear. Who do you think brought the voices back? We will take you and you will be mine again, Shigaraki whispered. All 4 villains left quickly, jumping through Kurojaira's portal, leaving no trace of them behind. Izuku collapsed on the ground, laying on the cold concrete. Before his eyes closed, he could hear yelling. He saw Aizawa and Hizashi running to him, but he had already closed his eyes before they could tell him to stay awake. Zashi, call 119 now. We don't have time to be sensitive about him not liking hospitals, Aizawa yells. Hizashi calls for an ambulance. Luckily they aren't too far from a hospital, so they'll be here in 5 minutes. Aizawa starts ripping up his capture gear and tying it around Izuku's arms, trying to keep pressure on the cuts. Hizashi, there's too much FND blood. God, this kid is such a twat dash, Aizawa stresses. Shota, it's okay. Breathe. The ambulance is on its way. Let's get him off the roof so they can help him, Hizashi reassured his husband and himself. A few stray tears rolled down his cheeks as he whispered, he'll be okay, trying to keep calm, though it wasn't working very well. Both adults were in a state of panic. The ambulance arrived within 5 minutes and took Izuku to the hospital immediately. Aizawa called Hitoshi, who put him on speakerphone so Shoto and Katsuki could hear, and they all rushed to the hospital. Mitsuki drove them, as they weren't old enough to drive themselves. They waited for hours, with no updates on Izuku's condition and no access to see him. Hitoshi had fallen asleep on Katsuki's shoulder, who was leaning against him. Shoto was on the phone, trying to convince his father to let him stay with his friends, using the "I thought you were trying to be a good dad" card. It was working. Aizawa sat next to Hisashi, his leg bouncing nervously as he lost himself in thought. How could they let this happen again? Izuku was his responsibility, and he had gotten hurt countless times since Aizawa had taken him in. Hisashi placed a comforting hand on his husband's shoulder. "Hey, Shoto, look over there." Hisashi pointed to Hitoshi and Katsuki sleeping. Shoto had just finished his call and walked over, tapping Hitoshi on the shoulder. Hitoshi woke up, and the two boys began talking. Shoto explained how his dad had agreed to let him stay out, but only because he was with Aizawa, and if his grades slipped, he would have to take tutoring. Hitoshi lifted his head off Katsuki's shoulder, causing Katsuki's head to bob down. Katsuki jolted awake, eyes half-lidded. "Why are you guys talking so loud?" Katsuki mumbled. Hitoshi ran his fingers through Katsuki's soft, spiky hair, trying to help him fall back asleep. "Shoo, Katsuki, it's fine. We're sorry. Go back to sleep," Hitoshi whispered. Katsuki grumbled something in response before sleep overtook him again. It was well past 8 p.m. "I'm glad Hitoshi has such good friends now. Have you noticed how close he and Katsuki seem?" Hisashi said with a small smile, but it quickly faded as he turned to his husband. He sighed. "Shota, it isn't your fault. Izuku is troubled. We all know that. I'll be surprised if this is the last time something like this happens." He mumbled the last part. "I know, Hisashi. We said we'd keep a closer eye on him, and he still went and it looked like he was trying to harm himself again. Why? How can we help him?" Aizawa said quietly. Hisashi laid his head on Aizawa's shoulder and closed his eyes. "I don't know, but we will," he replied. Aizawa smiled to himself and kissed his husband on the forehead. "Thanks, Hisashi. I love you. Get some sleep." It was 11 p.m. on Friday night. Aizawa, Hisashi, Hitoshi, Katsuki, and Shoto were still at the hospital. The three boys refused to go home and were all sleeping against each other, with Hisashi asleep on Aizawa. Aizawa hadn't slept. He wouldn't until a doctor came to tell him that his troubled student was okay. How many times could one person try to harm themselves in a week? Aizawa had lost count, and the doctors would likely suggest a mental health facility. However, that wasn't really an option for a vigilante kid adjusting to a hero school and new family who had severe trauma and exceptional fighting skills. Suddenly, as if his prayers were answered, a doctor approached them. "Izuku Midoriya? Yamazawa?" the doctor called. Aizawa stood up, waking Hisashi and the sleeping boys. "Yes, we're his guardians." "How is he?" Hisashi asked desperately. "He's okay. There was a lot of damage done to his wrists and some nasty scars, but he's stable," the doctor said, and the heroes sighed in relief. "Sir, could we see him?" Shoto asked hopefully. "Yes, you can. He's in room, just be quiet so as not to disturb him. We noticed his body has undergone a lot of strain and damage, so he will be unconscious for at least a couple of days," the doctor explained. The three boys thanked the doctor and hurried toward Izuku's room, eager to see him. The doctor held Hisashi and Aizawa back for a moment to speak privately. "There are a few other things I'm afraid we need to discuss. We noticed some scarring on his wrists and arms, as well as some fresh cuts. We wanted you to be aware of this. I would suggest sending him to a mental facility, but considering his guardians are two pro-heroes, I feel there is more to this, and you might not take that suggestion anyway." The doctor looked up from his clipboard, receiving a nod and a sheepish smile from Hisashi, while Aizawa remained silent. He returned to his clipboard and continued. His throat sustained damage, most likely from screaming. There was previous damage to Izuku's throat from years ago that never healed, and it looked quite severe. This additional damage meant he would likely have trouble talking and possibly eating, but they wouldn't know for sure until he was conscious. He was very underweight for his age and height, which was concerning. Normally, protocol would be to call Child Protective Services, but given that two pro-heroes were his guardians, along with his close group of friends, it was clear he wasn't mistreated. I'm guessing he doesn't eat a lot, correct? The doctor asked, looking for confirmation. Aizawa began to explain, when we took him in, it was lucky for him to eat a full meal's worth of food in a few days. His body was completely used to it. We've slowly started easing him into eating properly, but as you can imagine, it isn't as easy as just eat. The doctor nodded. Yes, I understand. But if he continues to not eat and loses any more weight, we will run into a lot more physical problems, and feeding tubes may have to be put in place. That's all for now. If you have any more questions, let me know. I'll most likely be around. Other than that, you are free to visit your son. Have a good night. The doctor smiled and walked away. Both heroes walked to the room where Izuku was. The four boys were all inside, with Izuku unconscious. Hitoshi was sleeping, leaning on Izuku's bed while half-sitting in a chair. Shoto stood in the corner of the room, just watching, with slow-forming bags under his eyes. Katsuki sat next to Hitoshi on another chair, making swirly motions in Hitoshi's hair with his finger. He looked extremely tired but somehow wasn't asleep. He watched Izuku lay unconscious, and a tear slipped down his cheek. He straightened up in his chair, wiping his face with his hands. Katsuki, Aizawa spoke calmly, walking towards the spiky blonde. Katsuki stood up and walked in the opposite direction, rubbing his face. Leave me alone, he muttered. Aizawa ignored him and continued to walk closer, pulling him into his chest and holding him. Katsuki let his arms drop and choked on a sob, continuing to cry quietly. I was so mean to him when we were younger. When I was 6, I told him to take a swan dive off a building. Everyone bullied him, and I joined in. Then he disappeared. I get I was a kid and all, but I treated him so badly and Aizawa cut off Katsuki's ramble by shushing him. It's okay. Like you said, you were a kid, and yes, it probably did a lot of damage at the time. He's obviously forgiven you. This isn't your fault. There are things he won't tell us, Aizawa said softly. Katsuki pulled away, wiped his eyes for the last time, and sat back down in his chair. It's late. You all are worked up and tired. Your emotions are all over the place. Come home and get some sleep, your parents won't mind you staying with us. Katsuki, Mitsuki loves me, who wouldn't? And Shoto, Enji will do anything at this point to make you like him and doesn't mind you being with pro-heroes, Hisashi said, rubbing his husband's shoulders from behind with a soft smile. But, Shoto started. Don't want to hear it, brats. You're going home. I don't even care if you guys pile into the lounge room and sleep on the floor, Aizawa said, watching as Shoto groaned quietly, rubbed his eye, and then walked out of the room, followed by Hisashi. Katsuki softly shook Hitoshi awake. What do you want, Kat? He mumbled, opening his eyes. Aizawa is making us go back to your house. Get up, Katsuki replied. But what about Izuku? Hitoshi started but was interrupted. He'll be fine. He won't wake up for a few days, and I'll be back here tomorrow. You're going home, Aizawa said. Hitoshi made a frustrated sound and got up, closing his eyes to yawn and almost falling over. Katsuki caught him to prevent him from falling flat on his face. Idiot! Did you even sleep last night? Katsuki growled. Not really, Hitoshi admitted, yawning again. Let's go. I'll suffocate you if you don't sleep, Katsuki threatened as he dragged Hitoshi out of the room, following the same path Hisashi took to the car. Aizawa sighed and looked towards the greenette, frowning at the bandages and tubes. I won't give up on you, problem child, Aizawa said before walking out of the room and closing the door behind him. Everyone got home safely, and all three boys piled into Hitoshi's room. Shoto was sleeping peacefully on the oversized beanbag, while Katsuki and Hitoshi were passed out on the bed, looking a bit like they had both collapsed during a pillow fight. Aizawa and Hisashi walked into the room to check on them, seeing the poor state everyone was in and trying to fix it up. Aizawa gave Shoto a blanket for comfort, knowing his quirk would keep him warm. Hisashi took the pillow from Katsuki's limp hand, repositioned the boys in a more natural position so they wouldn't wake up sore, and threw the bed's blanket over them, letting them find their own comfortable positions. Both heroes left, closing the door behind them and walking down the hallway to their bedroom. After getting changed, they climbed into bed, just holding each other. Aizawa had his arms wrapped around Hisashi's middle, and Hisashi held Aizawa close. "Don't worry about him too much, love. He's safe and okay at the hospital," Hisashi said softly, running his fingers through his husband's hair. He had learned that when faced with someone in distress, a gentle approach was best. In this case, Hisashi wanted Aizawa to sleep. "I love you," Aizawa mumbled, barely loud enough for Hisashi to hear, before falling asleep. Hisashi smiled softly and replied, "I love you too," before drifting off himself. It had been a week since Izuku had been in the hospital. The others were anxious, but the doctors assured them that it was just his body resting due to the damage it had sustained from various stresses. Izuku had pushed himself too hard, but he was okay now, or so they hoped. It was Thursday afternoon, and school would end in an hour. Hisashi and Aizawa had been taking turns staying with Izuku. One day Aizawa would stay, the next Hisashi. Sometimes they both had to work, and Hitoshi insisted on staying. Nisa didn't seem to care much, which was convenient but also concerning for them. None of them liked the idea of leaving Izuku alone, especially after he had been unconscious for 3 days. They wanted someone there for when he woke up. Class 1A had asked many questions about why their teachers were missing, but Aizawa and Hisashi provided no answers. Katsuki, Hitoshi, and Shoto mostly kept to themselves. The Baku squad was disappointed by Katsuki's lack of attention, but after a few days, they understood he was preoccupied with Izuku's situation. Hitoshi and Shoto didn't socialize much outside of each other. They usually sat with Ida, Uraraka, and Azui but didn't talk much. Today, Shoto and Katsuki were at school alone because Hitoshi had gone to see Izuku, having been busy with schoolwork. They were walking around the schoolyard during their free PRD. "Tisich, I'm so hot and sweaty. I'm glad we have a free PRD. I was about to lose it with those annoying extras," Katsuki complained, looking up at the blazing sun. "Isn't that your quirk?" Shoto asked, confused by Katsuki's complaint. "Yeah, but now I'm extra hot because of the sun. This uniform is uncomfortable and I'm not using my quirk right now, so it just builds up," Katsuki rambled as they walked toward a tree. Shoto pushed Katsuki down, and he fell against the tree. "What the?" Katsuki started, but Shoto sat down next to him. "Shut up. You're just overstimulated and probably stressed. If you don't calm down, you'll have a meltdown," Shoto explained gently, leaning against the tree with a small smile. "Yeah, whatever. Can you make me an ice ball?" Katsuki asked, softening his tone. Shoto nodded and began to create a small ball of ice, just big enough to hold comfortably. This had become a routine whenever Katsuki felt overwhelmed. Shoto had noticed that ice helped him cool down, so he started making ice ball for him whenever he got too hot-headed. Once Shoto finished, he handed the ice ball to Katsuki, who took a small bite out of it. He held it in his hands, letting it melt, and sighed. "Better," Shoto mused. Katsuki grunted in response, running his now cold hands over his face and shaking off the excess water. "I'm guessing he really was attractive." The ice ball melted in just 2 minutes, Shoto thought. "So what's going on with you and Izuku? He's pretty standoffish with everyone, but when he isn't, you two get pretty close," he asked, then whispered, "It's a little unsettling actually, but whatever. I heard that you JRK. And I don't know. Izuku's amazing to say the least," Shoto said quietly, thinking about the greenette. "Yeah, he's pretty powerful now. He wasn't when we were kids. He was the sweetest kid as well. He deserved a lot better." Katsuki mumbled. Shoto only hummed in response. "What about you? Do you have a crush on anyone? You're pretty close with Kirishima," Shoto asked. "PFT, shitty hair? Nah, he's not the one I like. I mean, he's hopelessly in love with Tape Face. They both are, actually, they're just a bit oblivious," Katsuki explained. "Really? They're close friends and all, but they don't seem affectionate like that," Shoto said, curious. Katsuki began to think out loud. "Yeah, not around others, but when it's just us or just them, they're glued to each other. Like how Pinky and Shitty Hair are as friends because she's a raging lesbian. It's usually Tape Face and Shitty Hair who don't leave each other alone, and then Pinky and Dunce Face are best friends. Dunce Face is asexual and isn't ready for a relationship anyway. He's way too immature. He is the youngest of the group. He's like mine and Pinky's kid or something. There's nothing I wouldn't do for those idiots. Katsuki stopped rambling and cleared his throat. Yeah, basically redheads aren't my type, he grumbled. Shoto didn't say anything back but thought to himself, interesting. They sat in silence for a while, just enjoying the peace and quiet they rarely got being in a hero course at a superhuman high school. Until one of them spoke up. Hey, Katsuki. Shoto began nervously. Katsuki knew it was a serious topic this time, unlike the others where they just shared random things. Neither Shoto nor Katsuki addressed each other by name very often, they just spoke to each other. What is it? Katsuki asked in a non-threatening tone. If Shoto felt threatened, he immediately shut down. It was just something he learned from growing up with Endeavor. No, I know, I'm gay, he blurted out. They sat there for probably a minute in silence. I obviously don't care, but I'm proud of you for telling me, he started. But before Shoto could tease him for being a softie and thank him, Katsuki continued. I was wondering how you were bisexual. I mean, you've never interacted with an actual girl besides Ponytail, and you didn't even date her because you decided you didn't like her, which isn't very, I'm into girls of someone. Shoto was dumbfounded and a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to respond. Yeah, well, shut up, Shoto replied, his face turning red. Katsuki chuckled and closed his eyes, resting his head against the tree. I'm tired. You shut up. Old man Pomeranian. Shoto mumbled. I'll blow you up if you don't let me sleep, icy hot, the blonde growled in return. An hour and 30 minutes later, Shoto's voice broke the calm. Kat, wake up. Shoto's shout startled Katsuki awake from his much-needed nap under a tree in the schoolyard of UA. He wasn't pleased. The startled blonde shot up, ready to confront the half-hot, half-cold boy who woke him. What the heck, Isui hot? Did you have to yell in my ear? The spiky-haired boy screamed. Shut up. Izuku's awake. Shoto yelled. Katsuki was lost for a second, then it processed in his brain. Izuku's awake? Izuku's awake. The nerd is awake. Well then, let's go? Earlier at the hospital, Hitoshi was sitting on one of the more comfortable chairs he could find in Izuku's hospital room, quietly doing something random on his phone to pass the time. He had been there all day, just waiting for the greenette to wake up. He had even made friends with a nurse in training who brought him some lunch. She was very sweet, and they got along. The purple-haired boy sighed and put his phone in his hoodie pocket. Hospitals were the worst. He just wanted Izuku to wake up and be okay so they could go home, have dinner, and binge-watch their favorite show together. But who knew what Izuku would be like when he woke up? Hitoshi snapped out of his thoughts and looked towards Izuku. He ran his eyes along his bandaged body. His fingers twitched. Wait, his fingers twitched? The insomniac stared in shock as he watched Izuku's eyes squint, then slowly begin to open. Izuku, you're awake. Hitoshi rushed to Izuku's bedside. Izuku? Hey, are you okay? He asked slowly. Izuku looked forward for a few seconds, then turned quickly and looked around. His heartbeat began to race, and his breathing quickened. He started to sit up and attempted to get off the bed. Suddenly, Hizashi and Aizawa walked in and froze. Izuku! Hizashi exclaimed. What's going on? Izuku ignored them, ripping the oxygen mask off his face and trying to get off the bed. Aizawa quickly ran over and gently restrained his hands to avoid hurting him. Izuku, frantic and disoriented from medication, struggled to push Aizawa away. Aizawa pulled him into an embrace, holding him still while running his fingers through his hair. Shoo, you're safe. You're safe. No one is going to hurt you. Calm down, Aizawa repeated until Izuku's breathing returned to a more normal pace. By that time, a nurse had entered and tried to guide him back to the bed, but he jerked away when she got too close. No, no, no. Get away, he cried in a scratchy voice, his fear evident. He coughed and tried to speak louder, but his voice barely worked, and he began to cry. The nurse called out something unintelligible, and two male doctors approached Izuku. As the nurse went to get a needle, Izuku's cries intensified. Aizawa noticed their intentions and pulled Izuku closer. "Please step away so we can sedate him. We're afraid he might hurt himself or someone else," the nurse said. "No, do not approach him like that. He feels threatened and scared. He hates hospitals. I can help him calm down, but you need to leave him alone," Aizawa replied firmly. The nurse nodded and instructed the doctors to leave, recognizing Aizawa's authority. Aizawa then helped Izuku sit down, encouraging him to calm his breathing. Soon, Izuku stopped crying, only coughing occasionally. "Izuku, I'm going to put this mask on you, all right? It's to help you breathe. It won't hurt," Aizawa said, showing him the oxygen mask before gently placing it around his head. Slowly, Izuku lay back down, and Aizawa stepped outside the room, followed by Hisashi and Hitoshi. "This is going to be hard. We need to get him out of the hospital," Hisashi suggested, concern etched on his face. "We'll have to talk to his doctor, but I don't think they'll let him out right away," Aizawa replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. Hitoshi sighed. "I'm going to call Shoto and Katsuki," he muttered as he walked down the hall. Izuku, meanwhile, felt trapped in the hospital, overwhelmed by his emotions. He hated being there and felt like he had failed once again. The voices in his head, which he had tried to silence, were still present. He had hoped for relief but found himself in a familiar struggle. As he sat in the hospital bed, he tried to block out the conversations around him, focusing instead on the chaos in his mind. Aizawa's voice broke through his thoughts, asking if he was listening. Izuku realized he hadn't been. Instead, he was lost in his own world, trying to maintain some semblance of sanity amidst the turmoil. "Honestly, I don't think they're that badly damaged. I could most likely speak all right, it would just hurt a little. Yet, I choose not to because I feel like a difficult person who should be dead. Maybe they're finally going to kick me out or take more drastic measures." I blink slowly and lay back in the bed, looking at the ceiling. "Is he still loopy from the medication?" Roki asks, still mildly confused. "He shouldn't be. The strong medication should have worn off by now, and his injuries have had long enough to heal that they shouldn't constantly be causing him serious pain," Aizawa explains, being one of the few who actively listens to and understands the medical jargon. He was right. I wasn't loopy from the medication. My arms still hurt, but I've experienced worse. I'm perfectly fine. They finally let me take off the oxygen mask, though I still had the 4 needles in my arm. I hear a voice of someone I barely recognize and sit up, opening my eyes. "Ah, Izuku, I heard you were awake. Are you feeling better now?" he asks sweetly. He must be my doctor. I recognize him. I've seen him while walking down the street before. He seemed like a very nice person, always polite and considerate. I offer a small wave in return to his greeting, and he smiles back. "All right, I'd just like to go over a few things with you, is that okay? It's just about your general health. I'd do a mental health checkup, but I'm no psychologist. I will, however, refer you to a few of my favorites later on," he explains, nodding as he talks. I think for a moment. I don't mind him checking my general physical health, as long as he doesn't poke me with anything or tie me down, but I don't want the others in here. There are way too many eyes watching me. I make a small motion with my hand, signaling for him to come closer. I tap a single finger on his clipboard and then make a writing motion. He immediately understands and hands me a pen and the clipboard. I begin to write, wanting them to leave first. I hand the clipboard back quickly before anyone else can read it. He nods in understanding and turns to the others in the room, offering a small smile. "All right, I'd like everyone to leave. It can be quite overwhelming for patients to undergo interrogation, as some like to call it, while there are others in the room. You can wait outside, and I'll inform you when we're finished." He ushers everyone out of the room, despite some protests. But when Aizawa sees the look on my face, he knows he can leave without me having a meltdown. The door closes and the doctor turns to me. "Right, Izuku, first I'd like to ask if you'd try speaking for me," he says. "I can speak, just not as well as I usually could, and it hurts a little. Also, this hospital smells quite bad," I say quietly. "That's good. And yes, I agree. I apologize, I'd open the window, but precautions for the circumstances, he replies with an apologetic smile. I roll my eyes. Of course, he won't open the window. We run a few more tests and he asks me questions, some about how I feel physically and others that seem irrelevant. All right, you know you most likely have an eating disorder, correct? It's not an eating disorder, it's just my normal life. It doesn't need to be labeled like that. I nod and he continues, well, evidently your weight is a lot lower than it should be. You've developed an iron deficiency and your intake of nutrients is dangerously low. Aizawa told me he's been trying to get you used to eating better, which is good, but if this continues, your body will start to deteriorate. I've informed him that if the lack of food and water keeps happening, you will need a feeding tube. He offers a sympathetic smile. I don't want his sympathy. I don't respond and just give a blank stare. Okay then, I think we're done. I'll let the others back in, he says, tucking his clipboard under his arm and walking to the door. I close my eyes and lean back in the bed, feeling uncomfortable. So he can speak? Yamada asks. Yes, he can speak quite well actually. It seems the week of rest did him good. It just might be croaky, quiet, and sore for a while, the doctor explains enthusiastically. Tashinori seems to think out loud, so he's just choosing not to speak? It seems so. It might have something to do with the incident, personal reasons inside his head. But physically his throat is functional. I hear the doctor finish explaining my health and well-being to Aizawa and the others before saying goodbye and leaving to attend to other matters. They start talking to me, but I'm not really listening. I turn to Kaken and click my fingers to get his attention. He turns to me and I sign, when can I leave the hospital? I don't know, you just almost died, Kaken says, sounding frustrated. The others look around confused, and I think to myself, this is why I signed it at Kaken, you idiots. What did he say? Aizawa asks. He gets it. The idiot asked when he can leave the hospital. Kachan sighed angrily, and Toshi placed a hand on his head. Roki followed suit, placing a hand on Kachan's head. Izuku felt confused. What was this strange dynamic? Were they trying to recharge him? He didn't know, but he couldn't help but notice how soft Kachan's hair looked. Usually, I'd have you released on bed rest or something, but given the circumstances, I think I'll make you stay here for another week, Aizawa said. Panic surged through Izuku at those words. Another week in this hospital? He couldn't bear the thought. Frantically, he signed to no one in particular, even though Kachan was the only one who understood sign language. I don't want to stay here. Please let me out. He repeated the signs, hoping threats would be taken seriously. Kachan's eyes widened as he read Izuku's signs. Yeah, no, you need to get him out as soon as possible. He says, I don't want to stay here. Let me out. Everyone looked surprised and worried. Zuku, you know you can't just pull the I'm going to hurt myself card every time you don't get what you want? Toshi said nervously. Izuku shot him a look that said, try me, while tightly grasping his arm. Aizawa sighed and shook his head. I'll see if I can get you released tomorrow morning, he said, sounding annoyed. One thing though, Izuku. Izuku rolled his eyes mentally and looked at him with a bored expression. Promise me and all of us that if something happens and you want to hurt yourself, you tell someone. Promise me. Aizawa was serious. My eyes widened slightly at the request. I couldn't promise that. I didn't want to talk, eat, or burden anyone. I felt like I was disappointing him, and that thought weighed heavily on me. I glanced at Yamada, who shared the same concerned expression. Kachan looked angry but also. Did I disappoint them all? Izuku felt ashamed. Tears began to form in his eyes, threatening to spill down his freckled cheeks. He closed his eyes and curled into a ball, tucking his head into his chest. His hands gripped his hair as he whimpered quietly, not wanting anyone to notice. This only worried them more. I'm going to sort out getting Izuku discharged tomorrow morning. It'll be Saturday, so you two can come over if you like, Aizawa mumbled as he walked out, Yamada following behind and offering the boys a small smile. The three left in the room quickly moved to Izuku. When we were kids, he used to pull at his hair when he was frustrated or stressed. I had to gently pull his hands away so he didn't hurt himself, Kachan explained. With a frown. Katsuki? Being gentle? Wow, Shoto mumbled lightheartedly, and Katsun yanked at his own hair in response. Hitoshi reached out to Izuku, gently grabbing his tense hands. Izuku, please let go. You're hurting yourself more, he said softly. Slowly, Izuku released his grip on his hair, still tense and covering his face with his arms. Shoto reached over and started playing with Izuku's curls, helping to calm him down. Izuku thought to himself, why are they being nice to me? Do they feel bad? But he didn't protest. He was too tired. Slowly, Izuku began to fall asleep. His breath regulated, muscles relaxing, and his arms dropped slightly from his face, exposing a closed eye covered by hair and a freckled cheek, one that was stained with tears. Do you think he'll be okay? Shoto asked quietly, softly playing with Izuku's curly hair while he slept. When we were kids, after Auntie Inko died, it was just him and his dad before we stopped seeing him. Izuku would have these times where he wouldn't speak or eat, and he didn't look like he slept either. It was so strange. He'd do it for days, sometimes a week at a time before I could get him to talk again. Katsuki finished rambling and took a breath, a habit he picked up from Izuku when they were younger. Sorry, I was rambling, Katsuki muttered with a scowl on his face. He wasn't the most talkative or sensitive person on the outside, but these people were ones he felt he could trust with anything. As strange as it sounded, when he got comfortable around them, he let go of his loud, angry persona and just allowed himself to exist without fear of judgment. Is Bakugo being nice? Is the world ending? Someone joked, breaking the tension. Katsuki, it's fine. You're allowed to speak and not be angry, Hitoshi said genuinely, rubbing Katsuki's shoulder reassuringly. Shoto nodded in agreement and offered a soft smile. I hope this isn't one of those times. It's going to be difficult to deal with if it is. We're already struggling to make him trust everyone and improve his health, Shoto added with a sigh. I'm not taking my eyes off him anymore. If I'm not with him, one of you has to be. I know I only met him a few weeks ago, but I really care about him. He may not think of me as his brother yet, and that's okay, but that's how I see him. I just want him to be happy, Hitoshi mumbled, his eyes glossy with tears beginning to form. There's only so much you can do before he just gives up. Now could be it, Shoto said sadly, thinking about his mother and how she seemed to not care about the world around her. I refuse to let him do that. Not a chance. Katsuki snapped harshly and walked out of the room. It's okay, Shoto. He's not mad at you for what you said. He's probably upset with himself and just emotional about this, Hitoshi offered as reassurance. They both sat in silence for a while, comfortably in each other's presence. Not long after, Shoto fell asleep on the floor, leaning his head on the bed. Hitoshi readjusted his arm to make him more comfortable. You must be really tired to just fall asleep there. How much sleep have you been getting? Hitoshi whispered to himself, looking at Shoto. Soon after, Hizashi entered the room, smiling at the three boys. Hey, where's Dad? Hitoshi whispered and waved. He took Katsuki home, then he's coming back for you guys. He's going to stay home with you, and I'm going to stay here tonight. Do not protest, you're going home, Hizashi whispered back, chuckling a little at their quiet conversation. Why didn't he just take us all at the same time? Wouldn't that be easier? Hitoshi questioned, to which Hizashi smiled and shook his head. The listeners seemed upset and didn't want to talk to anyone. Your dad knows you guys pretty well, being your teacher, so he thought it would be best to just take him and let him cool off, he explained. Hitoshi nodded in understanding, and they both sat in silence until Aizawa returned. Come on, let's go. You can come back tomorrow morning when we pick Izuku up. The doctor said he could go home as long as we don't let him do any major physical activity and watch his arms in case his stitches come undone. They'll fall out by themselves when they're healed, Aizawa explained, motioning for Hitoshi to get up. I'm not waking him. I'll just carry him, Hitoshi muttered, standing up and stretching. I don't care, Aizawa replied dryly. He was tired as always. Aizawa said goodbye to Hizashi, sharing a quick affectionate moment that made Hitoshi whine about how gross it was. Hizashi then questioned him about his crush, which quickly silenced him. Hitoshi bent down to Shoto, who was still sound asleep, and picked him up, maneuvering him to rest on his back. You good? Aizawa asked. Hitoshi nodded, and they both left the hospital, heading to the car. Hitoshi carried Shoto easily. They were both the same height and weight, so it wasn't awkward. They pulled up at the Todoroki residence and got out of the car. Hitoshi picked up the sleeping boy again and walked to the door. NG is on patrol tonight, so we don't have to worry about talking to him. It'll just be Fuyumi home, maybe Natsuo, Aizawa said, and Hitoshi sighed gratefully. They did not want to talk to Endeavor, especially tonight. It would be too much effort. They walked up to the front door, and Aizawa knocked since Hitoshi didn't have any hands free. Natsuo answered the door and called out to Fuyumi. "Oh, hello Shota, Hitoshi. It's nice to see you. Is Sho okay?" Fuyumi questioned quietly. "He's fine, he's just sleeping." Problem child didn't want to wake him, Aizawa explained, a small smile forming on his face at how far Hitoshi had come with making friends since they first adopted him. "Ah, my little brother's all snuggled up asleep. That's so weird. He's always been a light sleeper since he was around 12 or he'd always wake up right away. Want me to take him to his room?" Natsuo cooed at his baby brother. "Nah, it's fine. I remember where his room is," Hitoshi said, and Fuyumi and Natsuo moved out of the way for him to get through. Hitoshi made his way to Shoto's room, putting him down on his bed. He stirred a little, mumbling something incoherent. Hitoshi watched as Shoto's eyes fluttered open slightly, heavy and half-lidded. "Sho, go back to sleep, you're in your bed," Hitoshi said softly, stroking his two-toned hair. Is Izuku gonna be okay?" "I like him," Shoto mumbled, his voice so quiet and tired that Hitoshi barely understood him. "He'll be okay, Sho. Go to sleep," he responded with a smile, watching as Shoto slowly closed his eyes and drifted back into a deep sleep. Hitoshi left the room, shutting the door quietly and walking back out to the front where Aizawa and the others were talking. "Ready to go, brat?" Aizawa asked. They all said their goodbyes, fully aware that they practically lived at Aizawa's house anyway. They got in the car and began the drive home, sitting in comfortable silence while the radio played quietly. "I'm proud of you, Hitoshi." Hitoshi was taken aback by the sudden statement. His first response was to wonder why. "Don't question me, brat. Just know that I'm proud of you. You've handled me and your pops adopting Izuku really well, even though he's the biggest problem child we've ever met. You're doing really well in school and you've made friends. You're a lot better than how you were when I first adopted you. So for that, I'm proud of you." At home, both boys made it back safely about 20 to 30 minutes ago. Hitoshi went up to his room to sleep while Aizawa sat on the lounge watching a TV show. He didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. "Hey, Dad?" a voice called out and Aizawa turned around. It was Hitoshi, standing near the stairs with a fluffy black cat blanket around him. "What's up, brat? You're supposed to be sleeping." "It's late," Aizawa asked dryly, letting his concern shine through just enough so Hitoshi wouldn't think he was mad. "I know, I'm sorry. I'm tired, I just can't sleep," he muttered, walking closer. Aizawa sighed and motioned for him to come sit. "It's fine, problem child. I thought your insomnia was getting better," Aizawa said. Hitoshi sat down next to him. "It is, and I just don't know what's wrong with me tonight. My body just won't let me sleep," Hitoshi explained with a frustrated sigh. "You're probably just stressed." "There's nothing wrong with you, Hitoshi," Aizawa said softly, patting his lap and signaling for Hitoshi to lay down. He did as asked, letting out a breath of relief at the comfort of his dad's affection. Aizawa began to comb through Hitoshi's messy hair gently with his hands, soothing the tired boy into a peaceful sleep. Slowly, Hitoshi fell asleep, his breath regulating and his muscles relaxing. Aizawa cracked a small smile, happy he got his kid to sleep. Later, in the car, Aizawa turned to Katsuki. "So what's wrong, problem child?" he asked calmly, sensing something was off. "Nothing, old man. Mind your dimen business," Katsuki growled in response, but there was an underlying tone in his voice. Aizawa wasn't fazed by the rude response. He was used to it. "Don't lie to me, brat. What's going on in that angry blonde head?" Aizawa asked, softening his tone to show he was genuine. "It's just Izuku," Katsuki mumbled. Aizawa waited quietly for him to continue. After a moment of silence, Katsuki made a "t" noise and continued. I know he's a vigilante and got abused by his old man, and the whole bullying and All Might thing, but I can't help but think there's definitely a lot more he won't tell anyone. I feel like I should do more, I should have done more. Katsuki sighed. Has anyone even asked him what happened? He then asked before Aizawa could respond. No, not yet. I'm sending him to Hound Dog Monday morning first PRD, and then he can finish the day in class. He'll have tomorrow and Sunday to cool off and for us to try and make him feel better. I just don't want to trigger something again so soon, Aizawa explained. Katsuki only hummed in response, not wanting to continue the conversation. Aizawa let him sit silently for the rest of the drive. After a bit of driving, they pulled up at the Bakugo residence and got out of the car, walking up to the front door. Mitsuki heard the door open and walked down the hall with a kitchen knife, not feeling threatened but because she was in the kitchen cutting fruit. Oh hi Aizawa. Brat, how was your day? Mitsuki began, but before she could finish, Katsuki took his shoes off and made his way upstairs to his room, slamming the door behind him. Mitsuki gave a worried look to Aizawa, who just shook his head. He's upset over Izuku. He turns all his feelings into anger because he doesn't know how to express his emotions. He'll come around, don't worry Mitsu, Aizawa said, offering a sympathetic smile. Thank you Shota. It means a lot how much you care for these boys. Not just the brat, but the others as well. You really make a difference in their lives, you know, Mitsuki replied, offering her own warm smile in return. They said their goodbyes for the night, and Aizawa left to go back to the hospital. At the hospital, Hizashi sat in a chair, watching over Izuku. He wasn't that tired and decided to watch over Izuku in case he woke up upset. It was a good thing, too, as Izuku began to stir in his sleep and awoke with a gasp, starting to hyperventilate. Hizashi quickly ran over and turned on the bedside lamp. Shoo, Izuku, it's okay. You're safe, it's just me, Yamada. It was just a nightmare, he soothed the frantic boy. Hizashi tried to get closer to comfort him, and Izuku clung to him tightly. He choked on a sob, and Hizashi whispered comforting words until he calmed down. Aizu, do you feel better? He asked. He felt Izuku nod against his chest. Do you want to tell me what it was about? He asked softly. Izuku only shook his head and clung to Hizashi more. Izuku, one day you'll need to open up about these things. You can't keep them to yourself forever, Hizashi said gently. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered, sounding broken. In that moment, Hizashi's heart shattered, and he cradled the boy as if he would disappear forever if he let go. It's okay, Aizu, don't worry. Everything's okay, he soothed. Go back to sleep, you need to rest. Izuku hesitated but then spoke quietly. Don't wanna. Nightmares. Alone. Scared, he mumbled just above a whisper. His words were muffled as he tried to say as little as possible. It's okay, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. Turn over and get comfortable. I'll stay here as long as you like, okay? Just get some rest, Hizashi encouraged. Slowly, Izuku turned around, allowing Hizashi to settle better on the hospital bed. Aizawa had requested a larger bed, so it was big enough for both of them. Hizashi pulled Izuku in, letting him get comfortable and watching as he fought to keep his eyes open. Hizashi began to sing softly, a sweet song he had made up to soothe Izuku. He stroked the bridge of Izuku's nose like he had done before, watching as his eyes drifted shut and his body relaxed into his touch. He smiled softly at the peaceful boy, wishing it could always be like this for him. The next day, Izuku was finally being allowed to leave the hospital. He had been there for over a week and was craving the comfort of the soft blankets he had grown attached to. Katsuki had insisted on tagging along, believing it would be a good idea, especially if Izuku was still nonverbal. Katsuki had experience with Izuku from their childhood, and even though Izuku had changed, he still carried some of his old traits. They were all concerned that being crammed into a car and hospital room would be overwhelming for Izuku, so after some discussion, Hitoshi decided to stay at Shoto's house for the night, while Katsuki would sleep at Aizawa's. Shoto made an interesting point, recalling how Izuku used to go mute when they were younger, with Katsuki being the one to coax him back to talking. When they finally arrived at the hospital after dropping Hitoshi off, it was 10:30 a.m. Aizawa went to the front desk to get Izuku discharged, while Katsuki headed straight to Izuku's room. He opened the door to find Izuku turned over in bed, with Hisashi sitting in one of the hospital chairs, watching the TV on the wall opposite. Hisashi noticed Katsuki and greeted him with a cheerful smile. "He's awake, just not talking," Hisashi informed, motioning for Katsuki to approach the boy. Katsuki nodded in thanks and walked around to the other side of the bed, crouching down to be at eye level with Izuku. "Hey, nerd, you feeling any better?" Katsuki asked softly. He received no response, only dull green eyes and a blank expression. "Do you remember how you used to do this when we were kids? It was because of the stupid stuff, but he's not here, so why now?" Katsuki questioned gently. Again, there was no answer. He sighed and told Izuku to get up and move over on the bed so he could sit with him. Soon enough, Aizawa walked in, looking annoyed and ready to leave. "You're fine to be discharged as long as your doctor has given you the all clear, which it seems he has," Aizawa muttered with an irritated scoff. "What's wrong, Sho? You seem annoyed," Hisashi cooed lovingly. Katsuki rolled his eyes, and Aizawa glared at him. "The stupid lady I was speaking to made it so difficult. Wouldn't listen to a thing I was saying. Doesn't matter. Did the doctor actually give Izuku the all clear?" Aizawa sighed while Hisashi rubbed his back. "Yeah, he came in this morning and did an evaluation. He still suggests a feeding tube and possible placement in a mental institution, though he won't enforce it unless there isn't any progress with his eating and self-destructive behaviors," Hisashi explained as both heroes walked out of the room so the boys wouldn't hear them. "Then I figured as much. I really don't believe a mental institution placement would help him at all. The feeding tube is something completely different, and honestly, Zashi, he will end up on one. His eating isn't going to improve yet, at least not enough for him to get the nutrients his body requires. I just want to get over one thing at a time, though that's why I haven't forced anything like that on him," Aizawa responded. Hisashi sighed and agreed, discussing how they were going to handle the weekend. In the hospital room with Izuku and Katsuki, both boys sat quietly on the bed. Katsuki wasn't sure how to approach the situation, mostly because of the environment. He planned to ease Izuku into things when they arrived at the Aizawa household. "Nerd, we're gonna go soon. Go get changed out of those hospital clothes," Katsuki instructed. Izuku didn't respond, only getting up and walking to the bathroom where his previous clothes were. Katsuki didn't want to force Izuku into anything, he wanted to be sensitive, and he was trying his hardest. He knew that at the moment, the only way he could get Izuku to do anything was to clearly tell him to. Not long after, Izuku walked back out of the bathroom, still in his bloodied, torn shirt. Katsuki looked at it with a slight scowl and got up, removing his dark brown hoodie and handing it to Izuku. At first, Izuku wouldn't take it, standing there with a blank look. "Teach, I only wore it in case you needed it. You know I don't get cold often, especially this time of year. Plus, wearing too many layers messes up my quirk." "Just take it," Katsuki stated, snatching the shirt from Izuku and pushing the hoodie into his hands. Izuku grabbed the hoodie and turned back around, disappearing into the bathroom. He quickly emerged in the briefs he was wearing the day he was sent to the hospital and Katsuki's hoodie, which was much bigger than him, giving him sweater paws and reaching down to his mid-thighs. They sat back on the bed, watching TV until the heroes came back in, which they did not even a minute after they sat down. "All right, listeners, ready to go?" Hisashi beamed positively, holding onto Aizawa's hand. Izuku didn't respond, waiting for Katsuki to do anything so he could follow. Aizawa muttered something about hating everything, and Hisashi, unnoticed by the others in the room, gave an encouraging squeeze of his hand. Katsuki grumbled in response, "It's about time," and got up, grasping Izuku's hand and pulling him up as well. All four left the hospital and began the drive home. It was going to be a long weekend. When they arrived home, Katsuki immediately took Izuku to his room. It was as if Izuku couldn't think for himself. He wouldn't do anything without Katsuki guiding him. Even when they entered Izuku's room, he just stood in the doorway and stared. This behavior stemmed from his father's abuse, where he learned to go mute when things were worse than usual. He would stick to Katsuki, never doing anything without his guidance. "Leonard, it's your room, you know," Katsuki said in a know-it-all tone. Izuku looked blankly, tilting his head slightly. He didn't understand what Katsuki wanted from him. Katsuki sighed, got off the bed, took Izuku's hand, and led him to the bed. The greenette sat down while Katsuki lay on his stomach, facing the end of the bed. "Nerd, do you remember how we talked when you didn't want to talk?" Katsuki asked. Izuku stayed silent and thought for a moment. He did remember. He then tapped on Katsuki's back once, making the blonde smile. 1 tap was yes, 2 taps were no, 3 taps were maybe, 4 taps were I don't know, and 0 taps were I don't want to answer. It was a simple system they used when Izuku went mute during their childhood. They also relied on it when Katsuki first got his quirk. His ears weren't yet accustomed to the popping explosions, and he would temporarily go deaf, barely able to hear. "Alright, that's good. Do you remember that little game we used to play? You loved to draw, and I liked when you would draw on my back, but Auntie Inko and the others would always get upset when I came home with drawings on my back, so we started doing it with your fingers instead," Katsuki reminisced. It had been a long time since they shared moments like that. Instead of tapping, Izuku began drawing on Katsuki's back with his finger. Katsuki had always been sensitive there. It felt indescribable when Izuku traced his muscles. He had a unique ability to sense what Izuku was feeling through their touch, though he never understood why. They stayed like that for a while. Izuku loved tracing Katsuki's back and creating invisible images. Eventually, Katsuki turned on the TV and randomly picked a movie, but they ended up watching The Disastrous Life of Seiki Kei instead. Eventually, Izuku stopped, and Katsuki sat up, studying Izuku's tired face. A scowl formed on his lips as he mentally cursed. "Come here, you nerd," he said, sitting back on the bed and opening his arms. Izuku hesitated for a moment before slowly flopping into Katsuki's embrace. Katsuki held him close, adjusting them so they could lie down together. "Talk to me, please? I don't want to go through this again. You don't have to talk to anyone else. You're your own person. I won't be mad, just talk to me," Katsuki urged softly. When they were younger, he would ease Izuku into talking, and once he opened up, he would talk to others too. "Please, Izuku. It's just me. It hurts when you don't talk." Izuku considered Katsuki's words. He thought it hurt people when he spoke, but now Katsuki said it hurt him when he didn't. Maybe talking to Katsuki would be different. The greenette turned to meet Katsuki's gaze, a sorrowful look on his face. "What is it, Izuku?" "No one can hear you but me," Katsuki said, hopeful that Izuku would open up. Izuku's mind felt jumbled. He didn't want to upset anyone, especially Katsuki, who was one of the most important people in his life. He hated feeling like he disappointed him. After a moment, Izuku pulled away from Katsuki's arms and walked to the beanbag in the corner of the room. He grabbed his SWH, covered himself with a fluffy blanket, and began playing Minecraft, completely ignoring Katsuki. Katsuki sighed and opened his phone. "We Hate Everyone Club. Hey, Explodey boy, how's Izuku? Is he talking yet? Icy hot version. You didn't get yourself into more trouble, right? Also, why is this my name? When did it even get changed? This is bullying. Pomeranian Poo, shut up, Icy hot. I still haven't figured out how to change my name. I thought I was getting somewhere with him, but then he went blank again, so yeah, it's going amazing. Insomniac Bisuri, you want me to come home? Pomeranian Poo, I don't need your help. I gotta go home. Tomorrow so you can come back then, but let me try to get to him first. Insomniac Bisu. Whatever, Explodey boy. Pomeranian Poo, this is disgusting. Go away. Insomniac B, I'm coming for you, you little brat. Katsuki chuckled as he put his phone down. He could almost hear Shoto's screams from the Todoroki house. He might have influenced Hitoshi with his anger issues, just a little. He glanced back at Izuku, who was still focused on his game. What am I going to do with you, nerd? Fuyumi dragged Enji out of the house, leaving Shoto and Hitoshi free to relax in the lounge room. Hitoshi was painting their nails black while Black Butler played on the TV. Though he wasn't an artist like Izuku, Hitoshi had steady hands and could create simple designs. You think your dad will lose it? Hitoshi asked, trying to keep the lines neat. He grew out of his boys can't wear nail polish phase, Shoto replied, lifting his hand to admire his nails. Hitoshi chuckled and packed the small bottles into a black bag with a smiley face on it. He fell backward onto the ground, stretching his back and arms before getting up and heading to Shoto's room. When he returned, he had changed and was carrying a skateboard and a backpack. "Give me a minute to change and get my board," Shoto said, getting up to turn off the TV and walk to his room. He pulled off his shirt and put on a striped sweater but quickly took it off again, rubbing his skin for a moment before searching through his closet. He found a black singlet, put it on, and then threw the sweater back on. "That's better," he thought. He grabbed his skateboard from under his bed and stuffed his phone and wallet into his cargo pockets before leaving his room. "I don't understand how you don't overheat wearing stuff like that," Hitoshi mumbled while tying his shoelaces. "I prefer long clothes. I can control my body temperature with my quirk, remember?" Shoto replied, joining Hitoshi on the floor to put on his shoes. Yeah, I get it, Mr. All-Powerful Quirk," Hitoshi grumbled as they walked out the door. Shoto quickly grabbed his house key and shoved it in his pocket before locking the door and placing his skateboard on the ground. They took off down the street without a specific destination in mind. "Did you end up teaching Katsuki how to use a skateboard?" Shoto asked, pulling out his phone to message Fuyumi that he and Hitoshi were going out. "No, he's too stubborn. We got the basics down, but he still prefers his bike and probably won't skate with us." Hitoshi recalled the last time he tried to teach Katsuki. He had fallen asleep watching Katsuki practice and woke up to a loud explosion, finding Katsuki on the ground with the skateboard in pieces. "Somehow that isn't surprising," Shoto said as they skated for a while longer until they reached a park near some shops. "Would you like to get ice cream?" Shoto asked, picking up his board and holding it under his arm, with Hitoshi mimicking him. "If you're paying," Hitoshi replied. "You practically have as much money as I do. Have you seen your house and the stuff you and Izuku have in your rooms?" Shoto pointed out. They both fell quiet at the mention of Izuku, and Shoto's expression turned sad and guilty. Hitoshi noticed and tried to lighten the mood. Okay, I'll pay. I'll get some churros while we're there. We haven't eaten lunch yet," Hitoshi said, and Shoto nodded as they walked toward the store. "You wanted mint chocolate chip, right?" Hitoshi asked as he sat down at their booth, carrying 4 churros and 2 ice creams, Shoto's in a cup and Hitoshi's in a cone. "Yeah, thank you," Shoto replied, taking his food before Hitoshi dropped his cone. They ate in an awkward silence for a while. "You're allowed to talk about him, you know," Hitoshi said, trying to keep the conversation light. "I do not want to upset anyone with unnecessary conversation. Katsuki is with him, and that's enough," Shoto said, wiping his face with a napkin and briefly meeting Hitoshi's gaze before looking away. "Shoto, it's not like he died. Honestly, talking about him makes sense because he's such a big part of our lives right now," Hitoshi urged. Shoto sighed and smiled a little. "Okay, what happened to Mr. I'm not here to make friends?" he said sarcastically, making air quotes. "Dealing with yours and Katsuki's emotional unavailability made me the one who needs to be somewhat alive. Besides, I get happiness lessons from my pops," Hitoshi chuckled. Meanwhile, Katsuki walked over to Izuku, poking him impatiently. When Izuku didn't respond, Katsuki poked harder until Izuku finally sat up, looking blank. "Yay, you're alive. Get up, we're getting food," Katsuki said, practically dragging Izuku downstairs and sitting him at the kitchen bench. As Katsuki tried to get Izuku to tell him what he wanted for lunch, Aizawa and Hizashi walked in. Izuku gripped Katsuki's arm tightly at the sight of them, though he couldn't pinpoint why. "Hey, listeners, how are you doing?" Hizashi asked cheerfully. Neither pro-hero noticed the tight grip Izuku had on Katsuki. "I'm making food," Katsuki replied, sensing Izuku's discomfort and wanting to avoid unnecessary conversation. The three talked for a few more minutes. Hizashi and Aizawa tried to make conversation with Izuku, but it didn't work. He avoided eye contact and clung to Katsuki, although to the heroes, it just looked like Katsuki was holding onto Izuku. When they left, the blonde turned to the smaller boy with a confused look on his face. "Okay, what was that? Why'd you get so freaked out when they came in?" Izuku shrugged, but when he looked up to meet Katsuki's concerned face, His eyes glossed over with tears. Katsuki panicked at the sight of Izuku's teary eyes. "No, Aizu, I'm sorry. Don't cry, I didn't mean to sound like that. I'm not mad, okay? I'm just confused." The explosion lord didn't really know what to do when people cried. Mad. Katsuki's eyes went wide at Izuku's voice. It was scratchy and quiet, sounding sore. He didn't want to bring too much attention to it in case it pushed Izuku further away. "I'm not mad at you. I'm just frustrated and confused," the blonde reassured in the gentlest tone he could muster. Kaken swears when he's mad. It was only soft, and they were only one-word answers. If he was lucky, he got a small sentence. But he had gotten Izuku to talk to him. "Alright, whatever. No more swearing for now," Katsuki asked, in a more or less begging tone. Izuku faintly nodded his head, and his eyes slowly lost their teary shine. "Now, what do you want for lunch?" Izuku didn't reply, which made Katsuki scowl a little, not noticeable enough to upset the freckled boy again. "Tisish, alright, fine. How about I make katsudon like how the hag would make it for us when you were sad, huh? Would that be good?" He didn't wait for an answer before he turned around and started taking out the ingredients. Izuku was content with the decision. "Nerd, you need to eat more than that. You ate enough to feed a 7-year-old, Katsuki sighed. He was currently trying to convince Izuku that enough katsudon to feed a 7-year-old was not enough for him to eat. It really wasn't working, but he didn't want to force food down his throat. "It's fine, whatever. At least you ate something." "Good job, idiot," Katsuki mumbled, taking both their dishes to the kitchen sink. "So how long are you gonna stand there and watch? Creepy oldies." That earned Katsuki a harsh glare from Aizawa and a giggle from Hisashi. "How's it going, brat?" Aizawa asked, pulling on Katsuki's ears for calling them old. The angry blonde let off small explosions in his hands before Aizawa let go. "Tisich, it's going fine. Really fine." Katsuki rinsed the dishes and wiped his hands on a towel. "So did you get him to eat?" "Speak," Hisashi asked hopefully. Katsuki sighed and turned around with his arms crossed and his resting angry face. He ate enough to feed a 7-year-old but still asked. "Got him to say a few words, nothing major," he said. Hisashi smiled brightly, and Aizawa sighed in relief. "He probably won't talk to you, maybe not anyone. Not right now and not without me around," he continued. Hisashi's smile dropped slightly. "Why only you?" Aizawa questioned. Katsuki closed his eyes and leaned back on the kitchen bench. "Well, no offense, Aizawa, but because I'm the one he knows. I was there when he went through this as a kid, and I'm here now. He's acting exactly like he did back then, and he wouldn't talk to anyone but me. He was scared around most adults. Who knows how he was when he went home? The BSTRD abused him. I don't know why he's doing it now that he's older or what it is. That's for you to take him to Hound Dog and figure out. But don't push him. He's not gonna talk to anyone like this, so just stay out of my way or do something helpful," Katsuki finished. The most surprising part about what Katsuki just said was the calm tone that came out of his mouth. Aizawa cleared his throat and began to speak. "Well, what are we supposed to do tomorrow when you go home?" "I'm still taking him to Hound Dog on Monday," he said carefully. "I don't know, but I need to go home tomorrow before the hag kills me, and I smell too much like this place. So yeah, I'll stay tonight, but tomorrow you deal with him unless he comes with me. It depends on what he wants to do. Have him come home before I leave." With that, Katsuki left the kitchen and walked back out into the living room where Izuku was. The heroes heard them walking up the stairs back to Izuku's room and start talking again. "Do you think we should intervene when he leaves? Or even now? Or we could let him go to Katsuki's house tomorrow night and pick him up in the morning so you can take him to Hound Dog before class starts?" Hisashi asked. Aizawa stood there in thought. He didn't know what they should do, but they would probably just figure it out later. At the Aizawa household, the rest of the day went smoothly enough. Katsuki had gotten Izuku to eat as much as he could during meals, but eventually, the greenette would decide he couldn't or didn't want to eat anymore. He would then refuse anything else. Getting him to drink water wasn't as hard. Izuku didn't have a problem with water, he just often forgot to drink it. Later that night, Katsuki was back on his mission to lift Izuku's spirits. They weren't doing anything special. Katsuki had put something on the TV, but Izuku wasn't paying attention. Instead, he was staring at the wall, lost in thought. His mind felt foggy, and he struggled to focus on anything. Suddenly, their quiet moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. "What?" Katsuki yelled, annoyed. Izuku flinched at the sudden noise, trying to piece his thoughts back together. "I'm coming in, you brat," a muffled voice called, and a moment later, the door opened to reveal Aizawa and Hisashi. "We're going to bed, listeners. Have a good night," Hisashi beamed, his bright smile lighting up the room. "Don't be loud and don't stay up too late. I'm not dealing with any more teenage attitude than I already get from Hitoshi and Izuku," Aizawa added, his eyes narrowing in a way that suggested he meant, "Make sure Izuku gets some rest." Katsuki nodded, his usual scowl in place, while Izuku watched them with wide, childlike eyes, pale with dark circles under his dulling green eyes. The two adults left, shutting the door behind them. "Oh, nerd, I'm tired. Let's go to sleep. It's like 11 p.m., Katsuki said, turning to Izuku. "I'm going to the bathroom to change. Do the same while I'm in there, got it?" He didn't expect an answer and immediately left for the bathroom. Izuku was still wearing Katsuki's hoodie, which he found comforting and soft. He didn't want to take it off. It concealed most of him, and he felt secure in it. He quickly changed his briefs and underwear before walking over to his bed. He sat down, running his hands over the covers. It felt perfect, but something about it felt wrong. Katsuki emerged from the bathroom in a black tank top and basketball shorts, tossing his dirty clothes into his bag before climbing into bed. The main lights were off, and the room was illuminated only by fairy lights and the soft glow of technology. It was dark enough to sleep, yet Katsuki noticed Izuku wasn't moving. "Oi, you dork. You can't sleep sitting up, can you?" he asked, but received no answer. Growing worried, he added, "Seriously, you've got to be tired. You should sleep." Izuku remained silent. After the nightmare he had at the hospital, he had gone back to sleep but hadn't stayed asleep for long. He woke very early in the morning, staring at the ceiling with tired eyes. He was exhausted, but this wasn't the usual insomnia he faced. His body felt weaker than usual, and his mind was tired of thinking. His mental health drained him constantly. So why refuse sleep? Logically, he knew he shouldn't. Sleep was what his body craved, what he needed. It would be foolish not to take it. Katsuki sensed this too but couldn't understand why Izuku was resisting. "I know you don't want to talk, but please explain to me why the hell we aren't sleeping right now," Katsuki said, irritation creeping into his voice. He wasn't frustrated with Izuku specifically, he was just overwhelmed by the situation. What were Aizawa and Hisashi thinking, leaving the mental health of a traumatized teenager to another teenager with anger issues? Katsuki groaned in annoyance and flopped onto the bed. Izuku chose that moment to pull himself away from the soft sheets and onto the floor. "The floor is nice," he murmured, finding comfort in the cool surface. "I'm not annoyed at you, you got that? I'm just set off in general," Katsuki clarified, noticing Izuku's confused expression. Izuku sat up, trying to process this. "It's not your fault. I'm not annoyed at you. There's no reason for me to be mad at you, I just am. So get over it," Katsuki said, responding to Izuku's look. Neither of the boys ended up sleeping that night. At one point, Izuku had suggested, "You should sleep, it's late." Katsuki had retorted that if Izuku wasn't going to sleep, then neither would he, because he needed to make sure nothing went wrong. The greenette slightly pouted at the response but didn't say any more. It was now 7:34 a.m. on Sunday morning, and Izuku was making Katsuki watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 2012. They were only watching it because it was the only good cartoon on at that time on a Sunday morning. Izuku wasn't going to admit he had taken a liking to the children's cartoon just yet. At some point during the episodes, he pointed at a scene of Raphael and said, "He's like you," to Katsuki. Katsuki wasn't thrilled to be compared to a hot-headed turtle. Not too long later, Aizawa and Hisashi wandered down the stairs from their room. Katsuki swore he heard a "God damn it, they're already messing up. Is it too late to go back to bed?" But he couldn't be sure considering his quirk made him deaf half the time. Morning, listeners. Hizashi called in what Aizawa would call an overly cheery tone for this. Early on a Sunday. If a verbal response was what Hizashi was looking for, he didn't get one. Izuku didn't respond as he was too focused on the TV, and Katsuki turned around and glared. Both heroes noticed the tired, half-lidded eyes that held a purple tint underneath. The ruby-red eyes usually didn't have that feature. "What time did you brats go to bed?" Aizawa asked accusingly. "We didn't," Katsuki grumbled quietly. "And why not?" Aizawa sighed, frustrated by the teens already, and it wasn't even 9 a.m. yet. "Because we didn't." "Get off my back, old man." Katsuki was going to start yelling soon. He was too tired to control his anger when it came to anyone but Izuku right now. Izuku heard Katsuki's sharp tone and turned around to look at him with pleading and hopeful eyes. He didn't want Katsuki to start a fight or get in trouble. They held eye contact for a moment, and Katsuki squinted, his face scrunching into a scowl before he sighed and relaxed his face, closing his eyes for a minute. Once they reopened, Izuku was turned back to the TV, completely unaware of the blonde's existence. Katsuki almost laughed. "Almost. Do you want breakfast?" was heard from the kitchen. "Buttered toast is fine." Katsuki called back, speaking for himself and the silent boy on the floor. It was now around 2 p.m., and Hitoshi was home. He ended up getting a lift with one of Shoto's siblings. Katsuki was staring out Izuku's locked window when he arrived. He watched the insomniac wave goodbye to their two-toned friend while they drove away and slowly made his way up the driveway. "Dad, Pops, I'm home," was heard from downstairs. A few minutes later, around 8 specifically, there were footsteps going past the room, then back towards the room. Izuku was on the floor doing something on his phone when there was a knock on the door. Katsuki grunted out a "come in," and the door opened, revealing Hitoshi. "The brat is back," he announced himself with a smirk. It seemed he got more sleep than the blonde for once. "The brat is me, by the way," Hitoshi explained further as he walked over to the bed and took a seat, patting a spot next to him for Katsuki to join him. "Hey, Zuku," Hitoshi said softly, turning to Izuku and offering a wave. The greenette looked at him for a moment with a blank expression, contemplating what to do in response. He settled on a small wave. "Hi, Toshi," he said quietly and turned back to his phone. Hitoshi, not expecting Izuku to speak, immediately looked towards Katsuki with a surprised expression. It soon morphed into a slightly concerned face when he noticed Katsuki still hadn't moved from the window. "Kat," Hitoshi called for the blonde, which got his attention. Katsuki slowly walked over to sit on the bed as Hitoshi leaned against the wall, still sitting sideways on the bed. Hitoshi noticed Katsuki's tired eyes and his tense body, as if being relaxed would immediately send him into a deep slumber. It probably would. They sat next to each other against the wall for a bit, and Katsuki seemed to relax in the teen's presence. He didn't have to protect or keep watch anymore, and as much as he didn't want to sleep right now, he hated to admit that he was struggling through exhaustion. I mean, come on, it was only 24 hours without sleep, maybe more. "I just messaged the hag, she'll pick me up in like an hour or two or something like that. Don't know what she's doing, but apparently that's how long it takes," Katsuki mumbled. "You can stay however long, it doesn't really matter." "You know that," Hitoshi replied calmly. The insomniac looked back down at his little brother, watching him quietly do whatever it was he was doing on his phone. He was thankful Katsuki was there to help him, that he was such a good friend no matter what anyone thought. He looked back up towards the blonde next to him, who was currently trying to stifle the biggest yawn Hitoshi thinks he's ever seen. "Did you sleep at all last night?" Hitoshi asked, concerned. He knew Izuku and himself could handle pulling all-nighters or waking up at ungodly times, but they still slept eventually. Whether it be a lunchtime nap or bedtime being in the afternoon, they were used to it. Their bodies grew accustomed to it, and they could function while partially dead on their feet, until they recharged. Katsuki wasn't like that. He needed sleep. His body was very used to sleeping a certain number of hours each day. He struggled to function on minimal sleep, let alone none. He would sit quiet, dazed, and irritated. He was slower and more clumsy than usual, and his emotional responses were always out of whack. He was even easier to anger, unable to control it and lashing out at almost anything. He needed sleep to handle his emotions without becoming overstimulated and frustrated. The borderline meltdowns and tantrums weren't fun to deal with. He was also more open to receiving emotional and physical affection from those he was close to, like Hitoshi and Izuku. The blonde didn't respond in a way Hitoshi could understand, mumbling incoherently while rubbing his eyes and yawning again. "Izuku?" Hitoshi questioned. Izuku just shook his head and went back to his phone. Hitoshi groaned. "Great. A tired, cranky Katsuki Bakugo. What could be more fun?" "Kat, come here and put your head down," Hitoshi said in a suggestive tone, not that it was really a suggestion. "What, you want me to lay my head down or something?" the blonde grumbled. "No, I want you to lay down, you idiot," Hitoshi mocked, maneuvering Katsuki by his shoulders until he lay down with his head resting in Hitoshi's lap. "What are you doing?" Katsuki questioned, looking up at Hitoshi. His head rested on Hitoshi's thighs, slightly turned to the side. "You should sleep," Hitoshi stated. "I'm not sleeping." "Kat, you haven't slept. You need to." "No, I don't." Hitoshi began to play with Katsuki's hair without him noticing, then slowly started tracing circles on the palm of his hand. It seemed Katsuki was too tired to realize this was just a tactic to help him fall asleep. Hitoshi knew Katsuki's skin was sensitive because of his quirk, and he chose to exploit it. "I'll wake you up when your mom gets here, okay?" "Don't worry," Hitoshi reassured softly. He could have used his quirk to make him sleep, but he didn't want to. Katsuki would be furious, and Hitoshi didn't like using his quirk on friends for things like this. It felt wrong. "I'm not sleeping." Katsuki's eyes drooped as he fought against sleep, but he was just so comfortable and too tired. Hitoshi was with Izuku, he didn't have to worry anymore. "I know, Kat, just close your eyes," Hitoshi soothed, fingers combing through the spiky blonde hair. Soon enough, Katsuki's ruby-red eyes were completely closed, and a calm expression washed over his usually angry face. Hitoshi smiled at his success and watched the sleeping boy for a moment. Cute, he thought. Katsuki's features were perfect, model-like. He had done some modeling before, so it was fitting. He then turned to look at Izuku, who was leaning on the end of the bed, watching with a calm expression. "You okay, Zu?" the insomniac whispered, being mindful of the sleeping boy on top of him. "Yeah," the greenette whispered back. "Okay, I'm glad you're talking again. Have you spoken to Dad or Pops?" he asked calmly. He already knew the answer was no, but he wanted to hear Izuku talk more. The greenette just shook his head and focused his eyes on Katsuki. "Are you going to?" he pushed further. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't spoken to them, and he didn't really have a reason why. Starting to do something after not doing it for a while was hard. It felt awkward and uncomfortable. He just wanted to sink into his mattress and never come out. "You want to tell me why Katsuki Bakugo of all people pulled an all-nighter? I mean, you know how he gets when he's tired. You grew up together." Hitoshi changed the topic in hopes of sparking more conversation. "He said he wouldn't sleep unless I did," Izuku said casually, starting to zone out again. The conversation ended there. They didn't speak much more after that. Izuku went back to his phone, and Hitoshi pulled out his own, making sure to have his earphones in so he didn't wake Katsuki. Time passed, and it was now around 3 to 3:30 p.m., and Katsuki was still asleep. The boys heard chatter downstairs, so Izuku looked out the window to see Mitsuki's car in the driveway. "Hey Kat, your mom is here. Wake up." Hitoshi tried to wake the sleeping boy softly, rubbing his hands through the spiky blonde hair. When Katsuki didn't move or even groan at Hitoshi's calls, he shook him slightly. "Katsuki, wake up," he called out a little louder. The blonde curled in on himself slightly, grumbling something angrily. "Katsuki, come on. Wake up." Hitoshi continued trying to rouse him from his deep sleep. Slowly, Katsuki opened his eyes and yawned. "Ugh, what?" Katsuki mumbled, still half asleep and confused. "Your mom is here. I'm going to get up and take down your stuff." "You've got to wake up though," Hitoshi explained slowly, hoping it registered in Katsuki's brain. It seemed to, because he sat up and leaned sideways against the wall. Hitoshi sighed and told him not to go back to sleep. He then went to retrieve any items he knew were Katsuki's and packed them into his bag, heading downstairs to greet Mitsuki. Izuku watched Katsuki slowly slide from leaning against the wall to fully lying on the bed. He observed the boy stretch and move, then yawn and go still. "Kaken, Toshi said you had to wake up," Izuku mumbled, crawling over to the edge of the bed closest to the blonde. "I don't care. I'm tired from staying up with you, so shut it," Katsuki grumbled, rolling over to face Izuku. His eyes are shut, and Izuku softly pokes the half-asleep teen's cheek, squishing his eye a little in the process. Katsuki is curled in on himself in a lazy fetal position, mouth slightly open. "Toshi's gonna be mad," Izuku states confidently at first, but then thinks about it. Toshi was so gentle with Katsuki earlier when trying to get him to sleep. Maybe it was because of how emotionally sensitive Katsuki is when he's tired. But then again, he probably would have fallen asleep as soon as his eyes shut for too long. "I don't care about what Toshi thinks," the blonde mumbles again, falling back into his deep sleep. Izuku realizes he won't be able to wake him up. Instead of bothering the sleeping Katsuki, Izuku decides to go downstairs. When he gets down, he notices that both Mitsuki and Masaru are there. They only notice Izuku when Hitoshi turns to say hi. "Hello, Izuku. How are you today?" Mitsuki asks with a big warm smile for her favorite son. As Izuku walks closer, she pulls him into a soft hug, ruffling his curly green locks. "I'm good, Auntie," Izuku replies quietly. Mitsuki holds her soft smile. "That's good. Where's my brat Eden?" she questions. Izuku sees Hitoshi's face twist in confusion, then suddenly change in realization. "That little rascal is still asleep, isn't he? I told him to get up," Hitoshi mutters to himself. Hisashi just pats him on the shoulder. "I tried. Katsuki's tired," Izuku says quietly. He doesn't want Toshi to be mad at Katsuki. He should be sleeping. "Why is he so tired?" Masaru chimes in. Also, "Hello Izuku, it's nice to see you again." He offers a warm smile as well, not as bright as Mitsuki's, but still there. Izuku gives a wave in return. "Because those two didn't go to bed last night," Aizawa states angrily at the thought. "That stubborn kid. We better get him home then." "I hope he wasn't any more trouble than usual, Aizawa." "My apologies," Mitsuki sighs, annoyed because she knows how her son is when sleep-deprived. Everyone treats Katsuki like a little kid. "Don't worry, Mitsuki, he was fine. I promise. Although I do agree he should get some rest." "Boys, would you want to go actually wake him this time?" Hisashi asks. Hitoshi and Izuku really don't want to deal with Katsuki, but they go upstairs nonetheless. When they walk through the door, the blonde is still sound asleep on the bed. "He kind of does look like a little kid," Hitoshi thinks to himself. He walks over to the sleeping explosion and shakes him slightly. "Katsuki, come on, you've actually got to get up this time. Your mom and dad are here to pick you up," Hitoshi tries. After a few minutes of shaking and being told to wake up, Katsuki finally opens his eyes and sits up with Hitoshi's help. He is still half asleep. "Go away, Toshi." Katsuki mumbles when noticing the purple mop. "No, you don't. Come here." Hitoshi quickly pulls Katsuki off the bed and stands up, taking the blonde with him. They stand for a moment, Katsuki's brain still trying to register the world around him while Hitoshi holds onto him so he doesn't fall over. Izuku watches with curious eyes. He has never seen Katsuki so soft with anyone before. He is proud of how far his angry friend has grown since they were little. But then again, people are completely different when they're half asleep. "I know you want to sleep, you can when you're home. You've got to get there first, though." Hitoshi hums and pulls Katsuki away from him slightly to stand on his own. He grabs the tired boy's hand and leads him toward the door. Katsuki questions about his stuff, and Hitoshi tells him he already took it to the car. The three make their way downstairs. Hitoshi first, then Katsuki holding onto his hand, and then Izuku, who every now and then gives Katsuki a little nudge to keep walking. "Oh, look who's awake," Mitsuki calls out when they get to the bottom of the stairs. "Shut up. You're too loud," Katsuki growls. He turns around to face Izuku and stifles a yawn. "Coming with me, or are you okay staying here?" he questions with concern in his voice. He doesn't want Izuku to go backward after he had just done everything in his power to get him to talk. All of a sudden, Izuku walks towards Katsuki and wraps his arms around his chest in a hug. The blonde is shocked for a moment but quickly wraps protective arms around his friend. I'm fine, Kachin. Go home and rest, Izuku says softly, quietly so that it is barely heard. Katsuki sighs and nods his head. The boys pull away from each other, unaware of the semi-shocked faces watching them. Katsuki being soft seems like a rare sight, but then again, this is Kachin we're talking about, not your everyday Katsuki. Everyone says their goodbyes, Izuku more or less just waving to everyone besides the earlier hug, and then the Bakugos are gone. Once the Bakugos are home, Aizawa gets a text from Mitsuki, a photo of Katsuki sound asleep in his bed. Aizawa snickers and quickly sends it to Hitoshi, who is currently upstairs doing who knows what. Hitoshi sees the message and smiles warmly, saving the photo to his phone and turning to show Izuku, who is currently playing Mario Kart. Izuku looks up from his paused game and hums at the photo. He mutters something that sounds like, "Stupid Kachin," and goes back to his game. Dinner is a bust. Izuku only speaks when spoken to, and even then, the majority of his answers are shrugs and nods. None of his verbal answers were directed at the adults at the table. At least he ate something, Aizawa thought with a mental sigh. In reality, Izuku didn't eat very much. He mostly sipped water during dinner and got up from the table when Hitoshi finished. Both boys walked upstairs to hang out until they were told to sleep. Izuku was exhausted. His mind was so foggy he almost missed Hitoshi talking to him. Huh? Izuku questioned upon hearing Hitoshi's voice. I said I'm going for a shower. Do you want me to meet you in my room or yours? Hitoshi responded blankly. Izuku muttered a quick yours, and they split ways. Izuku went to his room to shower, and Hitoshi went to his. They both showered fairly quickly, with Hitoshi waiting on his bed with slightly damp hair. Izuku didn't want to spend too long in the shower. He needed to be clean but wasn't in the mood. 5 minutes was long enough for that. The water felt uncomfortable on his skin, and he hated it. It usually felt nice, but not tonight. Izuku soon joined Hitoshi in his room. Hitoshi had a big bed like Izuku did, so it was perfectly fine for both of them. They sat quietly and played Mario Kart for what didn't feel like very long before Aizawa came in. It's 9:30, problem children. You have school tomorrow, so go to sleep, he said. The tone indicated to Hitoshi that there was no room for arguments, so he simply said goodnight and watched his dad leave. You sleeping in here? He asked the greenette next to him. The boy didn't answer, so Hitoshi took it as a yes and told him to lay down under the covers. Izuku did as he was told. He was too tired. He wasn't going to sleep, though. What if he woke up in the hospital again? He was scared of nightmares and the possibility he'd just immediately be taken to the hospital again. Hospitals felt like places where scientists ran tests on you all day. Izuku hated it. Hitoshi noticed Izuku fighting back sleep and sat up a little, pulling the freckled boy close. Izuku, I really think you should sleep. Izuku hadn't even noticed he'd let his eyes slip shut for a moment. He was just so comfortable. Hitoshi's presence was calming to him. Slowly, Hitoshi placed a soft hand over Izuku's eyes while still holding him in his arms. Soft darkness clouded Izuku's vision, and he fought sleep. I've got you. You're okay, the insomniac soothed, keeping his hands still over Izuku's eyes. I don't want to sleep. Izuku slurred. He felt himself getting further away from reality, losing the feeling of Hitoshi's skin on his. Soon the world turned black. Izuku's breathing evened out, and his body visibly relaxed. Hitoshi sighed gratefully. He pulled Izuku into a loose protective hold and let sleep overtake him as well. His insomnia had flared up the night before, and he hadn't slept well either. I have school tomorrow, he thought, feeling the weight of exhaustion. As they both drifted into sleep, the room was filled with a peaceful silence, a moment of respite before the challenges of the next day.